Hey everyone, Mike Settele here, and in this video, I am going to go through Bluebook practice test number 5 in grind mode, which basically means that I'm going to go through every single question in excruciating step-by-step detail for the people who really want to just find how they can think the way that I think as I take these tests. In order to do this, I'm going to turn the timers off using the accommodations that some people actually are qualified for, but are always there in Bluebook. So you can see I have put extended time for both reading and math. I've given myself extra breaks so I can pause the timer whenever I want, but I am not checking raised line drawings. If you ever want to do an experiment like this yourself, do not ever check that one. It's going to give you a completely different test. But this should go without saying, but I will say it anyway. If you have not taken practice test 5, do not watch this video. I'm going to spoil the entire test, and you want to take the test first on your own. If you are looking to review practice test 5 and just hit a couple of random questions, then my advice is to go over to my website, seteletutoring.com, and in the library, you will see a button for practice tests. Go ahead and click that button. You will get very quick and easy access to every individual video I have made for the individual questions on this practice test. So if you're just trying to review things you got wrong or had trouble with, that might be the better way to go. If you are looking to see me take this test for the first time, then by all means, there's another video that I'll link to in the description. That is me going through this under timed conditions, seeing questions that I've never seen before, and you can see how I make decisions about what to cover and what to skip and what strategies to use. But that's going to be at the normal pace of the test. So I don't have very good explanations in there because I'm just trying to solve the questions as fast as you would. This video, this grind mode video, is really going to slow things down. We're actually going to use a different feature that's available on my website, this strategy trainer. And what that's going to allow us to do is see kind of step-by-step instructions, things we want to think about for every single type of question that we would see on the SAT. So I will show you that as we go and start working through the questions. This is for people who really just want to try to get in my head and find out what kinds of decisions I'm making, what kinds of things I'm doing as I answer the questions. Obviously, I'm slowing it down and really talking through every single step. On the real test, you have to go much, much faster, but this is where it starts, is trying to get those habits down on these kinds of videos, these kinds of questions, so that when you do go to the real test, that habit is much faster, much more natural for you. So hopefully this will help some people. If you get all the way to the end of this very long video, please let me know. Tell me what you think. Tell me if this helps. I enjoy making them, as crazy as it is to be sitting here for 6 hours doing this, but it's hopefully going to give you some insight into the way I think about the test. So let's get started on the first reading module. I will do both the first modules, obviously, and then also the hard modules, because full disclosure, I'm going to have my answer key here to my side. So that way I know that I'm getting the questions right as we go. And that way we know we get into the hard module. Hopefully you enjoy, and let's get into module 1 for reading. All right, we always get this first, and then we're going to go here, and you can see we got 2 hours, so we got plenty of time. I'm not going to use all that time, but I will go very, very slow. Now, the first thing we need to make sure that we do as we go through these tests, a lot of what we're going to talk about today is giving ourselves tasks, things that we are kind of forced to do like robots. And the first thing you want to do in any reading section is find the first grammar question. So usually I just skip right to 15 because that's usually where it is. It is a grammar question. It says standard English conventions. But let's go back. Let's just make sure number 14 is not. Okay, and that's a passage. So we're going to start with 15. The reason to do this is we're going to lock in a lot of points really quickly, very confidently, because the grammar rules are fairly predictable. And so it'll give us a good start, and it'll also let us ease into the hardest piece, which is the passages. So we kind of do easier skills beforehand. So let's start by going to the grammar in my trainer. And you can see here we have a little summary of our strategy, predict the rule, right? So we're going to read the answer choices first for every single grammar question. We're going to make note of what's changing and use it to decide which grammar rule is being tested. You should only read the paragraph once you have a clear task. There's that word task again, a clear task based on the choices. So here it should be pretty clear. Let's make it a little bigger. And we can see that they're definitely testing punctuation, right? Yes, the words are changing, but it's about question marks, right? So we can see that that's in our list right here. We are basically determining whether or not a question mark is right based on whether or not there's a question. So we don't see this rule on the SAT that often. It is there, but it's just not very common. But essentially, it's the same thing that we're looking for every time is do we actually have a question? That's what a question mark is for. So we can kind of see right here with this sentence, this is kind of where we're looking. What are atmospheric rivers and how do they affect our weather? Well, that sounds good, but notice it ends in a period. But it's a question, right? The how do they affect our weather clearly begs a response, some sort of kind of answer to that. And so how do they affect our weather with a question mark seems right. Part of the water cycle, atmospheric rivers are narrow channels of moisture moving through the atmosphere. In certain conditions, these rivers can release some of their moisture as precipitation. So notice that the next two sentences are just versions of that, right? So A is wrong for probably the most obvious reason, which is it's phrased as a question, but it doesn't end with a question mark. Choices B and C are changing the wording slightly. And in a way, B is like the most kind of second right. It's clearly wrong. But sometimes with question mark questions, the correct answer will be to not use a question mark at all because we aren't asking a question. We'll be saying a sentence. We'll be saying a statement. So they do affect our weather would just be a normal sentence. That would be something that would end in a period. I'm not really sure how we could turn this into something with a word like how, and also keep it a sentence. This is just a very easy example of a question mark question. It's literally an easy question as I see in my answer key. But they will have ones where just because we have a word like how or a word like what does not mean that it is a question. So just in your mind, read it, hear it, listen to it, and you hopefully, if you speak English, know what a question sounds like. If not, I don't know what to tell you. It's a pretty fundamental piece of the language. So hopefully you got a good instinct for this. This is one place where instincts are usually going to be right. So yes, I can confirm. C is the answer. Let's move on. Okay, same thing. Predict the rule, right? So what's changing in the choices? It looks like apostrophes are changing, right? And that's also in our punctuation list. It is a set of rules that is pretty self-contained, right? So the first one that I notice is that we have the word it's with an apostrophe and the word it's without an apostrophe. This is something you just need to memorize. And if you can't memorize this, you're in some big trouble because it's fundamental to the language. Let's add a note here. I don't usually use this during the actual test, this feature, but I have scratch paper normally, and we'll maybe use it at some point later on. But it's with an apostrophe is the contraction of it is, and it's without the apostrophe is a singular possessive pronoun, okay? So I would start with that because that's usually pretty easy. Literally, I can just make a substitution. If I need the apostrophe, I should just say it is. So let's see here. The soundtrack to Mira Nair's 1991 film, Mississippi Masala, expressively captures the clashing of cultures that happens when it is two protagonists meet. No, it is two it doesn't even make sense. So we definitely don't need that. So let's start there and get rid of that. And now we have another decision, which is which version of the word protagonist do we need? And I don't really care where the apostrophe is. In this case, we're never given the option where it's after the S. Really, all I am interested in is why is that apostrophe there? So that gets to the main piece of this rule, which is what does an apostrophe do? Apostrophes show possession. Now, I realize that is contradictory to what I just said because we just had an apostrophe on the word it's, but that didn't show possession. It was the version of it's without an apostrophe that was possessive. So what's going on? Well, pronouns in English are weird. Normally, whenever we have an apostrophe on a word in English, on a noun, it is going to show possession. There are other reasons we might have it in English, but for the SAT, it's really only going to be on a noun because of possession, except if that noun is a pronoun. For whatever reason, hundreds of years ago, we decided that possessive pronouns would not get an apostrophe, but we use the apostrophes on pronouns when we have contractions. That's essentially what this is. We see that also with the words there without an apostrophe, which is plural possessive, and there with an apostrophe, which is short for they are. It's a contraction. So essentially what I'm asking is, do these protagonists possess anything, right? So the word after protagonist is the word meet, right? Because all this stuff in parentheses is just there to distract you. So ignore that, right? The sentence is really this. The soundtrack, I'm going to shorten it even further. expressively captures the clashing cultures that happens, clashing of cultures, oh my gosh, that happens when its two protagonists meet. So the thing I try to ask myself is, do the protagonists have meat? Meat, M-E-E-T, not meat like a hamburger, right? So do they have meat? Well, that isn't even a logical question to ask, because meat is a verb. How do you have an action? How do you have meat? You can have a meeting, but that's different, right? So it doesn't make any sense to even ask that, which is why D is going to be the answer here. Is there's no possession. There's nothing to say that these protagonists don't own anything. They are just doing something, which is different. So this is going to happen very often, where we are given a clear question that's testing apostrophes, but we don't need any apostrophes. So don't let them bully you into picking them. If you know the apostrophe rule, step one of it is always, do I need an apostrophe? And I broke it down into two different words here, but it's still the same step. Then secondary to that would be, where does the apostrophe go? But very often it doesn't matter. You just won't need one. So there we go. That's the apostrophe rule. Moving on. Okay. Same thing. What's changing in the choices? Well, it looks like punctuation is changing. And this is where this strategy trainer is really going to help us, right? Because if the punctuation is changing and it's not something very clearly defined, like an apostrophe or a question mark, we have to make sure we go in order of priority here. So pay attention to sentence structure, independent sentences and dependent clauses. That's what we're going to be thinking about. Check answers according to their priority. So are there any periods in these choices? No. Are there any semicolons? No. Are there any colons? No. Are there any comma plus conjunction choices? Yes. Choice A. Now, I don't know if it's right yet, but it's the first thing I'm going to check, right? So just to be clear, a conjunction is a word like and, sometimes but and so are also going to show up in these questions, but it's primarily going to be and. And really what we're doing is the same thing we would do if it were a period. We are going to check for two complete sentences. Is there a sentence before this comma? And is there a sentence after the and? So watch how I do this. So let's start with the beginning of the sentence, right? Julia Alvarez's 1994 novel, In the Time of Butterflies, a fictionalized account of the lives of the Mirabel sisters. No, there's no sentence here, right? Julia Alvarez's 1994 novel, In the Time of the Butterflies, and then we have a comma. So why is that there, right? Now, my guess is that this is giving me some sort of extra description of the time of the butterflies, right? It's giving me some background information. But at no point do I have a verb here, right? Fictionalized, in this case, is kind of like an adjective. So there's no verb, there's no action in the sentence. And in order for something to be a sentence, it needs to have a verb. But honestly, I don't even think about that. I just read it, and it doesn't sound like I got to my point. Julia Alvarez's 1994 novel, In the Time of the Butterflies, a fictionalized account of the lives of the Mirabel sisters. What happened, right? So now I know this is wrong, because there needs to be a sentence beforehand, and there wasn't. But now I've kind of discovered this comma, and I'm thinking, why is that comma there, right? There must be a sentence somewhere in all of this. But I also, when I find it, need to explain why this comma is here, right? Commas are actually last in our priority list. And the reason for that is there's a million reasons why we might have a comma somewhere. So let's take a look. At this point, I'm thinking it's probably going to be C, because I'm thinking that I need a second comma to separate out some extra information. This might be in a positive, right? Which is a kind of another kind of punctuation rule that's kind of very easy to recognize in most cases. This is a little bit different, but essentially in a positive is when we have extra information. We're defining something with extra information, and sometimes we use commas to separate that out. So let's see if I can find that extra piece here. And that would put, actually, I don't need to wonder. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat everything from to sisters as the extra piece. Because if that comma is there for the reason I think it might be, then I know that would be extra. And then the rest of the sentence would pick up here. So let me read the whole thing first. Julia Alvarez's 1994 novel, In the Time of the Butterflies, a fictionalized account of the lives of the Mirabel sisters, can serve as a starting point for those wanting to explore how the rule of dictator Rafael Trujillo has been represented in Dominican American literature. Okay, sounds pretty good. But the real way to test whether I have this kind of insertion in the middle of the sentence is to remove it and see how it sounds without it, right? So let's just read the yellow. Julia Alvarez's 1994 novel, In the Time of the Butterflies, can serve as a starting point for those wanting to explore how the rule of dictator Rafael Trujillo has been represented in Dominican American literature. Yes, this is a sentence, and this is an extra piece. So now I am convinced C is the right answer. Now, if you went to one of these other choices, you'd still have to be thinking about the same kinds of things that I was, which is, why is this comma here, right? Is it adding an extra clause in the beginning of the sentence? Maybe. But that would seem weird here, right? Then we'd be saying what? A fictionalized account of the lives of the Mirabal sisters can serve as a starting point for those wanting to explore how the rule of dictator Rafael Trujillo has been represented. It's not awful, but it's clearly not what we want to do. We want this to be the main thing that can serve as a starting point, right? And so we need that to be there. And so if you're just testing out this secondary choice with the comma, you're going to hear, I hope, that we have an extra piece. And so this is ultimately what we want to do whenever punctuation is part of our process, is we're thinking about sentence structure. What's an extra clause? What's a necessary part of a sentence? That's something that ultimately I think you either hear it or you don't, but we have little tools where we can test things out. And so I tested C, it passed the test, I'd be satisfied. And to be clear, this would take me probably 15 seconds on the actual test. I'm talking you through really slowly, but it does get faster once you kind of know which choice to try first and then where to go second. Let's move on. Okay. So again, let's look at our choices. What's changing? Well, I see that there's a lot of punctuation changing, and I do see some punctuation marks that interest me, right? So colons are in my first priority. That's the only choice that has one. So I'm going to start with B. And basically, I have to memorize. It's not in my trainer because I expect you to memorize it. I have to memorize, though, what a colon does. A colon requires a complete independent sentence beforehand. And then afterwards, we could have two sentences. We could also just have an extra clause. We could have another sentence, or we could have an extra clause. But at the very least, that first part needs to be a sentence. Let's just see how that sounds. Essentially, I'm reading all the way up to the end of the blank and seeing if this is all a sentence. So let's see. The vessel took 6 days to dislodge, in part due to its sheer size. Yeah, that feels like a sentence to me. Technically, if I were to get rid of this, the dislodge part ends the sentence. And then with this comma here, I'm adding on a little bit of an extra description here. So I have an extra clause. But as a whole, I do have this yellow as a complete sentence. So it doesn't matter that I added a little extra. It seems like a complete sentence. So it doesn't mean that the colon is right. It just means that it could be right still. So now what I do is I read the second part and just see what I have here, right? So let's look at this. What is this? It's as heavy as 2,000 blue whales when fully loaded. That's a sentence too, right? That could stand on its own. That word "it's" could be capitalized and then end in a period, right? It's as heavy as 2,000 blue whales when fully loaded. So that means I have two independent clauses, the yellow and the blue. And there are only so many ways in English that we are allowed to separate or connect, depending on how you want to think about it, those two independent clauses, those two sentences, right? And they're listed right here. Periods can do it, semicolons can do it, comma and conjunctions can do it, and a colon can do it. A colon doesn't have to do it. We could use colons for other purposes. But it's the only thing in our choices that allows us to do it, right? Because look, A has just a comma, right? But we would need some sort of conjunction like and, so it doesn't work. C has a comma and another comma. But again, two commas just in random places, that's not going to do it. One of them's got to have some sort of conjunction, so that doesn't work. And D is just moving the commas. So again, that doesn't work either. So personally, I would probably never write this sentence or these sentences with a colon. It just seems odd to me to do that. But this is one of the SAT's favorite moves to make a question a little bit harder, is to give you this option of like a colon or a semicolon, knowing that you would never pick it by instinct because you don't use colons and semicolons very often in your own writing. So you don't have a good instinct for it. So because I'm following this process and I've given myself a specific task once I see that the colon is in the choice, it's very obvious to me that choice B is the answer. However, the College Board considers this a hard question, and many people will get this wrong because they just see a colon as this weird thing that they don't need to worry about. So hopefully by getting this system down, we can start to understand there's a process here, and we might end up picking answer choices that we wouldn't gravitate towards, we wouldn't have an inclination to pick, but the rules are the rules. We follow the rules. And notice too, I didn't read any of this other stuff. Why not? Well, because if I'm checking for sentence structure, then these sentences are over, right? So they're not going to affect these ones. So why bother? Cool. All right. Which choice completes the text so it conforms to the conventions of standard English? Same thing, right? So what's going on here? What's changing? Well, maybe a little punctuation, right? We got a comma in this one. But I don't know. A lot of things seem to be changing. And this is one of these rules that we need to just get comfortable with. It's kind of its own thing, right? See, it's in a category of other rules. This is what I call the modifiers rule. And the reason we know we're being asked about this is we have long answer choices with big changes in the word order. So these are definitely longer, right? I mean, just compare, right? Short, 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 right? Compare, and you can see this is definitely longer. Plus, the word order is changing, right? So notice how we're moving a lot of words around. Some of them are much longer than others. Whereas if we go back to this one, the only thing that's changing was the punctuation, right? The words weren't really changing. Even here, we had an and kind of coming and going, but it wasn't, that's not a big change in word order. It's just kind of one little thing. So these should be, with practice, pretty recognizable. Now, because I know the rule, I also know my task, right? So my task here is I have some sort of modifier, which is like a descriptive clause, and then the blank is going to follow the comma. And essentially, I'm going to turn the modifier into a question. So something like, what is modifier is kind of what I'm going to go with. So let's see how this might work in this particular case, right? So this is a long intro clause. Here it is. This is my modifier. And I'm going to turn this into a question. So woven from recycled yarn and hand tufted using a carpet weaving technique passed down by the artist's Turkish grandmother. Whew. Okay. Can I highlight this? Can I copy paste? Let's see. Let's see if this works. Nope, can't work. All right, so I wanted to do that, but it won't work. So here's my question though. What was woven from recycled yarn and hand tufted using a carpet weaving technique passed down by the artist's Turkish grandmother? Okay, so it's long. I made some spelling mistakes in there, but you can see how I'm not really changing the modifier at all. The more you change that modifier when you turn it into a question, the more likely you're going to get an answer that you don't want and get the question wrong. So what was woven from recycled yarn? I mean, it's going to be some sort of carpet, right? Some sort of carpet, rug, something like that. So we'll see what it says in these choices, but I need the answer choice to start with that, right? So let's see what we got. The topological tapestries of Argentine textile artist Alexandra Kayayoglu are so lush and tactilely inviting that you are tempted to reach out and touch them. So this is essentially starting with the word tapestries. Let's put it in yellow. So is that good, right? Is that what I want? Well, if you know what a tapestry is, it's basically a rug you hang on the wall, and it's like a piece of art. So if you didn't know what a tapestry was, you might be in trouble, but let's look at our options and compare, right? B is starting with the Argentine textile artist, right? So this is talking about a person. So this is saying that Alexandra was woven from recycled yarn. That's what choice B is saying, that a person, a living flesh and blood person, was woven from yarn. Now, obviously that's preposterous. That's ridiculous. We know that's not what they want. But that's the trouble with this modifier thing, is these sentences are so long that sometimes we get lost and we get confused about the ordering of things. But we understand the overall point, right? We're talking about this person who is an artist weaving tapestries, right? So the overall point of the sentence is kind of the same in all of these choices. They're not really changing the main idea, but grammatically speaking, they are. And that's what a modifier is all about. The thing that we are talking about in the modifier needs to be the first thing we talk about after the comma, right? At the blank. So artist doesn't make sense here, right? And yes, there's some adjectives like topological and Argentine textile artist, but we hopefully can realize those are adjectives. Now, what's C doing? Well, C is adding an extra clause entirely. when she creates her topological tapestry. So first of all, I don't like that at all. I really want the thing after the modifier to be the thing we just talked about, not another extra clause. But even if we ignore that, again, we're at the same place where it's the artist who we're talking about here, right? So it doesn't matter that it says tapestries first. If we're going to place that here in these commas, we're saying that's an extra clause, but the sentence, this main anchor of the sentence has to be the tapestries. And by putting it in these commas, you've made it extra. So that's no good. You're back to the artist is what I'm saying. And then here, Alexandra Kayoglu, I don't know how to say her name, but it doesn't matter because she is not woven from recycled yarn. She's a person. So again, we're talking about the artist. So even if you didn't know what tapestries were, my hope would be that you would go through the other choices and be like, this doesn't make sense, right? So these are wrong. It has to be A. And again, like I said on an earlier question, this is not something that would take me 5 minutes to figure out on the actual SAT. This is very obvious to me that A is the answer. This is something that would take me maybe 30 seconds. But I do recognize that pretty much all the wrong answers are traps because of how long this modifier is, right? If we just looked before the blank and didn't read the entire modifier, notice that it ends with the artist's Turkish grandmother. So it sounds like it's talking about the artist right before the blank. It sounds like the artist is what we want to say to start this sentence. And so B, C, and D all could be right. But you got to look at the whole modifier. That's why I said when we do this little strategy here and you turn the modifier into a question, keep the whole modifier. Really, you're just going to add like, what was woven? Who was this? Who is that? Like little, very simple question words at the beginning, but really try to keep it just as much as you can as written, no matter how long it is. And that will help you make sure you stick to the right thing because we are definitely talking about a tapestry here, not a person. Good question. And this is also one that, let's see, did the College Board think this is hard? Yes, and I agree. I think this is hard too. But if you know the rule, it's actually very easy. All right, moving on. Same thing, more grammar. What do I see changing? I see punctuation and I see a period, which is my top of the list here for punctuation. So I'm going to check that first. And I'm going to see, do I have a sentence before? Do I have a sentence after? Jamaican-British artist Willard Wiggin is known for his remarkable microsculptures. Yeah, that sounds like a sentence to me. Ending with microsculptures. So step one, check. Creations so small that they are best viewed through a microscope, Wiggin's sculptures are made from tiny natural materials such as spider web strands. Well, here's sentence number 2. Wiggin's sculptures are made from tiny natural materials. That's a sentence that could stand on its own. Now, such as spider web strands, a very obvious extra clause we're adding at the end. But what they're hoping you don't notice is the more subtle extra clause that begins the second sentence, right? Now, if I know my task, and I know that my task is to look for 2 sentences, it doesn't really matter to me that this extra clause is there. I'm looking for a sentence, and Wiggin's sculptures are made from tiny natural materials is a sentence. So I have no choice. I have to pick C here. I can't pick D, because although it has the conjunction, it needs a comma to go with it, so that doesn't work. B is the opposite problem, right? It's got the comma, but no conjunction. And then A is nothing, right? So I need to separate these sentences in some way. The period is the only way here that I have available to me to do that. Now, again, though, this is a question where some of you who do not study the SAT correctly or at all are going to have trouble and pick something like probably choice B, because you're going to see this as an extra clause describing the microsculptures, almost like in a positive, right? And it sounds fine. Jamaican-British artist Willard Wiggin is known for his remarkable microsculptures, creations so small that they are best viewed through a microscope. Yeah, we could say that. That would totally be grammatically correct in choice B, if we had a period right here after microscope and not a comma, because the comma would not be enough to join those 2 sentences. So again, we don't have this thing we need. So they know, though, that many of you are going to read up to microscope and just kind of stop and be like, yeah, that sounded good. But you're not really thinking about rules. You're thinking about what sounds good. And we've got to mix the two, right? When we are listening for complete sentences, we're listening to whether it sounds good as a complete sentence. But we have a much more refined task than just like, what would I say? And if you go by what would I say, you will get a lot of grammar questions wrong that are very, very easy to get right. This is a classic example of a question that if you want honestly, if you want a 650 or better on your reading, you cannot get this wrong and you cannot even hesitate on it, right? We haven't used that bookmark button yet, and I wouldn't have on this test everything we've done so far would be one that I'd be like, this is definitely the answer, and there's no doubt in my mind. So if you're not there, you got to get this process down, you got to learn the rules, and you got to be able to move through them in a quick way. Let's continue. Okay, new question type. These are transitions. So let's go to that on our trainer. And let's see what we're supposed to do here. So here we're going to use dumb summaries for the words themselves. So these words are not words you're using on a daily basis. So you might not have good instincts for what these words mean or when we might use them in sentences. So instead, we're going to translate these transition words into their simpler dumb summary categories. Most transition words will fall into 4 main categories: but, and, so, and for example. There are other words that are not the ones that are just listed here, so we will have others. Plus, there are other categories, so we'll deal with that when we get to it. But for now, let's just do our best to translate these words. Let's create a note. Choice A is for instance, which you can see here is a for example. So for example. B is on the contrary, which is not really in the but category, but by contrast, hopefully you would know that that's a but word. And then C and D are both time words, right? So they're not really going to fall into those categories there. A lot of words that are transitioning have to do with time passing. The reason I don't have those listed in the trainer is that's kind of where your normal instinct takes over, right? You know what earlier means, you know what finally means, right? Don't worry about dumb summarizing those. Their meaning is their normal meaning, right? So if we think that this passage is about time, then maybe one of these makes sense. But let's see what we got. Now we go to the passage itself. We're going to look for strong words that kind of somehow help us with the relationship of these sentences. Okay. After appropriate permissions are granted, a typical archaeological dig begins with a surveyor making a detailed grid of the excavation site. So I like that it has a time word. That's a good sign. Ooh, and then the site is carefully dug, and any artifacts found are recorded and mapped onto the site grid. The artifacts are removed, cataloged, and analyzed in a laboratory. Yeah, this feels like a finally, right? It begins with a surveyor making a detailed grid of the excavation site. Then the site is carefully dug. Finally, the artifacts are removed, cataloged, and analyzed in a laboratory. That feels normal, right? We wouldn't say earlier here because we're not going to remove the artifacts before we've dug them out. That doesn't make any sense. And there's no but, right? The site is dug. The site is carefully dug, and any artifacts found are recorded and mapped onto the site grid. But the artifacts are removed, cataloged, and analyzed in a laboratory? What's the contrast, right? That just sounds like something that makes sense after the first thing, right? So that doesn't make sense there. And it's not a for example because the artifacts being removed is not an example of them being recorded or mapped, right? Those are just different things. This is one where probably without the trainer, without the strategy, you'd be fine. You would just be able to kind of come to that answer very naturally, I hope. But the point of the trainer and the point of really slowing this down is to get you to think about the way you solve things and to put habits in place on really easy questions that you'll then be able to use on much harder questions later, right? If the habits are there for the easy stuff, then we won't need to think as hard when we get to the hard ones. We'll just be following similar patterns, and that'll really help us stay on task like it did for some of those grammar ones. So let's move on. Let me just make sure that's right. Of course it is. So there we go. And number 22. Same thing. I like to categorize these transition words first. So for example, no real categorization there. That's for example. Next is another time word. Similarly is an and word. I think that's there. Yep, right there in our list. And in contrast is a but word. So but. And it's similar to by contrast, obviously. So let's see. Again, let's read. Let's look for strong words. This is helping us also, even though these are transition questions, this is helping us develop and warm up a skill that we're going to need for the passages, which is being able to understand the flow of sentences and the relationships between them. So this is why we do these first. It warms us up for the passages. In 1949, Frank Zamboni developed an ice rink resurfacing machine. As Zamboni's machine moved along the rink's surface, it first scraped off the top layer of ice. It sprayed water into the deep grooves left behind by customers' skates. Lastly, it smoothed over the newly formed ice. So to me, it feels like next, right? As it moved along the rink's surface, it first scraped off the top layer of ice. Next, it sprayed water into the deep grooves. Lastly, it smoothed over the newly formed ice. So I'm not even really going to bother trying these other choices. I know they don't work here. This feels very obvious, But notice, they gave me pretty clear clues that we were doing some sort of time sequencing thing. So that makes sense. This is an easy question in my mind. They're obviously going to get harder, but so far I think that the transitions we've seen are easier than the grammar we've seen. So that's interesting. Moving on. Which choice completes the text? Most logical transition. Let's do the same thing, right? We're going to try to categorize them. Soon is clearly a time word. Regardless is a but word. That is there in our list. However is a but word. We'll talk about that in a second. And specifically is a for example. So you'll see right here, remember that if two choices fall into the same category, it's very unlikely that either of them is right. You can usually cross them both out. So regardless and however, they're just two fancy ways to say but. So it's very unlikely that one of them is right and the other's wrong. They're too similar, right? There might be some very hard questions where the difference between these words is enough that one makes sense and the other doesn't. But you really should not worry about that. Let's just trust the strategy and get rid of it. And now we have a 50-50 choice and we have a much clearer idea of what we're looking for. Is this a time issue or are we giving an example, right? That's kind of how I'm looking at it. In the 1880s, inventor Louis Latimer improved upon Thomas Edison's design for the electric light bulb. Latimer made the light bulb more durable by placing cardboard around its carbon filament. With this innovation, Latimer became the first black inventor to contribute to the electrification of the world, right? So he improved upon his design. How did he improve? Well, he placed the cardboard, right? So this feels like an example, right? In the 1880s, inventor Louis Latimer improved upon Thomas Edison's design for the electric light bulb. For example, he made the light bulb more durable by placing cardboard around its carbon filament. Yeah, okay. It's an example of how he improved upon it. That feels right. It also just does not feel right to say soon. Again, there's no time. I mean, they do talk about the 1880s, but soon, that's 140 years ago. What are we talking about soon? Like, that doesn't make any sense in context. So you could probably hear that. But I think it's a good example where by getting rid of two choices, it just becomes very, very clear like which one is better. So this is the benefit of this strategy of crossing out things in the same categories. We just start to hear better what we're dealing with. We have less garbage to sift through. So we'll definitely use this strategy when they get harder. This to me is still, a medium question the College Board classifies it as, and I agree. But they will get harder, and I definitely use this strategy to help me out. Okay. Same thing. So let's get this ready to go. I don't know why my mouse is requiring more clicks than usual. So conversely is a but. That is not in our list, but you should memorize these, right? These are just the most common ones that are in the trainer. Ultimately, if you're bad at the transitions, pay attention. Is it because you can't understand what's going on in the sentences, or is it because you don't have the dumb summary versions of a lot of these choices memorized? So B, in so doing, feels like a so to me. It kind of in doing something is like a cause and effect. So that feels like a so I'm going to go with that. And then C, for instance, that's for example, that's listed there. And in particular, I would say is also for example, a particular example. So I already don't love either of these because they fit the same category. So now I have a simpler choice. Is it going to be a so or a but? Let's see. As I read this, I'm going to put in a word from my dumb summary. I'm not going to throw in conversely. I'm not going to throw in so doing because I don't use those words very often. I don't have good instincts for them. Okay. Jeffrey Gibson's sculptural object, Know Your Magic Baby, an Everlast brand exercise bag embroidered with multicolored beads and a fringe associated with the dances of the Ojibwa people, stitches together, literally and figuratively, recognizable symbols from both native and non-native cultures. Gibson's piece also, I like that word, blurs the distinction between contemporary art and traditional crafts, right? So why do I like the word also? Well, it'd be weird to use a but, which is a contrast word, if we have an also. Right? So that seems strange. So let's just put the so in there, right? So let's shorten the sentence. This guy's sculpture literally stitches together, right? This guy's sculpture stitches together symbols from both native and non-native cultures. So his piece also blurs the distinction between contemporary art and traditional crafts. Yeah, you're blending together different things. So you're also blending, if you're blending native, which is an old thing, traditional thing, with non-native, I think contemporary means modern. So maybe that's the thing there. This doesn't feel like a but though. So even if you weren't really convinced about the in so doing, where else are you going to go, right? I mean, but makes no sense. It's they're both sentences are about how things are blended together. So to make a contrast there feels wrong. Now, we also have the benefit of, because we crossed out C and D, we're not as tempted by those choices that I think would be more tempting if we had them there, right? I mean, is it crazy to say that by blending together the native and non-native things, that is an example of how he blends together the contemporary art and traditional crafts? I don't think it makes any sense, because they're not, it's blending in one way is not an example of blending in a different way. There is some sort of difference here, a little, not quite a contrast, but some sort of difference of these two things. They're not, the second thing is not an example. So the example is maybe here, right? So multicolored beads, right? Like the fact that it's an exercise bag with beads, to me, feels like an example of how Gibson is blending together these two cultures and these two types of art. That feels like the example. So what they're doing here with C and D is they're trying to trick you. And this is why it's so important to stay on task, is our task for these transition questions is to insert a specific transition word into this blank. It is not to summarize the entire passage, right? If I were to summarize this passage, I might say that it provides an example of how this guy blends different types of art. So C and D suddenly sound like more legitimate answers, but they don't fit in that blank. They might be summaries of the whole thing, but that's not our task here. So the transition questions, sometimes that's a common trap, is they're trying to get you to summarize everything, when really our task is literally just to fill that one blank and compare the sentence before and after it and find that relationship. I think this one's a little hard. The SAT says it's, College Board says it's a medium question. I'll be curious what you think. Feel free to comment. But I don't know. I think that it's kind of hard. I think people are going to pick C and D and kind of fall for that trap, or maybe just not really know what conversely and in so doing mean, and just kind of get confused. All right, let's see. Okay, here's one of the note questions. So for our outline question, let's switch over the trainer to the outlines mode. These are often called rhetorical synthesis questions by the College Board, but they're pretty straightforward. And this is another reason why we want to start with the grammar questions, is we make sure we have time for these. These are generally very easy. So we want to make sure we're not running out of time rushing through these. We're going to have a pretty easy time as long as we follow our strategy. So first things first, follow instructions. Read the question first. It will give you explicit instructions about the goal that the answer choices need to accomplish. Okay. So the question's right here. So we're skipping the bullets. Just go right here. The student wants to emphasize a similarity between the Choctaw code talkers and the Navajo code talkers. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? That part will always be the same. So don't worry about that part. But similarity is a strong word. I got to pay attention to that. So now I'm going to use that strong word as a filter to go through the choices, not worrying about what sounds good, what sounds interesting, what matches the bullets in any way. I'm just going to think, okay, is it giving me a similarity? Because if it does not accomplish that goal, I can get rid of it. So go back to the instructions. That's our thing here. And so much of the SAT is just following instructions. We'll see that when we get to the passages as well, but following instructions. So here we go. U.S. soldiers who were members of the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma used their native language to relay coded information. Well, you're not talking about the Navajo code talkers at all, so there's no similarity here. Gone. In World War II, one group of Navajo Dene soldiers was known as the Navajo code talkers. Okay, well, now you're not talking about the Choctaw code talkers. There's no similarity there. Both, I like that word, both, the Choctaw code talkers and the Navajo code talkers transmitted coded military messages in the soldiers' native languages. Well, okay. There you go. Similarity, both. Those are similar words, right? Let's look at D, though. The Choctaw code talkers, not the Navajo code talkers, served in World War I. So no, this is showing a difference between the two. So yeah, it's obviously C. Nothing else even makes sense. And I would move on without really worrying about this one or reading any of this stuff. And that makes it quicker, right? So outline wedge, step 3, we're not doing it. We only have one choice. So we're done. We don't need to go to step 3 here. Move on. All right, same thing. Student wants to explain an advantage of the ICAA's archive being digital. So advantage is the word that stands out. If something sounds good, then let's keep the choice, right? So this is my filter. We're going to try to focus on advantages. Over 10,000 documents related to the history of Latin American and Latino visual art are part of the ICAA archive. Is that an advantage? I guess the advantage might be that it's just big. It's got a lot of documents. I don't love that. but I'll keep it. It might be right. It might just not be something that I think of a particularly interesting advantage, but I can see it, so let's keep it. B, by offering online versions of historical documents, the ICAA's archive provides more access to these materials without removing them from their countries of origin. Okay, so that sounds like an advantage specifically of it being digital, which I like because it's an online version, right? So actually, let's switch colors here, right? This might be a case where there's kind of like two goals happening at once, right? And we gotta match both. So I like B more than A, mostly because it's more obvious to me what the advantage is. It's that it's providing more access than if the stuff wasn't digital, right? So that it's comparative in a way. Let's look at C. Among the historical documents in the ICAA's archive are the writings of Latin American and Latino artists and critics. That's not an advantage of them being digital or just even the archives at all. So who cares? The ICAA's director, Maria Carmen Ramirez, oversaw the creation of an online archive of historical documents related to Latin American and Latino visual art. Well, it's certainly talking about the digital archive, but what's the advantage of it? Why is it good? Well, it's good because it provides more access to these materials. So here's a case where, yeah, I had some choices that are left. I don't feel like I need to go to the bullet points, though, because to me, it's clear that only B matches this. If I really wanted to, I could kind of do step 3 here, go to this and see, like, does it say anything about it being an advantage? They digitized it. Creation of the archive didn't require historical documents. They have more access. So kind of both of these feel like the advantage. And so this kind of says both. So it's not like the choice is lying, but that's usually why we might have multiple answers left over. Sometimes what happens is they both accomplish the goal, but one of them is lying. One of them is using incorrect information to do that. And that's why we need to go to the bullet points, is to kind of see what's true. Here, I don't really think I'm doing that. I'm just maybe confirming that, like, yeah, these seem like advantages. So yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Let's double check, right? I have the answer key, might as well. Yes, B is the answer, so we can move on. Okay. The student wants to use a quotation to support a claim about Tharp's contribution to rock and roll. So, okay, contribution. So this feels like two goals. If I scan here quickly, right, I can do a quick filter of just the fact that I need a quotation, right? A doesn't have a quotation. B doesn't have a quotation. C does, right? There it is, right? So that's a quotation. And D also does, right? It has two quotations, or maybe just one split apart, but there you go, right? So cool, right? First things first is we got quotations. So A and B don't make any sense. Now, specifically, the quotation needs to support a claim about Tharp's contribution to rock and roll. So let's see. Sister Rosetta Tharpe had such a major impact on rock and roll that Celeste Henderson called her the unquestioned founding mother of the genre. Okay, major impact, contribution, seem like synonyms. That looks pretty good. Let's look at D. A gospel musician, Sister Rosetta Tharpe had the ability to sing until you cried and also until you danced for joy, according to Roxy Moore. But notice that doesn't say anything about her impact on rock and roll. This is just saying she's good, but I need the specific thing to be accomplished. So here's a case where, the first filter got rid of two choices pretty quickly. But then because this is a case where there's two goals being kind of put into the question, before I go to the bullet points, I'm going to go back to the question itself and say, okay, have I followed both of the instructions that they gave me, or have I only followed one? And that's, for me, the easier thing. I can go check if I really wanted to. It doesn't take long. Did Celeste Henderson actually say this? I can scan for her name. According to guitarist Celeste Henderson, Tharpe is the unquestioned founding mother of rock and roll. I mean, unquestioned founding mother. It's there. So there you go. Good. All right. Now what happens? Well, we did the back half of the test, but we have the front half, and good. We got to go to vocab. So let's switch this over to vocabulary before we begin. Now for vocabulary questions, we're also going to use some skills we've already started to use in the transitions, the outlines, and start to warm up again for passages. So let's start. Step 1 here is read the paragraph, right? Look for strong words that relate to the blank or underline, and pay attention to things like connotations, repetitions, and contrasts. So relationships. So let's see. According to a team of neuroeconomists from the University of Zurich, ease of decision-making may be linked to communication between two brain regions, the prefrontal cortex and the parietal cortex. Individuals tend to be more decisive if the information flow between the regions is intensified. whereas they make choices more slowly when information flow is blank. Well, look at that, right? I mean, contrasts. Whereas is a contrast word. So here, this whole second or last sentence here is kind of giving me the definition of the blank, right? So how are they doing that? Let's open one of these guys up, right? So what are they saying? What's strong? They tend to be more decisive if the information is intensified, whereas they make choices more slowly when the information flow is something, right? So, okay, let's just flip it, right? So decisive equals intensified, meaning decisive is a fast decision, right? Because if you're decisive, literally the word decision is in the word, right? So you're making you're definitive in how you decide something, right? So that means slow should be not intensified, right? That's kind of the dumbest way to flip this. And this really gets to our dumb summary, right? Come up with your own simple word for the blank. As much as possible, steal the strong word from the paragraph. Watch out for twisted relationships such as negative words right before the blank, right? So I am stealing the word intensified. I know that they're going for something that really just flips that whole first half of the sentence around. So if we turned fast into slow, then we should flip intensified into not intensified, right? So let's just see, does something here mean that? Well, reduced, if you reduce something, you lessen it, you lower it, you make it less intense. That feels right. Evaluate means to kind of to measure something. That has nothing to do with being intense or not. Determined, well, if a person is intense, we might say that they're very determined, they're very ambitious, they are going for it, But I don't think that really makes sense when we're talking about information flow, right? And if we said information flow is determined, now it sounds like we've inspected it and we've figured out what the information is. But that has nothing to do with it being fast or slow, intense or not intense. So that's just a different meaning there. And then acquired, again, that has nothing to do with it being not intense, right? So these other choices aren't necessarily like grammatically wrong to put in the blank. They make a little bit of sense, but because I had a clear dumb summary, I'm just making a match, right? I'm not really trying to analyze this sentence in any deep way. I've already done that part, right? I need something that means not intensified. Of the four words here, reduced is clearly the best match for that. I mean, let's make sure. Let's go to the answer choice. And yes, of course, that's the answer. The College Board says this is a medium level question. In my opinion, no, this is easy. You've got to be able to quickly recognize you've got a contrast, do that kind of flipping, use your scratch paper if you need to. I wouldn't type it here, but I would maybe write it on my scratch paper. But gosh, this is a must get question, and you got to get this pretty fast and pretty confident. Moving on. All right, harder words here, but let's first focus on the strong words in the passage. Ecologist Ezekiel Ezcura and colleagues found that the inhabitants of the Mexican Empire used natural landmarks to track time with a high degree of blank. Okay, now I don't know what that, I have no guess, right? I know that the second sentence is probably going to tell me what this is about, but don't try to guess the blank before you get all the information. Okay, so they use natural landmarks to track time with a high degree of blank. By observing the sun's position in relation to various points on the mountains surrounding the basin of Mexico, the Mexico were able to precisely identify the dates when significant events such as solstices occurred, right? So they're tracking time, right? What is another word? Here, I'll do it this way. What is another phrase that means tracking time? How about identifying dates, right? See? Same thing. So they identify dates precisely. So how about they track time with a high degree of precision, right? And let's make it yellow. Yeah, right? I mean, gosh, dumb summary, steal, right? So let's just see, is there what it means precision? Precariousness. Now, let me approach this if you didn't have a good vocab. My hope would be you'd be like, does precariousness mean precision? I don't think so. I don't remember. Does exactitude mean precision? Maybe I've heard that, right? If something's exact, it's, exactly a certain way. Resilience, I know I've heard that word. I don't think that has to do with being precise. And inconspicuousness, again, you maybe have heard that word, but it doesn't have anything to do with being precise, right? So hopefully, even if you didn't know the words, if I just came up to you on the street and said, what is precariousness? What is exactitude? You might not be able to define any of them as meaning precision. But by giving ourselves a dumb summary here that really captures the meaning, we give ourselves a more clear task. Then, rather than asking the open-ended question, what does precariousness mean? What does exactitude mean? I'm asking you a more yes or no definitive question, right? Does precariousness mean precision? Is precarious precise? Is exactitude precise, right? It's a yes or no. And, it's still reasonable for someone to say, I don't know, because you just don't know the definitions of these words. But my hope is that somewhere in the back of your brain, you have some vague memory of this. And when you do find a word that fits, there's that the fact that it's a yes or no question kind of forces you to say, yes, this is right, or no, this is wrong. And hopefully maybe, using your instinct to pick the right answer, you can get this one, even though these words are hard. If not, well, even if you maybe felt like you got lucky here and you had to bookmark this for review because you don't know for sure what these words mean, well, then all the more reason to start studying words, right? You got to learn these. If something is precarious, it's kind of, I would say iffy is my kind of informal way of saying that. It's not stable. That's a good way to put it. So it's precarious. It could go either way. Exactitude is, I'm not even going to bother defining that because it means precision. Something's exact. Resilience is persistence. You keep going. And if you're inconspicuous, you are not conspicuous, meaning not obvious, not noticeable, not noticeable. So notice these other words have nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's all. So these are good, vocab questions that can be frustrating if you don't know the words. But if you do know the words, a lot of these ones become very, very easy because it's just like only one makes any sense. But I think make sure you're starting with this piece, that you are able to recognize, like I did, that there's this repetition in the passage. Moving on. All right. In editor Lisa Whatever's introduction to her anthology, The Future is Female, More Classic Science Fiction Stories by Women, Jacek identifies an increasing sense of blank, feminist mode of writing in the 1970s. Okay, well, I'm lost in that sentence, but now I'm back. In contrast to many woman-authored science fiction stories in the 1920s and 1960s, whose politics were less deliberately signaled. Okay, so, right, this should be easy, right? Just we're copying, we're going to steal, but we're going to steal in a way that it gets the contrast across, right? So how about my dumb summary here is, we're contrasting with stories that were less deliberately signaled. So how about Jacek identifies an increasing sense of deliberateness, right? I mean, I'm also using increasing, right? Increasing sense of deliberateness goes with less deliberately signaled, right? So increasing is flipping the word less, but being more deliberate is going to be contrast with being less deliberate. That's kind of what I'm going for. So deliberate means you are doing it on purpose. So let's see. So deliberate, prudent. Now, if you're prudent, you're careful. You're doing something wisely and cautiously. So being deliberate, being kind of, overt means obvious. You're doing it out in the open. You're doing it clearly. So deliberate, overt, you're doing it on purpose. I like that. Cordial has to do with politeness. So no, that doesn't make any sense. And inadvertent means accidental. So this is actually the opposite of what we want, right? We want it to be advertent. But inadvertent means something is done by accident. And so that just is maybe what you would get if you lost track of the sentence. But overt, yeah, it's a tougher word. But yeah, it means exactly what I want. If you're doing it overtly, you're doing it deliberately, you're doing it obviously, that fits. So yeah, prudent doesn't make sense here. But again, we have kind of hard words. The College Board classifies this as a medium question though. So if these words are hard for you and this question is hard for you, this is why you can't just do the hard questions in the question bank, because you got to learn more words, and there's plenty of hard words in the medium ones too. So there you go. Again, though, both knowing the words and knowing the process of extracting meaning from these passages, you should be getting a dumb summary very quickly. And hopefully, if you are struggling with these questions, you're able to identify which of these steps you're struggling with. Are you having trouble noticing the relationship in the passage? Are you missing a word like in contrast? That's not very good, but it's right there, and that's a huge piece of the puzzle for me. Are you having trouble coming up with your own word? Notice how lazy I'm being, right? The word that seemed important is deliberate, less deliberate. So I just kind of use the same word, right? Don't be clever, just kind of get a sense of the relationship in the easiest, dumbest way possible. And the reason to do that is then you have a clear task when you try to make a match in the choices. And hopefully, yes, you do know the words enough that you can see which one is the best match. But if not, then, rely on your instinct and move on. Here, if you don't know the definitions, go with your gut and move on. You can't, the vocabulary fairy is not going to come down in the middle of the SAT and whisper the definition in your ear. So if you're stuck because you don't know the words, you just got to pick something and go. All right, let's look at this one. More hard words. Same thing. Start with the paragraph. Katie Lecca and colleagues found that the sun's corona provides an advanced indication of solar flares, intense eruptions of electromagnetic radiation that emanate from active regions in the sun's photosphere and can interfere with telecommunications on Earth. So all of that is just defining what a solar flare is. Okay. Preceding a flare, the corona temporarily exhibits increased brightness above the region where the flare is blank. Okay, so this is hard. All right, so preceding stands out to me because that's a relationship, right? Something comes before a flare, right? So the corona temporarily, maybe that matters. It's quick, exhibits increased brightness above the region where the flare is. Something about maybe about to be. It's not a very good dumb summary, but again, precede means to come before. So the corona comes before the flare and kind of maybe shows us where the flare is about to happen, right? About to be, about to happen, right? I see also up here, advance indication, right? Found that the sun's corona provides an advance indication. So above the region where the flare is, it's clearly about this time passing. It's about where it's going to be. I don't know. I don't have any better way to say it, but this is the thing. It's why I emphasize as a dumb summary. Don't put the pressure on yourself to be eloquent here. Just get the meaning you can. So it's something about it happening, advanced, preceding, temporary. Time is important. So antecedent has something to do with time. That might work. Impending also has something to do with time. Innocuous means harmless. That has nothing to do with time. That doesn't make any sense here. Perpetual is a time thing, but perpetual means it goes on and on forever. Think of a perpetual motion machine. That's usually where people hear that word. A perpetual motion machine is a machine that doesn't ever stop. It just keeps going and going and going. We know that's basically impossible because of things like friction, but it's not where the flare is perpetual. The corona shows up. That's telling us we're about to get a flare. And so there you go. That's what we want here. So that doesn't make any sense. Now, these two words are tricky. So antecedent means comes before, and impending means about to happen. So I think it's going to be B. Let's just make sure, though, because this is one of those that I might consider a twisted relationship where I'm a little confused about the ordering of events and the relationships between these strong words and the blank. So I'm nervous, but let's see. Preceding a flare, the corona temporarily exhibits increased brightness above the region where the flare is impending, is about to happen. Okay, right? You think of maybe the phrase impending doom, right? Maybe you've heard that in like a movie, or the superhero is about to meet his impending doom. Ooh, I don't know if you guys can hear that on the microphone, but my stomach is grumbling. Good thing we're only a couple questions left. So reminder to make sure when you take the actual SAT, you eat breakfast in the morning and you bring a snack for the break because you're going to need to recharge. So I am, for whatever reason, really hungry right now. Wish I had eaten my breakfast. Okay. So back to the question. See how easy it is to get distracted as well. Preceding a flare, the corona temporarily exhibits increased brightness above the region where the flare is antecedent. Yeah, antecedent means like it comes before something else. We actually see that word in grammar where the word that a pronoun is representing, the noun that a pronoun refers to, is called its antecedent, meaning it's the thing that comes before the pronoun that allows us to kind of refer back to it. So this is just, A is getting the ordering wrong, right? The corona is antecedent to the flare, right? That's what they are saying when they say it precedes, right? The corona precedes the flare. Another way to say that is the corona is antecedent to the flare. I believe that would be right. So that's just twisted, right? Where they're trying to get us, because that word is close. It's clearly related to what we're talking about, but it's getting the ordering wrong. So impending is definitely the answer. This might be one, though, that if I were going, I'd be like, I feel a little bit shakier on this one than usual. I'm going to bookmark it, make sure I'm not making a mistake, but B is the answer. So I'll just confirm it. 4. Yep, B. And the College Board does say it's a hard question. And I agree. This is tough. Okay, but notice how just 2 words didn't even make any sense. So we were able to get rid of those pretty easily if we knew them. All right, main purpose of the text. So now we have our first passage. So let's switch over to the passages, and we can see we got a little bit more to think about here. Passages are probably the most complex questions you will see on the SAT, including the math. But let's start with something simple, right? Read the question and then understand your task. So we have to get the main purpose of the text, right? So that just means read it and pay attention to strong words, right? So focus on adjectives and verbs, not nouns. Main ideas are repeated ideas. Relationships matter. The strongest word in any passage is but. This step 2 here is just basically a list of things to be thinking about. I wish passages were more scientific in the sense of like we could follow a set number of steps and just always get the right answer. But it's a little bit more, figure it out as you go. There's a lot of variety in the passages. So I'm going to start here. The narrator is a young college student writing letters detailing her weekly experiences. Okay. The college is organizing the freshman basketball team, and there's just a chance that I shall make it. I'm little, of course, but terribly quick and wiry and tough. While the others are hopping about in the air, I can dodge under their feet and grab the ball. So there's a couple contrast words. It seems like, my dumb summary here. Here, I'll do one of these. My dumb summary would just be like, she's different. She's different. How about that? She's different, right? She's got some skills that the other people don't have. Okay, cool. So what's the main purpose? To compare basketball with other sports? Do they talk about other sports? No. And so now I'm looking for words that maybe fit some of these categories. And other is one of them, right? It doesn't seem like an important word, but it is, right? Does a narrow example, in this case, basketball, justify a broad conclusion about other sports? No is the answer. So no, that's wrong. B, to provide details of how to play basketball. Well, whenever I see a question word in an answer choice for a passage, a skill we can use is we can turn that choice into a question, or at least that part of the choice. So provide details of how to play basketball. Well, how do you play basketball? If I can't go to this passage and highlight pieces and say, this is how you play basketball, that's not what it's doing. It's not detailing how to play, right? It's saying how she might play, but it's not giving the rules of basketball. So no. To state how players will be chosen for the basketball team. Okay, well, how will the players be chosen? They'll be organized. She might make it. How will she be chosen? I have no idea. I don't know if it's like a lottery or if it's like, captains. I have no idea. To explain why the narrator thinks she might make the team. So why does she think she might make the team? Well, she thinks she might make it because she's quick and wiry and tough. Notice how I can answer that question just by reading pieces of the passage. That's a really good sign that choice, or at least that part of the choice, is correct. And since there's no other part here, that's definitely the answer, right? She's different. How does that compare? Well, why might she make the team? Because she's different from the other players in the skills. So there's a couple ways to get it, right? I do think that my dumb summary is a good answer to this question. But I also think it's the case where I can just read part of the passage and it's fairly obvious. There's no crazy relationships here to go with. But we're trying to keep our options open. So trying to come up with dumb summaries, that's really helpful. And then being able to look at the individual words and the choices, also really helpful. Some questions will lend themselves more to dumb summaries, others more to the choices and the traps. But do what you need to do. Just get the answer. All right. Main purpose of the text. Main purpose. So, okay, let's do a dumb summary here as we read. All right. Same thing. Researchers have long hypothesized that woolly mammoths were hunted to extinction in North America by humans using spears with grooved tips known as Clovis points. One anthropologist set out to test this hypothesis. Using a mechanical spear thrower, he launched spears with Clovis points into mounds of clay, substitutes for the animals' large bodies. The projectiles generally penetrated only a few inches, that sounds important, into the clay, an amount insufficient to have harmed most woolly mammoths. This led the anthropologist to conclude that hunters using spears with Clovis points likely weren't the principal drivers of the extinction. So, couple things. right? So notice how I didn't really highlight anything up here, right? There's a lot of detail. I don't really know what's going on, right? I knew they were giving me a hypothesis, right? They hypothesized that the woolly mammoths were hunted to extinction, right? I was expecting at some point for them to say, but we now know that that's not true. And I wasn't sure where it was going to go. And honestly, they did kind of do that, but it took a while and they didn't use the word but. But they still got to that, right? This led the anthropologists to conclude that hunters using spears with Clovis points likely weren't the principal drivers of extinction, right? So what's my main purpose here? To show that a hypothesis was wrong, right? Now notice, I'm not talking about mammoths in my dumb summary. I'm not talking about spears, whatever. Let's see what the choices do, right? Keep your dumb summary dumb, right? The point of it is to just kind of hit what I would say the relationships. And I'm kind of using this one here. X is bad, right? My X is hypothesis and wrong is just another word for bad, right? So that's kind of, I'm trying to stick to these very simple versions. Obviously there's a lot of passages and use whatever dumb summary kind of gets your, captures it for you in the moment. These are just recommendations that you could use to give you some help. But the point is that a summary of a passage should not be more than 5 words. So try to keep it to less than that. All right, so is anything here to say the hypothesis was wrong? To argue for the significance of new findings amid an ongoing debate among researchers. Is it an ongoing debate, right? So what this does is it brings in the concept of time, right? Where is it here? Time, right? That ongoing is not in here, but it's clearly a time word, right? So is this something that people have been debating? Well, I don't know. It seems like researchers have long hypothesized that they were hunted to extinction with the spears. But if they're debating it, that means they weren't sure. This doesn't sound like they're debating it. That it sounds like they were sure, but they were wrong, right? Doesn't mean they were debating it though, right? So, okay. But are there new findings? Yeah, that seems okay. So maybe, I just don't like the ongoing debate thing, but we'll keep it. It's not horrible. Let's look at B. To discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the method used in the experiment? No. Is it about the method? No, it's about the hypothesis being wrong. I don't care how they figured it out. I mean, throw spears at whatever you want. I don't care. Just you proved it wrong. So I'm not interested in the method, advantages and disadvantages. It's not comparing, right? Comparison. It's not comparing this method to others. I don't care. C, to summarize 2 competing hypotheses and a major finding associated with each one. So notice there's kind of these quantifier words this time, right? Quantity, right? We're talking about each one separately. So are they competing hypothesis? This reminds me of the word debate up here. No, they believed one thing and then they did an experiment and it turns out maybe they were wrong. But a major finding associated with each one, I think we have a finding associated with one of these hypotheses, but not both. So no, I don't think so. To describe an experiment whose results cast doubt on an established hypothesis. So a hypothesis is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because we did an experiment. Here's the experiment, all in here, right? Notice they don't bring up the specifics of the experiment. They just mention that they did it, right? So why bother summarizing, oh, first they did this, then they threw the spears, it was made of clay. I don't care, right? The hypothesis was wrong. We cast doubt on a hypothesis. Yeah, that is 100% the answer. Matches with my dumb summary. The one part I maybe didn't include, the experiment thing, it's not going anywhere. It's still right there. So definitely the answer, no doubt here. I think it doesn't mean that I was wrong to include choice A and keep it around. I think this is something that you might discover as you practice, is that sometimes you're a little too harsh on some choices and you eliminate all the choices kind of as you go through. So I tend to sometimes be a little forgiving of things that I'm pretty sure are wrong, just because I'm like, well, maybe I'm being, too harsh and missing something. But either way, even if I ended up picking A, I'd still be not happy about that word debate. It doesn't feel like we have any evidence here that there was a debate about this. They long believed it. It seems like something they agreed on. And then they happened to be wrong, but it doesn't mean that they were always debating it, right? So that would be an assumption. Moving on. Okay. So this is a good example of why don't forget that step 1 is read the question. This is a very specific thing they want. According to the text, what do some historians suggest about Maya civilization? So what are the historians themselves saying? Okay. The ancient writing system used in the Maya kingdoms of southern Mexico and Central America had a symbol for the number 0. The earliest known example of the symbol dates to more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, almost none of the writing systems elsewhere in the world possessed a zero symbol, and the use of zero in Mexico and Central America may be even more ancient. Some historians suggest, oh my God, they're just saying it, some historians suggest that Maya mathematicians inherited it from the Olmec civilization, which flourished in the region 2,400 to 3,600 years ago. So maybe this other stuff is important, but notice how reading the question first, I was allowed to really focus in on this piece here. Some historians suggest. So what do they suggest? They inherited it. So I don't even need a dumb summary here. My dumb summary is that the word inherited. So strong words, sometimes just use that. Maya civilization acquired the use of zero from the Olmec civilization. I mean, acquired is a dead-on synonym for inherited. So that's almost certainly right, but of course you got to check everything. Maybe I'm missing something that's wrong with A. Maya civilization respected its historians more than it respected its mathematicians? No. So in a kind of focusing on the trap answers, right? This would be a comparison more than, but are we comparing who is respected? No, and who cares? Maya civilization was highly secretive about its intellectual achievements. Secretive, right? That's a strong word that's just kind of strong because it has a very strong meaning. Does anything in here say that they were secretive? No. The fact that the Maya were the first to discover zero, or were one of the only people with a zero, it doesn't mean that they were like keeping it a secret. Like, oh, don't tell anyone about zero. You can count down to 1, but God forbid you go beyond that. That's the secret of the kingdom. Like, what are we talking about? No. Maya civilization tried to introduce its writing system to other civilizations, right? We saw this word before. Are we talking about other civilizations here? No. We're talking about the Olmec, but they're not introducing zero to the Olmec. The Olmec are introducing it to the Maya. So A is the obvious answer here. I think most people are going to get this question right. I mean, it's not particularly hard, but I do think that a lot of you are going to spend a lot of brain cells worrying about this first chunk of text, trying to understand it and maybe summarize it and highlight things. And it's just like, no, focus on the question. The question was really clear about what they wanted. And then we got that sentence and gosh, they just told us the answer. This is about as easy as a question gets. Though the College Board thinks this is a medium level question. So I don't know what they're thinking, but this is easy. You can't second guess this at all. All right, moving on. Okay. Now this is one that feels like it's going to be hard, mostly because for me, I think of longer answer choices tend to indicate harder questions. So just keep that in mind. But at the very least, main idea of the text is, about as simple as that gets. So for our purposes, we're still going to come with a dumb summary. We're still going to look for simple words in here, strong words that get across relationships, repeat ideas. Let's see what we got. A subject of much speculation, distinctive sets of parallel ridges mark the icy crust of Europa, Jupiter's smallest moon. Researchers now claim that the ridge's formation mechanism mirrors that of a strikingly similar pair on Greenland's ice sheet. There, in Greenland, surface water seeped through fissures in the sheet and formed a water pocket that subsequently disrupted the overlying ice, forcing fragments of it upward and outward into peaks as the pocket froze and expanded. Although Europa lacks liquid surface water, the same process could be driven, by the moon's subsurface ocean. Okay, so notice how much I highlighted. 3 words, right? So what's my dumb summary here? So honestly, the thing that I'm seeing is they're saying it's the same, right? So Europa equals Greenland, right? Right here, x equals y. What are they saying? Europa, Jupiter's smallest moon, has these ridges that are similar to Greenland's ridges, right? So they're trying to say Europa and Greenland are the same. So maybe this although matters, maybe they're going to squeeze that in there. But if I'm going with like main ideas or repeated ideas, they're repeating the idea that it's similar more than they're repeating the idea that it's different. So let's start with that and see what that does. Okay, so basically now my dumb summary filter is if a choice says that Europa and Greenland are similar, I'm going to keep it. If it says something different than that, I'm going to get rid of it. Let's see. Researchers think that the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland may have been formed by the same process, even though, okay, so there's that contrast. Europa, unlike Greenland, doesn't have liquid water on the surface. So let's not worry about the details. I love that it's the same process. Let's keep it, right? I picked it because I had to click it, but I'm not picking it for sure. I'm like, all right, good enough for now. Let's keep going. The primary difference between the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland is that unlike the Europa ridges, the Greenland ridges are parallel. Again, this just seems to be focused on the difference part. Is it saying that they're the same in any way in that choice? No, I don't like that. So I want to say they're the same. C, the pair of ridges found in Greenland's ice sheet appear to have formed long before the recently discovered sets of ridges on Europa formed. So that sounds like a difference, but more important, that sounds like a time issue, right? Is this passage about when these things formed? No, it is about how they formed and if they formed the same way. So I don't care which one happened first. It just doesn't interest me. D, researchers don't understand why Europa is marked by so many sets of ridges when the moon doesn't have any liquid water on its surface that could have collected and expanded under the icy crust. So this is just like, well, talk about Greenland, right? Wait, isn't that part of this, right? So, all right, it seems like A. I mean, I would read it one more time and just be really sure that there isn't something I'm missing, right? Researchers think that the ridges on Europa and the ridges in Greenland may have been formed by the same process, right? The ridges formation mechanism mirrors that of a strikingly similar pair of Greenland's ice sheet. Sounds like the same process, right? Even though Europa, unlike Greenland, doesn't have liquid water on its surface. Although Europa lacks liquid surface water. It's got to be A, right? Now I'd move on at this point. I wouldn't even bookmark it. A is the answer. And this is a medium question according to the College Board. But it ends up being way easier than I thought. I thought this was going to be hard to start. And I bet many of you did as well, right? It looks like it's hard. You're like, oh God, science passages. No, I hate those. But if you think about relationships, and that's why a lot of these dumb summaries are there as a way for us to, keep track of this, it ends up being really simple, right? They're saying two things are similar. Notice that I never really tried to learn anything about ridges or ice or water pockets. I don't care about that. If that mattered for a choice, fine. I'd go back to the passage and I'd learn that in more detail. The only thing I cared about as I read is the relationship. The fact that you're saying two things are the same is more important to me than thinking about how they're the same. Why are they the same? In what ways are they the same? I don't care about that, at least not the first time around. Like, it might matter, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're just like, all right, well, this is the only choice that says they're the same. So let's not complicate things. I love that question. That's a great question. Okay, number 9 is the same question, right? Main idea. So let's try to dumb summarize. I mean, choices are kind of long here as well, but let's see. To understand how Paleolithic artists navigated dark caves, archaeologist Ma Angelis Medina Alcaide, I'm curious what that is. That a letter? What is that? And her team tested different lighting methods in a cave in Spain using replicas of artifacts found in European caves with art. Okay, again, not highlighting anything, just get to your conclusion. They used 3 different Paleolithic light sources, torches, animal fat lamps, and fireplaces, determining that each likely had a specific purpose. Okay. For instance, the team learned that the animal fat lamps were less useful than torches while walking because the lamps didn't illuminate the cave floor. All right, well, that's just one example, but the fact that it's a specific purpose seems to be the main thing, right? So what's my dumb summary? I don't know. I'm trying to fit this into one of mine, but I would just say the purpose or the source matters, right? There's a difference between all these things. That's maybe me trying to fit it into here. I don't know, right? Because they could have easily discovered there's 3 different sources and they're all the same. So who cares, right? That would have been maybe the source doesn't matter, right? But that's not what this did. So let's just see if there's anything that's the source or the purpose matters. These people's study demonstrated that fireplaces were essential to the creators of Paleolithic cave art. No, I don't. First of all, that's very specific what they're saying. And essential is one of our necessity words. It's not really written there, but it certainly fits the category. That's a big claim. You got to back that up, right? It's essential that they had fireplaces. Why, right? You got to tell me, right? So that's way too strong of a claim. B, these people discovered that Paleolithic cave artists in Spain used animal fat lamps more often than they used torches. Well, you told me that these things had different purposes, but you didn't tell me which one was better or worse, right? So this is doing a couple things that I don't love. It's making a comparison, right? We're not comparing them and saying better or worse. We're just saying they're different, right? That's a different kind of thing, right? To say something is better than something else is very different from just saying they're different. But also more often you're bringing in the idea of time. Are we comparing how often these ones were used? I don't think so. So this has got a couple words right there that just don't interest me. C, these people were reluctant to draw many conclusions, reluctance very strong, from their study because of the difficulty they had replicating light sources based on known artifacts. Did we come away from this passage saying that it was hard to do this experiment? I don't think so. They're reluctant, it's difficult. I don't know, that's the wrong vibe. D, these people tested Paleolithic light sources and learned some details about how Paleolithic artists traveled within dark caves. So they learned some details. Look at how vague this is. This is great, right? It's not even, my dumb summary is actually more specific than this, right? We know that they tested the light sources. They said that, and they learned some details. It doesn't say a single detail, right? We know one of them, right? Because it says it kind of here, right? But that's it. That's not even in the choice, right? So this is why you don't want to go and make a very detailed summary, because you might spend time writing details and recording things that just do not matter. Yeah, this is true because it's not really possible for us to prove it wrong. Did they test light sources? Yes. Did they learn things about the artists based on that? Yes. Right? For example, they learned that sometimes they used one to walk and they didn't for the other, right? I mean, they determined that each thing had a specific purpose. It's about as vague as you can get. And that's why another reason we don't want to do dumb summaries that are too complicated is it conditions you to expect a specific and detailed answer choice, when in fact what the SAT actually loves to do is give us answer choices that are very vague and don't really get anything. Don't really say anything at all. So just be careful of that. But yeah, that's the answer. All right. Graph question. Normally these ones I leave for last because I feel like they tend to distract me a little bit, take a little too much time, but we're just going to go in order for the sake of kind of keeping this, just easy to navigate as a video. So which choice most effectively uses data from the graph to support the underlying claim? So pretty obvious that we're going to do that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. But sometimes it says weaken, so you got to be careful. And I don't really worry about the graph to start. I'm going to worry about that after I've read the passage, because the passage will tell me some things about this graph. So a student is researching the trends in the topic submitted to a national science fair for high school students. The graph shows the number of submissions by topic that were made each year. Okay, submissions to topic, year, fine. Based on the data in the graph, the student claims that there were more medicine and health research topics submitted in 2019 than in any other year. So I don't even need to write a dumb summary here. This is just my dumb summary. So more medicine and health in 2019. Is that true? So medicine and health is the circle-y thing that's kind of hard to read. And yeah, it's the highest there. Cool. Okay. So I need to support that. Wouldn't I just say the number in 2019 and then the others were lower? Like, I don't know. Just talk about medicine and health and say it's highest in 2019. This is not hard. In 2016, the number of cellular and molecular biology topic submissions was the same as the number of animal science topic submissions. I don't care about that. I care about medicine and health. Gone. In 2019, there were more physics and space science topic submissions than there were medicine and health topic submissions. I don't care. I don't care comparing medicine and health to anything else. I only want to compare medicine and health to itself in previous years. I don't care about the other topics. So no. The lowest number of animal science topic submissions in a year was approximately 95. Okay, again, I don't care. This is a different thing. The highest number of medicine and health, good, medicine and health topic submissions, and highest during the period shown is approximately 285 in 2019. 2019, 285, good enough for me, done, easy. So these aren't always hard, but they tend to have a little bit more going on. But sometimes, like, literally this is just telling you to say this fact in another way. Like, we wouldn't even need the chart to really do that. But notice how even though it's different from the other passages, it's still about things like relationships, right? It's just that they were specific about the relationship they wanted. They didn't want us to compare the different types of submissions. They could have, but that's not what they did. So follow instructions. All right. How many more? All right, 4 more. We're getting there. Which quotation from Looking Back on Girlhood most effectively illustrates the claim? So I like these. These are what I call illustrate the claim questions because they kind of flip what we're doing. It's almost like we're given 4 passages, and then the passage itself is almost like the answer. It doesn't mean we're going to do anything out of order. It just means the passage is going to give us strong words that are going to be really, really obvious. So those are our dumb summaries. So here's the thing. In the story, the narrator explains that she prefers her hometown to other places she has visited. So that's our dumb summary. So I'm reading these. I have no idea what this book is. I have no idea what it's about. I have no idea anything. All I know is I'm looking for one of these choices to say something about preferring her hometown. That's it. There is always something fresh, something to be traced or discovered, something particularly to be remembered. Where? In her hometown? I don't know. Doesn't say. 2 large rivers join just below the village at the head of the tidewater, and these, with great inflow from the sea, make a magnificent stream, bordered by lovely green fields that slope gently to long lines of willows at the water's edge. Well, it certainly sounds very positive about what I assume is the hometown, but is it comparing it to other places? No, so I don't like that. C, I have had a good deal of journeying in my life and taken great delight in it, but, strongest word in any passage is but, I have never taken greater delight than in my rides and drives and tramps and voyages within the borders of my native town. I mean, this is just perfect, right? I have never taken greater delight, meaning my greatest delight is in my native town, right? So it's a little kind of, 1892 style language, but it's certainly making a comparison between other places, right? Other journeys, and the native town, native meaning where you're from. So that looks pretty good. Let's look at D though. There is never-ending pleasure in making oneself familiar with such a region. Okay, what region? The region your hometown is in or some other region? I don't know. So definitely C, no doubt in my mind. Just don't get intimidated by the fact that you don't really know what's going on in these little pieces, right? We haven't read the book. We don't know, but that's kind of the point. So it's not about understanding it. It's about they gave you a specific task and you're going to look for it in the choice. In a way, these questions are very much like those specific instructions questions that we have, that the outline questions. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. The outline questions at the end of the module, right? Those are the ones that are just like, here's a thing, go find the sentence that says that. These are very much like those. I don't have any attachment to any of these books or excerpts from the books, so I'm just doing what I'm told, just following instructions. Cool. All right, moving on. Which response from a survey given to shoppers who made a purchase at a retail store best supports the researcher's explanation? So one thing to note about these questions, these support weekend questions before we get into it, is that all of the choices are basically extra information that is not stated in the passage. But the right answer will include some idea, some sort of relationship or something that is stated. So we want to support the researcher's explanation. I would bet that at some point they're going to give me a sentence that's like, the researchers explain this by saying, and then we'll get something clear. So let's see what we get here. External shopping cues are a type of marketing that uses obvious messaging, a display featuring a new product, for example, or a buy one, get one free offer to entice consumers to make spontaneous purchases. In a study, data scientist Sam K. Wee and colleagues found that this effect can also be achieved with a less obvious cue, rearranging a store's layout. The researchers explain that trying to find items in new locations causes shoppers to move through more of the store, exposing them to more products and increasing the likelihood that they'll buy an item they hadn't planned on purchasing. So, okay. So new location, right, is more products, right? So let's see if I can kind of get a dumb summary here. So I'm going to use some of my arrows. These kind of ones, but it's hard for me to do the arrows on my keyboard, so I'm just going to use the caret and the V. So if we increase the finding, the locations, the new locations, something like that. Here, I'm going to do it actually here. Let's do the down summary like this. If we increase the new locations, we're going to increase the buying, right? Exposing them to more products, increasing the likelihood they'll buy an item they hadn't planned on. So increase buying something new, right? So that's kind of what they're going for. Maybe the arrows matter. I don't know. So let's just see. We want to support that. So I needed to buy some cleaning supplies, but they weren't in their regular place. While I was looking for them, I saw this interesting notebook and decided to buy 2. Right? So that feels pretty good because they're not in their regular place. So you had a new location and you bought something that you weren't going to buy, right? An item they hadn't planned on purchasing. So you're buying some new product. So, okay. I don't know. I generally don't know if that's right, but it feels right for now. Let's look at B. I didn't buy everything on my shopping list today. I couldn't find a couple of items in the store, even though I looked all over for them. Okay, so let's do this. A, right? We saw that they had a new location led to new product. right? So it's basically the same thing. B is saying there's new locations, and what did that do, right? Increase in new locations meant what? You didn't buy everything. So it's a decrease in buying, right? So isn't that the opposite, right? And plus, it's not about buying new things, it's about what's on your list. So no. C, the store sent me a coupon for a new brand of soap, so I came here to find out what kinds of soup that brand offers. I decided to buy a few cans because I had the coupon. Well, does that have anything to do with the location? No, it's just about buying a product and the coupon. It's nothing about locations. D, this store is larger than one that's closer to where I live, and it carries more products. I came here to buy some things that the other store doesn't always have. Okay, but you're not buying something you buy spontaneously, right? You're not buying something that you've never heard of before. You're buying something that you wanted to buy. So it's not buying something new and different. It's buying the same thing you wanted. Plus, these things are not in a new location. It's just a bigger store. So this is just not hitting those ideas. So yeah, A is right. Notice that, like I said, it's not exactly saying things that are in the passage, but the ideas are consistent. This is a thing we're going to see across all the passage questions, but especially on these ones where we know they're kind of inserting more information. A is definitely the answer here. College Board considers this a medium question. I think that's pretty fair, but it's weird, I think. I think this is a good example of why we practice for the test so that these things feel less weird to us when we're like, oh, well, they didn't talk about, like a notebook, so why should I pick that? Well, because it's just an example. It's an example of a new product. So there you go. Okay. 2 more? Yeah, thank God. Okay. These logically completes ones actually work very similarly to the one we just did, where we're filling in this blank. We're kind of ending the story, so it's a little bit of a main idea question, but we're also kind of telling the end of a story. Basically, same thing as always, right? Look for strong words in the passage. Relationships matter. Let's see what they say. Even with the widespread adoption of personal computers, many authors still choose to write and revise their novels by hand and only then transcribe the final version on a computer. It may be tempting to speculate about how a novel written this way would be affected if it had been exclusively typed instead. That's kind of a butt word. There's another butt word. But each novel is a unique entity resulting from a specific set of circumstances. Therefore, well, where are we going with this? I don't even know, right? So my kind of dumb summary here is we're doing something like comparing typed to handwritten, right? That's kind of what we're doing, right? So, right, you got computers, write by hand, you're transcribing, computer, right? How is it written? If it had been typed, each novel is a unique entity. So therefore, I don't know where we're going, but this is a good example of like main ideas or repeated ideas. And also, I'm also kind of thinking about these trap answer wedges, right? I normally don't like choices that are comparisons because normally what they're doing is it's wrong because it's making a comparison that the passage isn't making. But if you notice that one of these categories is kind of like the whole point of the passage, that's actually a good sign. It means we want that to show up in the choice. So I think that it's a comparison here between those in some way. But my dumb summary is I'm not feeling pretty good about this blank. I don't really know where they're going, but I kind of know where they've been, if that makes sense. So let's see what we got. In order to increase their efficiency, authors who currently write their novels largely by hand should instead work only on a computer. So is it about efficiency? Is it we want to be faster? No, right? How would it be affected? Right? It's not saying that it's good or bad to write on a computer or by hand. It's not really about how fast they're going. We maybe are thinking about how the novel would sound different. I don't know, but I don't care about efficiency. I mean, this is probably true though, right? You probably, what are you writing a novel by hand? Jesus, that's crazy. Type it. But I just don't think I don't see any ideas related to efficiency in this passage. That I'm clearly able to bring my own idea of efficiency in very easily because I common sense, like writing by hand versus a computer. But notice that's an assumption. I need to point to something here to do that. So I don't love that choice. I could be wrong, but let's see. Authors who do most of their drafting and revising by hand likely have more success than those who work entirely on a computer. Well, okay, this is also a comparison. and it is comparing the typed people to the handwritten people. But in the passage, is it saying that one is better? No, I think this is something I said. I forget the question, but I should type this. I just want to kind of get it out. So saying X is not equal to Y is not the same as saying X is better than Y, right? I think that's such an important trap to make sure we don't fall into. Saying that two things are different is not the same as saying that one is better. A lot of times, and I think this is one of the times, they're just saying that writing by hand and typing on a computer are different. The passage is not saying that one is better. It just says that they're different. Choice B is saying that one is better, right? Choice A was saying that one is better. That's not what they're going for. C, novels written by hand take less time to produce on average than novels written on a computer. Again, this is making a comparison, but I don't think that says that. And first of all, again, common sense says probably not, but again, they don't say that. It doesn't say that it's less time. This feels still like they're saying one is better when all we want to say is that there's different. So D, there is no way to reasonably evaluate how a work would be different if it had been written by other means, right? It's saying, I get that some people might get confused here, but when we're saying we don't know how it would be different, that is so perfect. We know it will be, but we can't say for sure how, right? We just know it's different in some way, but because it's unique, right? It's a unique entity resulting from a specific set of circumstances, right? It's unique, it's specific, right? It's different, but it's not in any way that they specify. I love this choice. I mean, these things all seem totally reasonable, totally logical, but notice they all require us to make an opinion-based judgment, right? I think this way is better, but the passage is set up for us not to do that. It's just saying we don't know, and that feels also very unusual to people who are used to things like having a thesis and a conclusion and making an argument. But on the SAT especially, there's lots of passages that will just end up with, we don't know. We can't use this experiment. It's flawed. We can't make a conclusion. We don't have enough information. That's, once you get over that and realize that that is an option that's in the mix, it becomes easier to answer stuff like this. Let me see. I'm curious here. Yeah, College Board says that this is a medium question. Medium question. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Cool. I think we got one more. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right, and just confirming, yeah, D was the answer on that last one. All right, completes the text. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Behavioral ecologists Will Wiggins, Sarah Bounds, and Sean Wilder recently examined the behavior of field-collected and laboratory-reared bold-jumping spiders. They found a positive association between experimental high-protein diets and aggressive behavior in field-collected males, and a similar association between experimental high-lipid diets and aggressive behavior in lab-reared males. So comparisons, and notice what they're comparing. The field versus laboratory, right? Field versus lab. Additionally, field-collected spiders showed a preference for flowers, so preference for flowers manipulated to display ultraviolet fluorescence, whereas, kind of a contrast, lab-reared spiders showed a preference for flowers dyed with red food coloring and was not fluorescent. So this is kind of like the last one in a way. What's my dumb summary? So my dumb summary is that, I don't know, field, I think does not equal lab. I can't tell if they're saying, sometimes they're saying they're similar, right? A similar association. And this is saying there's difference. So how about we just take it to instead of equals or not equals, why don't we just do versus, right? I can't quite figure out what they're trying to say, but this is definitely an entire passage about an experiment comparing field and lab spiders. So let's just see if they got any choices that kind of say that it's about comparing these two things. A, rearing conditions likely affect the responses of bull jumping spiders to experimental stimuli, right? So rearing conditions, the rearing conditions would be whether they were reared in a lab, or reared, meaning raised, in a field, right? Meaning that they're wild, right? So the rearing conditions, here, maybe that's a way to put it, if I want to get my dumb summaries there. Rearing conditions matter, right? That's kind of my first kind of thing, right? So, okay, it likely affects the responses. Sometimes it affects it in one way and other times in another way, right? There's different ways it affects it, but it's going to affect it, right? Right? They have different things, preferences. Okay. There's almost nothing I can prove wrong with this choice, right? The rearing conditions are definitely talked about. They do affect it in ways that they listed here that I didn't bother to remember. What are experimental stimuli? That's literally anything you do to the spider is a stimulus. So there's lots of those. So, okay, that feels possible. B, being raised in a laboratory setting reduces aggression among male bull jumping spiders. So notice how already I don't like this choice because it's very specific. Right? It's talking about the rearing conditions of just one. It's kind of missing the flower thing, right? But okay, we can test it. The laboratory reduces aggression. Okay. What do they say? In field collected males, a similar association, meaning a positive association between experimental high lipid diets and aggressive behavior. So no. Being raised in a laboratory setting, first of all, positive association means that both things go up. So they're saying if you give them more lipids, they're more aggressive. So I don't think it's reducing aggression. It's just more of it. But being raised in a lab is not what made them more aggressive. Eating a high lipid diet is what made them more aggressive. So the rearing conditions here don't matter. That's not what they're saying. It's the diet seems to matter. So this is just wrong. Laboratory settings are more suitable. It's a comparison for studying bull jumping spiders' diets and their flower preference. No, those are just two different examples of things that these people studied, right? Again, this isn't making a comparison. We have to think, is this a comparison that was made in the passage? Were they saying like, oh, looking at their aggressive behavior, we found good results there. We found some sort of, conclusion versus when we looked at the flower thing, oh, well, I don't know. Nothing came of it, right? No, they also found something with the flowers. So they're not saying that if you're trying to look at the flowers, you better not put them in this lab setting. It's not comparing it in that way. It's not comparing the different things that they found. They just found different things. That's all. Again, different is not, keep coming back to this. Being different is not being better. D, experiments involving bull jumping spiders should make use of lab reared individuals. Again, should is a value judgment. You're telling me what's better, right? This is not about better. This is just different. They're different. So yeah, they're different. They're affected in different ways, right? I don't really care about the ways. I don't really care about the stimuli. It's just different, right? So nice and vague, nice and easy. And let's confirm that that's the answer. Indeed it is. And I think we're done. Yes. So there you go. I took my time. Obviously, on the real test, this would be longer, and we're going to go into the hard module. And when we do go into the hard module, I'm going to be a little faster through all these steps. But the point of doing them in a very slow, methodical way on the easy stuff is it sets us up for success when we get to the harder ones. It sets us up to have those same processes kind of down so that we're not thinking every time we get to a new question, oh, what do I do here? What's the plan? No, we have a plan set in stone. So use my strategy trainer to get that plan, get those motions down so that you don't have to think about it. Right? Then you can focus all your brain power on the specifics of the question, not on how you sort through all the information. So let's take a break. I definitely need one. And then we are going to go to the hard reading module. All right, new day, new outfit, new module. So here we go. We're going to go into the hard reading and writing module. This isn't really going to change how we approach any of the questions. So let's just reset our training tool back to grammar so that we can find the first grammar question. Again, this is something you should be just in the habit of doing. We go to question 15. It's a passage. That's fine. Let's check out 16. It's grammar, right? Standard English conventions. So same process as always. We're going to start by trying to predict the rule. Look at those answer choices first. What the heck is going on here? Well, it's just one word that seems to be changing it's a verb maybe, and it's changing what probably is the tense of the verb. We got to be careful with verb rules. I don't think we saw any of these in the first module. But basically, we need to make sure we go in the right order. So there are a few different verb rules that the SAT tests, and we have to make sure we pick the right one, because if we pick the wrong one, that is when traps happen. So we really got to be careful of that. So first, I'm going to check for agreement. I'm going to go through these choices, and I'm going to try to classify each of them as singular or plural. And I can do that for some of them, but not all. So we'll see here. If I did that for choice A, created is going to be both singular and plural, right? I could say he created the painting, right? That would be about one person. He created the painting, or I could say they created the painting, and now multiple people are doing the creating. So not every verb in the English has this property of being singular or plural. On the other hand, something like choice B, that is a singular verb. I know that because it ends in S. I know that because I can say something like he creates the painting, but to say they creates the painting doesn't make a lot of sense. Ideally, you will get in the habit of just knowing which verbs are singular and plural or both or neither based on just memory. You'll be able to memorize that kind of stuff, but you can use simple sentences like I am at first. But essentially what I'm doing here is I'm realizing that this is not really a verb agreement question. Because if it were, then all of these choices would be definitively either singular or plural. But I have these others that are neither or both. And so that probably leads me to this next rule, the to and ing rule, which is about whether or not the verb creates a complete sentence. So let's take a look. Let's just read it. And I'm just going to read A, just because I need something to go in that blank to make any sense of it. So let's see what we get if we do that. Created by businessman William A.G. Brown, the saloon was known to offer elegant accommodations and an inclusive environment. Well, that sounds pretty good, because essentially what I'm seeing here is I have a sentence, a complete sentence here. The saloon was known to offer elegant accommodations and an inclusive environment, right? That could just stand on its own. And what I'm doing is I'm adding an extra clause to the front. And I can tell because I have a comma separating these two things that we are adding on this extra piece. And so the real question is, what would allow that to be this extra piece? And created is fine. Created by businessman William A.G. Brown. We're describing the saloon. That seems reasonable. I don't feel like this is a case where plugging in any other choice just doesn't even sound reasonable. Creates by businessman William A.G. Brown? No. Creating by businessman William A.G. Brown? No. Create by businessman William A.G. Brown? No. None of them even make any sense. And so this is a case where you probably would have gotten this question right, just based on listening to all the choices and not even thinking about particular rules or particular strategy. But when they get harder, we will need to think about these things. And so having a process that you can rely on, whether the question is easy or hard, is very important, especially in the reading section where the questions are not organized by difficulty like they are in the math section. Easy and hard questions are kind of just randomly assigned and spread out. So we don't really know whether something is an easy or hard question until we're kind of through it. So this is an easy one. The College Board says so. I say so, but I'm glad I still followed the process. Let's see. I have a feeling we're going to need it again on other questions in this module. So let's keep moving. Number 17, look again, we have verbs. Now this time, if I try to do that same process and think about agreement first, singulars and plurals, was is singular. Has is singular, reveals is singular, and reveal is plural. Now, again, I don't need to make simple sentences to know that. I've studied my verbs. I know how English works. I know what words are singular and which words are plural. And really, words like was, has, and then is are the three that you should just instantly recognize as singular. But generally speaking, singular verbs end in S. Was, has, reveals. And plural verbs do not. So reveal down here. This already tells me D is probably the answer, because with this particular rule, we have this, what I call the 3 versus 1 strategy, where typically what's going to happen is if we can classify every single verb in these choices as definitively singular or plural, what will happen is we'll have 3 that are one type and 1 that is the other type. And so the one that's different is going to be the answer. Now, the SAT does break this kind of pattern occasionally, but certainly we should start with this and go from there. And so there you go. Right now, we're thinking about singulars and plurals. We are not thinking about past, present, future. Notice that's the last thing on our list, right? That's what most people are going to look at when they look at this question. They're going to be like, oh, I need a past tense verb like was, or a present tense verb like reveals. It's not about that. So we want to make sure we go in order so we don't get distracted by things that don't matter. Now, in order to kind of finish the job with this agreement rule, I'd really like to prove that D is right by finding a plural subject that pairs with that verb. So I'm going to start here with such because the subject of a verb really can't be in a different sentence. So we have to kind of stick to this sentence. So I can already see there's a bunch of commas with extra clauses that's going to affect things. But let's see what we got. Such quotidian objects depicted in exquisite detail by Vermeer, a painter celebrated for his naturalism, reveal the daily minutiae of a 17th century Dutch household. So objects is the plural subject for this plural verb. So that makes sense. So depicted in exquisite detail by Vermeer. Let's do a little bit of their job there. That's extra, right? So they got some commas doing that. And then a painter celebrated for his naturalism is also extra, right? So we have extra being added on to extra, right? And that's what commas can do, and they're very difficult when it comes to that. So essentially, our main sentence here is such quotidian objects reveal the daily minutiae of a 17th century Dutch household. So if we had that simple version of the sentence, it would be much easier to realize we have a plural subject and we need a plural verb. But if we didn't go through this process, if we didn't start by looking at the choices and classifying the choices, lots of people are going to either follow the wrong rule and treat it like a past, present, future question, or they are going to get tricked into thinking we need a singular subject because of things like Vermeer, which is a singular person, or a painter, which is a singular thing, or naturalism, which is a singular thing, right? So there's a lot of opportunities to think we need a singular. But by going through this process with the choices first, we beat the SAT. We know kind of what to expect. We understand the pattern here, and we're able to think of it that way without getting tricked. So it's very important we stick to this process for these rules. So going in this order for verbs is very important, but then each of these rules kind of has its own little process. And with verb agreement, we want to start by looking at the choices and classifying those choices first. Notice I did not go to the passage. I went to the choices. Use the choices. So just to confirm, D is definitely the answer here. So let's move on to the next question. Cool. So here we have some punctuation, and automatically I'm kind of drawn to C, because if I think about punctuation, I know that semicolons are high priority, right? They're top of my list. So let's think about that first, and let's see what we've got. So we're going to look for sentences. Clear glass, which is classified as transparent, allows all or almost all light to pass through. So that's a sentence, and I can kind of separate out the pieces that really make it a sentence here, and all the way to the end of that blank, right? So we have an extra clause, which is classified as transparent. So how do I know that's an extra clause? I've got two commas and the word which usually is inserting extra information. Parentheses, that's all they do, right? We can just ignore them. So clear glass allows all light to pass through. That is a sentence. So far the semicolon could work. Let's see what else we've got. Wax paper, which is classified as translucent, allows only some light to pass through. Again, we have a sentence. This one I'll put into blue. Wax paper allows only some light to pass through. Again, we get an extra clause in the middle with the which that tells us we have some sort of extra information, some interruption. But if I can understand how all these commas play into this, I see I have two sentences. And the only way to separate two sentences of all the options here is choice C, a semicolon. So I'm done. There's nothing else to do. And is a conjunction without a comma. So we need that comma. Otherwise, it doesn't work. A is the comma without the conjunction. So that doesn't work. And B is nothing. So there you go. It's got to be C. These are questions that the College Board considers hard, but I think are very easy. As long as you know what a semicolon does and you know to check it first and how to check it, then this should be pretty simple. But notice that in the process of checking it, we're still looking at commas. We're still kind of thinking about commas that are not underlined, because in order to understand the overall sentence structure, we need to be able to think about how all these commas kind of interact to create a sentence. And there's lots of ways for commas to do that, so you got to be flexible there. So far, so good. This would be a very easy set of questions here that I'd be happy to start my hard module with. This one as well, because as soon as I look at this, I see more verbs, right? And I check for agreement, singular and plural. So let's make a little space so I can do that. And this takes me all of 3 seconds on the real test. Underlies is singular. Is underlying is singular. Underlie is plural. And has been underlying is singular. So what do I have? I've got that 3 versus 1 strategy again. It's probably C, because that's plural and the others are singular. So this, I would still check, right? Let's follow this sentence. Gosh, where does it begin? Oh my God, all the way at the beginning. So this is one long sentence. Look at this. This is crazy. Yeah. But see here, this dash is probably looking like a colon. So let's just read the whole thing, but this dash feels like a colon because it's only one dash. But let's see. In her 1983 book, The Managed Heart, Commercialization of Human Feelings, sociologist Arlie Russell Hochschild first explored at length her conception of a sociology of emotions. So this is a sentence. It's done. This person, sociologist Arlie Russell Hochschild, first explored. Explored is the verb. So there's our sentence, but then it kind of resets in some ways. Let's see what we got down here. The idea that the various cultural and ideological frameworks a person has internalized underlie each emotional reaction that person has with a situation. So, this is so sneaky. And this, I've taught this question before. So I forget if I said this at the beginning of the video, but not only have I taken this test many times, but I've taught this test many times. So it's not like I'm seeing these questions for the first time. But I remember this question is one that my students get wrong all the time because they really want the idea to be a singular subject for this verb. And there's maybe a version of the sentence where that could be true. But because I use this strategy, I'm not going to be tempted by that. What we're really talking about here is frameworks, right? The idea that the various cultural and ideological frameworks a person has internalized underlie each emotional reaction that person has within a situation. Now, this is not a full sentence. It's just like a very long noun, but it still is going to have this kind of subject-verb pair. It's just the way it's built. So that word frameworks, right? We could shorten it. The idea, what is the sociology of emotions? That's kind of how the sentence is built. What is the sociology of emotions? It's the idea that the frameworks a person has internalized underlie each emotional reaction that the person has. That's essentially what we're saying. But they're saying in a way that's very hard to follow, right? We have this piece here we can just ignore, right? The real problem here is this piece in blue, right? I'm going to give you two explanations for why that's not the subject. The first explanation is the strategy, right? This is why, again, the process is so important, is if you are following the steps that we need for these verb questions and you're going in the right order, you're thinking about verb agreement before you think about tense, before you think about past, present, future, this answer is obvious. It's C, and there's no doubt about it, and it takes all 5 seconds to get. That's the main takeaway I want most people to have here. And this is why I've made this strategy trainer to put this process in place for you so that you can rely on these patterns. Now, the grammatical reason why frameworks has to be the subject is that we're not saying that the idea underlies each emotional reaction, right? The idea that this person has is about people's emotional reactions. So the idea is not underlying each emotional reaction, right? The sociology of emotions does not underlie each person's emotional reaction, right? The sociology of emotions is the idea, and then we are saying what that idea is. It is the idea that the frameworks that you absorb as a person, that you've internalized, underlie or support each emotional reaction that a person has. So we do need to a little bit understand what we're trying to say in this piece in order to understand what the right verb would be and the right subject would be. But I don't think I would worry about any of that on the actual test because I would just follow the process. I've got one that's different from the other three, and that's that. And I would just kind of say, all right, well, I guess, it's frameworks, even though idea is tempting, it's got to be frameworks, and I'd move on. And so, I think this is why I've made this video, this long video of me going through every single question. It's for questions like this. If you are getting a 690, 680 reading and you're trying to get to that 750 level, I would bet that this is the kind of question you're getting wrong because you think you know what you're doing, but you're not taking into account the way the SAT is trying to trick you. And so you fall for traps like this because you think you're smart. You think, oh, I know it. I know that that's the subject. And you're just walking right into the trap. But if you follow the process, like I'm trying to show you, you're not going to fall into this trap. Let's move on. Okay, what do I see? Punctuation. and I see some big punctuation marks. So I see the word however has a colon here, a semicolon here, and a semicolon here. So let's test these semicolons first. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to ignore the word however as I do that. Because notice how however in both C and D has extra stuff or has a comma either before or after it, suggesting that it is just extra. And A kind of falls in this category as well, right? Where we do have a colon, but this however is kind of separated off from the rest of the sentence. So as I'm doing my normal test for semicolons and colons, looking for something to be a complete sentence, I'm going to ignore the word however, because I don't want to influence where it goes. It's either before the semicolon, after it, before the colon. But that doesn't interest me so much as just the fact that, like, is it a sentence? And no matter what, whether or not the however is there is not going to affect whether it's a sentence. So let me show you what I mean. Essentially, let me just highlight to here. I'm testing if this is a sentence. Only 5 of these dances are included in international ballroom dance competitions. Yes, that is a sentence. It could have a period right there, right? It's not finishing the idea, but grammatically speaking, only 5 are included, right? Subject, verb. Yeah, we have a sentence. So what does that mean? Okay, that means it could be A, C, or D still. Next, I'm going to look at what comes after. And again, I'm ignoring the word however. So we're going to kind of go with this piece. And we're going to see, is this a sentence or not? And so we got some weird things going on here. We have a dash in the middle. So essentially what that means is, I probably should have highlighted this differently, is it means that this piece at the end, no matter what, is kind of extra, right? It's adding on an extra thing, right? There's no second dash, right? We don't see that anywhere. So essentially what that means is that this piece has to be a complete sentence. So let's see. Rumba, samba, cha-cha-cha, paso doble, and jive. No, there's just like a list of things. That is not a sentence. So what does that mean? It means C and D are wrong, because both of them have that semicolon that would require 2 sentences. So that doesn't really work. Now, the pink here is what's tricky, because that kind of does sound like a sentence, the last of which is grouped with the other Latin dances despite not having Latin roots. But the way that the dash works is it's kind of like a colon if it's a single dash. And so it's much more important that the piece before that be a complete sentence, and it's not. So this is going to be a very weird sentence. It's one that you would never probably put together yourself in this particular way, but it does help because now I know that the semicolon doesn't work because this blue part is not a sentence. So what is it then? What's going on? Well, essentially I need to decide, is it enough for me to have this colon here? Well, this is what I call the connector placement rule. I do talk about this down here in the trainer. And we're really testing how transition words interact with surrounding sentences. So the transition word here is however. We've already thought about surrounding sentences and punctuation. So when this rule shows up, the first thing we want to still think about is just the normal punctuation rules. Do we have sentences? Do we not? Once we've done that, then we're kind of thinking, all right, this however is inserting a transition, a contrast somewhere into this thing. So I actually have to think of this in different ways. So I'm going to clear out some stuff here, because now we're not thinking really about sentence structure. Now we're thinking about sentence meaning. This is one of the only real grammar rule that does this. We have 3 things. We have this pink sentence that starts us off and that I've kind of ignored. We have this yellow sentence and then this blue thing that's ending. Now, if I choose choice A, essentially what it is doing is it is telling me that this, however, is basically existing as a but right here between the pink and the yellow, right? However is a transition word that can float within a sentence. The word but cannot. But happens where the contrast happens. But the however can float even though it still means there's a contrast where we would normally want there to be one, right? So between 2 sentences. So rather than read however at the end, I'm going to read it up here. And I'm going to see, does it sound like a reasonable place to put a but? So this is very confusing. So if you're confused, don't worry. This is the hardest rule, in my opinion, in the grammar. So let me show you what I mean. Let's see how it goes. Latin America is known to have dozens, if not hundreds, of popular dance forms. But only 5 of these dances are included in international ballroom dance competitions. Which dances? Rumba, samba, cha-cha-cha, paso doble, and jive. Yes. So what did I do? I used words, different words, to kind of understand the meaning of two things in choice A. The however, again, is a but that has floated its way to the end, but we're going to simplify it. We're going to dumb summary it. We're going to put it back as a but, and we're going to put it back where it belongs. So no matter where that however is in the sentence, it is still contrasting with the previous sentence. That's why I put it all the way back at the beginning of the yellow, because that's where I want to understand it, is contrasting with the pink. And it makes sense, right? It has dozens, if not hundreds of dance forms, but only 5 are in the competitions, right? So there's a contrast between the big number of dance forms that exist and the small number that exist in the competition. So that makes sense. I also turned this colon into words because stylistically, why do we use a colon? We do sometimes use it for lists, but it's more than that. We use it to answer a question that is implied by the first part before the colon. In other words, what I would say here is, okay, only 5 of these dances are included in international ballroom dance competitions. There is a clear question I can ask. Which 5 dances are included in international ballroom dance competitions? And then the colon is leading me into the answer. Rumba, samba, cha-cha-cha, paso doble, and jive. 5. Then we get a dash, which is very unusual to see inside of a sentence like this, but it's legal, and then it's describing more about the jive thing. But that's enough to convince me that A is the answer. It's hard for me to say why B is wrong, other than if I tried to do the same thing with this however that I did in choice A and move it to the front, then how the heck am I going to attach this blue piece to this yellow piece, right? The commas here would presumably disappear. So would I not have any punctuation? Would I still just use 1 comma? That's not right. We need the colon. We need to kind of end this thing almost with like a period before we go into the answer, the list there. So B is not sufficient. Again, this is a tough rule. I spent a lot of time talking about it, but on the SAT, again, this would be very easy for me to recognize what's going on, to be able to kind of go through the process of first getting rid of C and D, and then to move this however around in my mind so that I can understand the relationship. So hopefully I gave you a good explanation. I want to move on, but this is tough. I do have lessons on this rule, the connector placement rule. So check them out. Let's move on. All right, I see punctuation and I see a colon down here. So that looks pretty good, right? What does a colon do? It's one of my top punctuation rules. I need to have a sentence beforehand. So let's see if we have a sentence beforehand. When it comes to their diets, goats are notoriously indiscriminate. Yeah, that's a sentence. Okay, so that seems pretty good. Now, what about after the colon? We could have another sentence, but we also could have an extra clause. We saw that in the last question, right? We had a list after the colon. That wasn't a complete sentence. But let's see what we have, because that might help me understand whether the colon is necessary. So starting here, they will devour all kinds of shrubs and weeds, leaving virtually no part of any plant unconsumed. So this piece right here in blue is another sentence. They will devour all kinds of shrubs and weeds. The leaving virtually no part of any plant unconsumed is an extra clause. Cool, giving me more information about the goats, but grammatically it doesn't matter. But the fact that now I have a yellow complete sentence that could stand on its own and a blue independent complete sentence that could stand on its own tells me I need a strong punctuation mark to join those two things together. Period would work, but I don't see that. A semicolon would work. I don't see that. Colon works, but the only other option then is a comma and a conjunction, and I see that they've done a very familiar thing. They've given me one piece of that puzzle, but not both together. Right here in choice A, I have a conjunction by itself. That's not good enough. And in B, I have a comma by itself. That's not good enough. And C has nothing at all. So if there was a choice that had the comma and the word and, then that would be correct. But then they couldn't give us choice D, because then that would also be correct, and then we'd have 2 correct answers. So they won't do that. But what I think most of you would do is, if you were writing this sentence yourself, you would have used a comma and an and. So choices A and B seem more tempting to you because they seem more familiar to what you personally would do to join these two ideas. You probably don't use colons in your writing very often, and that's why we go through this process that the trainer is trying to train you to do. Is if you just follow instinct, you're never going to pick D. But if you know that colons have special properties, special rules, and they take kind of a high priority, sometimes you're going to kind of go through the steps and be like, oh, well, the colon works, and nothing else could do that job. So I don't know. It's not about what I like. It's not about what I would say. It's just that's the only one that works. So there you go. Moving on. And now we get to transitions. So let's change to transitions. And remember, our first step here is to turn these into dumb summary versions if we can. So let's get a little place to do that. So let's smush this. And A, in other words, is just its own thing. In other words, it basically means it's very literal, right? We are going to say the same thing that we just said in different words, but we're not going to add to it. We're not going to make some sort of conclusion. We're just repeating, right? So this is honestly usually wrong. It is one of the most common wrong answers that we see on the transition question. So I'm already skeptical of it, but it can be right. So I can't eliminate it. I'm already skeptical. For instance is for example. That's there in our list. On the other hand is not in our list, but that is a but, right? On the one hand this, on the other hand that, making a contrast. And in summary, in sum is kind of its own category. So a summary is kind of summarizing what we said. That might overlap a little bit with in other words, not always. Sometimes we're summarizing several ideas together, but we'll keep an eye on it. And that's just a reminder that not every single transition word is going to fall into one of these four main categories, but, and, so, and for example, just learn more words and be flexible. So right now, let's just see, we've got some options. Let's see what we got. Working together with the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, Dr. Lonnie analyzed data about snowpack levels in the Chuska Mountains. She found that the snowpack, the amount of snow on the ground, was deepest in early March at lower elevations. At higher elevations, the snowpack was deepest in mid-March. So it doesn't feel like in other words because we're saying lower elevations and we're switching to higher elevations. So those are literally two different ideas. It's also not summarizing. On the other hand, feels right. Now, the way I'm going to test this is I'm going to rewrite these sentences. So I think I tried this before. I want to copy paste. Is it going to let me? No, that's annoying. Okay. All right. So here I'm going to dumb summarize these sentences, right? She found that the snowpack was deepest in early March at lower elevations. Then what I'm really trying to say is, but at higher elevations, the snowpack was deepest in mid-March. Right, so what did I just do? Why did I try to type that out for you? I did that because the words we're converting our transition words into, but and so specifically, and. Those are not words that can really exist in the middle of a sentence. We saw this on that connector placement grammar question, right? The word however can kind of float. The transition on the other hand can also kind of float within a sentence. But no matter where it is still contrasting with the previous sentence. So if I want to use the dumb summary version, if I want to use but, I got to move this blank basically to the beginning of the sentence. So that's kind of what I did. And I think at that point, you can just kind of hear the contrast. She found that the snowpack was deepest in early March at lower elevations, but at higher elevations, the snowpack was deepest in mid-March. Right? It's barely a difference. I don't know much about snowpack, but it's clearly a difference, right? They're contrasting the higher and lower and the time, so that feels right. And, maybe you would have gotten this right regardless of this, but I think that skill of being able to recognize when the blank has been moved into the middle of a sentence to try to make it harder to follow the logic, you can move it back. Move it back to the beginning, use words like but and so and in their spot that we would put them, not in the middle of the thought. Let's get them at the beginning where the transition actually happens. So it's a useful skill. All right, cool. Moving on. Oh, I should check that these are right. I'm pretty sure this is right, but let's double check. Oh my God, I skipped a bunch. Everything we've done so far is right. So on the other hand is right. Okay. And same thing. Let's get these dumb summarized, right? So subsequently, a couple ways to do that. That sometimes is like a so kind of word. It's cause and effect, but also it can just mean something like next, meaning a time word. So we'll see. We'll kind of feel that one out. Conversely is definitely a but. For instance, we already saw is for example, and in other words is in other words. We've already seen that just means what it means. So let's see what kind of situation we've got here. Step 2 is read the passage, look for strong words, look for anything that kind of expresses a relationship. According to Duverger's law, countries with single ballot majoritarian elections for single member districts tend to polarize into two-party systems, wherein dueling political parties consistently dominate the political system. So Dueling dominates. Okay, polarize. Countries with proportional representation electoral systems tend to support multipartyism, under which power gets distributed among many political parties, right? So this seems like a contrast. You have polarizing into two parties, and then this is going into multi-parties. So this feels like a but, right? So let's try it. Let's try B, right? So this is how I would double check. According to this law, countries with single ballot majoritarian elections for single member districts tend to polarize into two-party systems wherein, meaning which have, dueling political parties consistently dominating the political system. But countries with proportional representation of electoral systems tend to support multipartyism, under which power gets distributed among many political parties. Yeah, well, it's not a for example, because these are two different examples. It's not a so or a next, because there's no time passing, and it's not like one type of government causes another type of government, and it's not in other words, because we're not repeating the same thing. We're adding a new thing. So conversely, I think the only reason you get this wrong is if you just didn't know what conversely meant. And this is why, if you are trying to study vocab, the best vocab to start with is your transition words, because they are going to come up much more commonly, that you will see the same transition words over and over again, as opposed to the same vocabulary words over and over again. But yeah, that's the answer. No doubt here, no doubt. And thinking of it as a but makes much more sense to me, because that's just what I'd say. All right, moving on. Okay, again, this is another one where using the dumb summaries is really going to help. Now, that being said is not listed here. It's one you're going to need to memorize, but that being said is a but. It's a contrast, right? I like ice cream. That being said, every time I eat it, it makes me sick, right? That's a clear contrast. I like ice cream, but it makes me sick. Now, however, we know is a but. So already that doesn't look good for A and B. For instance, we keep seeing is for example, and hence is so. Is hence in our list? Yes, there it is. Yes, hence is so. So these are all things you got to memorize, right? The trainer is great for getting the ball rolling, but eventually you got to memorize all these. So right now I'm going to already think about this rule. If two choices fall in the same category, it's very unlikely that either of them is right. You can usually cross them both out. So I'm going to cross out A and B. Again, it's possible I'm wrong. There's some very subtle difference between these words, and maybe in a really hard question, one of them is right. But I would think that if that were the case, I would see that happening and be able to come back to those and be like, maybe I crossed them out for a bad reason. But let's take a look. A turtle shell appears external to the animal, protecting its body like armor. The shell is often incorrectly assumed to be an exoskeleton, a rigid outer casing like that of a crustacean or an insect, when in fact it is an endoskeleton, a part of the turtle's internal bone structure, more akin to a spine or a pair of ribs. Well, when in fact is also kind of doing a bit of a contrast here, right? So that's interesting, right? What are we contrasting? This kind of exoskeleton that is outer, right? To some sort of endoskeleton, which is internal, right? So what are we talking about here? A turtle shell appears external, right? Protecting the body like armor, right? So are we really contrasting between these two sentences, right? We're talking about this external thing in both. So it kind of reinforces the decision to cross these out. Let's try each one. Let's try, for example, a turtle shell appears external to the animal, protecting its body like armor. For example, the shell is often incorrectly assumed to be an exoskeleton, a rigid outer casing like that of a crustacean or an insect. Well, how is the assumption about this thing an example of something, right? It's not an example of it being external, right? It's not an example of it appearing external. I don't feel like that's an example, right? I mean, they're both kind of talking about the same example. Let's try this. So, a turtle shell appears external to the animal, protecting its body like armor. So, the shell is often incorrectly assumed to be an exoskeleton. Yeah, okay, right? Because it appears like it's on the outside, so people assume it's an outer casing, right? It's an outside skeleton. That is a so situation. I don't know that I would ever use the word hence. I'm not a character in a Shakespeare play. That's a very odd transition. But it's one that means so, and so is a word I would use. And when I throw it in here, I start to have a much more intuitive understanding of what I'm looking for, because I use so every day. I don't even need to define it. It's in me, right? It's fundamental to the way I think about the English language. So I don't really need to define it. I can just kind of feel it. And that's the point of the strategy, right? Is to get back to an instinct that's a little bit stronger, because you probably do not have a good instinct for a word like hence. It's a weird word. This is absolutely the kind of question that they're hoping you get wrong. Hence is the answer. But if you were trying to summarize what's going on, this whole passage does feel like a little bit of a contrast between external and internal skeletons. So choices A and B could be very, very tempting. But lucky for us, we used the strategy and we trusted it and we crossed them out. So we were not really tempted by that contrast. It's not a contrast. You can see how the blue doesn't shift to yellow until later on when we have a different contrast kind of phrase there. But it's people are going to pick A and B here because they're tempted. But follow the procedure, follow the strategy, and trust it, and it'll work more than not. And we can always adjust for the times where it feels like it's not working, but it's going to work more often than you realize. All right, we keep getting this one, in other words. All right, A, in other words, we know means in other words. That said means but, right? I like ice cream. That said, it makes me sick. For example, well, that's just for example. And accordingly means so. Is that in my list? Yes, accordingly is so, right down there. All right, so that's good. Good start. We got a couple to work with. So let's see. In retrospect, one of the lessons of the 2003 Human Genome Project is that a gene is affected by many factors, not the least of which is its interactions with the protein products of other genes. So this might be a difficult phrase for people to understand, not the least of which means basically like including or especially. Yeah, so not the least of which is kind of like saying including is affected by many factors, including its interactions with the protein products of other genes. So, okay. Oh, all right, so I don't even know what's going on yet. All right. So keep reading. Rather than just focusing on the human genome, efforts to better understand gene mutations related to disease have begun to consider the human proteome, the complete set of proteins expressed by human genes. So, okay. Right? It's about the proteins, right? So a gene is affected by the proteins. Gene affected by the proteins. Okay. So rather than just focusing on the genome, if we want to understand mutations, we need to think of the proteins, right? That feels like a so. Let me think that through. In retrospect, one of the lessons of the 2003 Human Genome Project is that a gene is affected by many factors, not the least of which is its interaction with the protein products of other genes. So, rather than just focusing on the human genome, efforts to better understand gene mutations related to disease have begun to consider the human proteome, the complete set of proteins expressed by human genes. Okay, is there anything else that makes sense? It's not in other words, because again, we're not repeating the same thing. We're adding something on, so it's not that. It's not that said. Is there a contrast here? I mean, we have the word rather, but there's the contrast, right? It's saying, right, we need to, how can I phrase this? We might want to focus, we might be tempted to just focus on the human genome, but we should look at the proteins as well. That's kind of what the contrast is. So the contrast is there, but it's not, we don't need another contrast word. We're saying proteins matter is my dumb summary here. And then proteins matter is my dumb summary here. So that's not a contrast. We're continuing the idea. And it's also not an example, I don't think, because what is the example? They're not giving me an example of how the proteins interact with the genome, right? That would be what an example would then be, is give me a specific chemical reaction or something. So that doesn't seem to make sense. But mostly here, I'm picking this because I like the word accordingly. And that is the right answer. This is one of those cases where I actually am checking my answer key because this felt like there was a chance I was wrong. Maybe I mark it for review. But that is the answer. But I certainly have a much easier understanding of that relationship because I made it a so. For sure. Tricky, but you can see how, I'm pulling out these kind of words that matter. I'm looking for the same things that we're going to look for when we get back to the vocab questions, right? Where are my repetitions? Where are my contrasts? When are they saying the same thing again and again? Because that might help me understand the relationship. Cool. All right. Now we get to these, the outline questions, a nice little Hopefully they'll be easy and we can get a little bit of a reset on the brain. So remember, the strategy for these is don't go to the bullets. Let's follow the instructions. What does the question want from us? Let's follow those instructions. The student wants to emphasize a similarity between the two sculptures. Cool, that's very clear thing to look for. Cat Let Students Aspire depicts two figures supporting each other in the pursuit of equality. That is one sculpture, I assume, so no. Recognition and Students Aspire, both, I like that word, both show African-American figures in poses that symbolize supportive relationships. Sounds like a similarity. Assuming that these are sculptures, right? I'm making an assumption, but let's just see what else we got. Catlet completed Recognition in 1970 and Students Aspire in 1978. That is not a similarity, that is a difference. They're different years. The figures in Recognition have features that are surrounded and indistinct, while the figures in Students Aspire have sharply defined features. This is not a similarity, this is a difference. Now, it's B for sure. I'll double check, but I want to point out that if the instruction were instead to say the student wants to emphasize a difference between the two sculptures, then D is the answer, right? So B is not better in any grammatical sense. It is not better in any stylistic sense. It is merely better because they told me to go do that, right? I'm just following instructions. That's really what these are about. And so it's very easy to do that if you just recognize that your opinion doesn't matter. You're just going with what they want. They give you a thing to go look for. Just do it, you know? All right, 27, these look kind of long. A student wants to indicate which category most routine diplomatic correspondence belongs in. So I need to know the category. And yeah, it's about the routine diplomatic correspondence. I don't know if that's, oh, here, and then belongs in, based on how sensitive information is classified. So, okay. I can't quite tell if this is like 3 different things I need to look for, if they're blending together, but this is a longer goal or question than I usually get. So that's interesting to me, but I just, let's pick one thing at a time, right? So first of all, tell me a category, right? Tell me the category this stuff belongs in. Let's use that as our filter, just that one piece. So the category. According to the US government, which classifies such sensitive information as routine diplomatic correspondence, confidential information could damage national security if disclosed. Well, that sounds like a category. But is it telling me that that's the category that most things belong into? I don't think so. Right? It's just a random category. It's not saying, right, that most stuff is in that category. So I don't think this is right. B, most routine diplomatic correspondence is classified according to the degree which disclosure could affect the nation's security. This is a clear trap because a lot of you are going to see, oh, most routine diplomatic correspondence. Hey, that's what they said. And the category, hey, right? How is it classified, right? But notice they didn't answer the question. Which category is it in? It doesn't say. It's classified according to the degree of which disclosure could affect security. But okay, what category does most of that stuff get put in? That's the task, right? So it's a good example of like understanding your task in these questions. It is not to just match words and phrases and be like, oh, they gave me this phrase up here. Here it is down here, right? That's the trap. They've given you a specific task, and we need to answer this kind of question, so to speak, right? Which category is it in? It didn't tell me. Didn't tell me which category. So no. Having the potential to damage national security if disclosed, most routine diplomatic correspondence is classified as confidential. Hey, right? Which category is it in? It's confidential, right? And most routine diplomatic correspondence, right? I mean, again, I don't know if this is 2 goals or 1, but it certainly hits that idea. Let's look at D. If disclosed, communication with both allies and adversaries could affect the nation's security. Okay, but you haven't told me any category, right? So that seems wrong. So, okay, is this right? Is it based on how sensitive information is classified? Having the potential to damage national security if disclosed. I guess that means it's sensitive. Mostly, I might just do step 3 here to be sure, because this one had a lot going on. Is most stuff classified as confidential? Right. So information that could cause damage to national security is confidential. Okay. So that's the yellow part. They did say that. And is most stuff in there? Most routine diplomatic correspondence could cause damage, but not serious damage. Okay, so wait a minute. Right. Oh, so here. could cause damage. Notice what they're doing. Most routine diplomatic correspondence could cause damage, but not serious damage, right? So serious damage is secret. But regular damage, I guess there's someone who determines that, is confidential. So damage, confidential, right? So this is me just using the data to make sure. But notice how the bullet points, there's no one bullet point that just says the thing I needed to say. This is what these questions are trying to go for, is this kind of like, you got to synthesize the information. Hence the name of these questions is rhetorical synthesis questions. But we didn't really need to do that if we understood our goal. But you can see that, you know, they might be trying to mislead us in certain ways. But yeah, this one, fairly obvious. That is the answer. This is not one where I feel like I had to really read this, but just maybe out of caution, I went back. Yeah, but it's really, notice, even if you were leaving a couple choices in here, then maybe going back is what seals the deal for you. But if you really understand these goals, there are very few questions where you're going to get multiple answers. So, you know, still got to read everything and be open to it. But just, you know, my advice is put most of your brain power in making sure you understand what you're being asked to do. Follow instructions. All right, well, where are we? Well, halfway through. Let's go back to 1. Vocab. And first thing to do, yeah, strong words. Read the paragraph, look for strong words that relate to the blank or underline, pay attention to connotations, repetitions, and contrast. So, I already see one. Mary Engel Pennington, a chemist who helped advance home refrigeration, undoubtedly made a substantial impact on society. So, substantial impact, undoubtedly. Those are my words that might matter. But her place in our historical memory is perhaps more blank than that of Stephanie Kwolek, who invented the incredibly strong material known as Kevlar, an accomplishment for which she will be long remembered. She will long be remembered. So, okay, there you go. Right? So, okay, she made a substantial impact on society, but her place in our historical memory is perhaps, well, dumb summary. Simple word, as much as possible, steal the strong word. This is about as dumb as I can be here. They said she made a substantial impact, and then there's a but. So how about her place in historical memory is perhaps more unsubstantial, right? Or if we wanted to go back down to here, right, they're contrasting Pennington with Kwolek. Kwolek is long remembered, so how about something like unmemorable, more unmemorable, right? Don't get fancy, just if they have a contrast, just throw an un or something or a not in front of the word. So permanent does not sound like unsubstantial, it sounds like the opposite. Tentative means something is weak. A person who is tentative is not maybe making a decision, they're kind of back and forth on things. So okay, that might work. Warranted means justified. So again, that kind of means maybe the opposite of unmemorable, that she's worthy of being remembered. So no, and prominent means important. So no. So tentative, maybe not the word I would have chosen, but it's the only one that connects back to these. So make a match, pick the choice that best matches your dumb summary. Remember, the point of our dumb summary here is not to actually guess what the right answer is going to be. That's impossible, but it's to give us a very clear idea that we can then use to sort through the choices, right? It's so that we're not using our own writing skill to fill in that blank. We are using the instructions that they gave us. So essentially what I'm seeing is this passage is some instructions, right? They're not as obvious as they were for the outline questions, right? There are certain words that really are the ones that are the instruction words. So but is a good instruction word. And in this case, substantial was a good instruction word. So your job is to kind of pull the instructions out of these questions and get a more compact instruction. Then we make it even more compact by coming up with our own word for the blank, right? So our dumb summary is giving us a very clear instruction. Now I have a task. When I go to the choices, I'm just looking for a word that kind of means what I said. The better you get with this, the less thinking you end up doing, because you're just kind of just distilling all the stuff down to very simple ideas, and you're kind of preventing any opinion or assumption from coming in. You're just doing what you're told. And the more you can feel like a robot doing what you're told, that means you're succeeding. That's good. Move on. Yeah, and that's the answer. Cool. Move on. Cool. To demonstrate that the integrity of underground metal pipes can be assessed without unearthing the pipes, engineer Aroba Salim and colleagues blank the tendency of some metals' internal magnetic fields to alter under stress. So colons are useful. They usually mean repetition. The team showed that such alterations can be measured from a distance and can reveal concentrations of stress in the pipe. So how about look at this repetition. Demonstrate, showed, right? So to demonstrate this, engineer and colleagues, I don't know, something like reveal maybe, right? I mean, assess. I see there's a lot of repetition of kind of like something like, yeah. How about we just say something like showed, right? Engineer Aroba Salim and colleagues showed the tendency of some metals internal magnetic fields to alter under stress. Revealed. I don't know. It's fine. This feels like enough. They hypothesized. That means they guessed at it. Show and reveal means it's more like a finding than a hypothesis. So I don't like that. Discounted means to not count, right? So to kind of count something out, to ignore it, to remove it. So if we're showing it, that feels very positive, whereas discount means to kind of make it go away. So I don't think that's right. Redefined. Redefined, does that mean show? I don't think so. Now, a lot of you are going to have trouble with this word because you only know the word exploit in a particular context, right? Like a social justice context, right? These workers are being exploited by the company that they work for and forced to work more hours, something like that. People get exploited by those with power, those with money, right? So we think of this as a very negative word. But the word exploit in a kind of literal sense just means use. So that feels very neutral here, actually. These engineers exploited the tendency of some metals' internal magnetic fields to alter under stress, right? So they used this tendency that these metals have, and they used it by measuring it and showing it off. Basically they're taking advantage of, take advantage of. They're taking advantage of this particular property. So this is a good example of just read more. And as you read, you will get exposed to more words, and words that you do know in one context will start to show up in other contexts, and you just have a more well-rounded understanding of that word. So for me, this is a fine pick. This is definitely the answer. I wouldn't have any doubt. But I know that a lot of people are going to look at that word and be like, oh, it's wrong for the same reason B is wrong. It's negative. But it's just a more neutral word. We can see why it's tough to say that it's negative, right? I mean, I think you would agree that even in the examples I was giving, oh, why does it do that? I was, an employer who exploits their employees, the people that work for them, and takes advantage of them, right? I mean, depending on whose perspective you're looking at, right? Exploit is positive or negative. If you're the employee who is being exploited, that's a bad thing. But if you're the employer who's getting more, time and money out of your employees, you're taking advantage. That's a positive thing, right? So exploit's a tricky word because it's very, it's got two directions essentially, and depending on what side you're looking at it from, it has a different connotation. So it is ultimately more useful. Or more neutral, and that's why the word use feels like a better synonym there. Tricky question, but I'm still using the same strategy. Cool. Despite the generalizations about human behavior they have produced, so despite is a contrast, many studies of behavioral psychology have used highly unrepresentative subject pools. Then we get one of these. Students at the colleges and universities where the researchers are employed. Oh, that's the unrepresentative subject pool. I was confused. To blank this situation, it is necessary to actively recruit subjects from diverse backgrounds and locations. So unrepresentative, maybe being contrasted with diverse, right? Right. So there's despite this unrepresentative stuff, we maybe want something here to be diverse. This is a case where I'm not necessarily picking a word, stealing a word from the passage. I just kind of understand the logic. This is a bad thing, and then we're going to fix this situation. So to fix right? It's a problem, and then we're going to solve it by going from an unrepresentative sample to a diverse sample. So ameliorate means fix. That's about it. Sanction usually means something like, it can mean, it's kind of a weird word. A sanction can mean you allow something to happen, you permit it, or a sanction can also be kind of like a punishment for doing something. So it kind of has two opposite meanings. Tough word. Neither of them makes any sense here. Rational. In this case, it would be saying to sanction the situation, which means to kind of permit it, to acknowledge it and allow it to continue. So we're not saying that. We are fixing the situation, to be clear. Rationalize just means to kind of justify. So we're not trying to justify it. We're saying it's bad. We're trying to improve it. And then postulate means guess. It's like speculate. So it doesn't even make any sense in that blank. So I don't know what's going on. This is a case where, if you know the word ameliorate and you understand the logic of these two sentences, is a pretty easy answer. But if you don't know these words, then yeah, you gotta, you gotta know your definitions. If not, go with your gut and move on. Hopefully you've got something. But this is an example where our dumb summary isn't really coming from stealing a word that's already there, but I'm still understanding the relationship between these two sentences and filling the blank in with something that kind of helps me understand or helps highlight that relationship. Moving on. Though not closely related, the hedgehog tenrecs of Madagascar share basic blank true hedgehogs, including protective spines, pointed snouts, and small body size. Traits the two groups of mammals independently developed. So the two independently developed in response to equivalent roles in their respective habitats. So, okay, I can guess what's happening here, right? So this dash is behaving a lot like a colon. It's repeating something. So what do we repeat? Right, so they're not closely related, right? But there's a but here. So they're not closely related, but though they share basic features with, right? The hedgehog tenrecs of Madagascar share basic, I don't know, features. I guess I'm kind of stealing that because they list some features here. So features. They share basic features with. They share basic examples of. No, the tenrecs are not examples of hedgehogs. They're a different animal. So no, this doesn't make sense. They're not concerned, right? Concern means, maybe like worry, but also like interest in something. No. Okay, these both seem like they could maybe work. Let's just see which one feels better. The hedgehog tenrecs of Madagascar share basic indications of true hedgehogs. That sounds so weird. How about similarities? Right, the Madagascar, the hedgehog tenrecs of Madagascar share basic similarities with true hedgehogs. They both have spines, snouts, and small body size. They're equivalent. Yeah, this is a good example of. Let me see if I'm curious if I put it this way. I should go back and add this little tag. This is a case where I might say the difference between C and D ends up being a little bit of a usage issue. Usage is kind of my way of describing the fact that sometimes we have words in these vocab questions that could kind of mean the same thing, that have very similar features, definitions, but they're not quite used in the same way. And so that's why I'm mostly getting rid of C here. Is it's just like it sounds kind of dumb in the blank. Like it's hard for me to define why it's wrong, right? I mean, the protective spine and pointed snout, they're kind of indications of something being a hedgehog, right? They show it, that it's like a feature that makes it a hedgehog, but it just seems odd to say it. And so sometimes when this idea of usage creeps into a vocab question, that can be very difficult for someone whose native language is not English, because it's hard for me to even say, right? I mean, if I looked up the definitions of C and D in the dictionary, I could probably make a case for both being right. But there's no doubt D is the answer here, right? There's only one thing that makes any sense if you speak English, because C just sounds stupid. And that's what usage really is certain words fit in certain cases. And that's just the way it goes, so reading more helps. But this is a case where if you picked C, not the end of the world, but I do feel like, there's not much you can do in those cases. That's why, again, at the end of this little process, pick the one that best matches. And then if you don't know definitions, go with your gut and move on. My hope is that you would have a stronger gut feeling for D and you would pick it and you would move on. Let's do that. While contrasts. Recent scholarship has undermined, interesting, claims that the works of 12th century Islamic philosopher Ibn Rushd were blank other Muslim philosophers of his time. It is indisputable that his location in the Muslim-ruled area of what is now Spain meant that his works were primarily available thousands of miles west of the era's center of Islamic thought. Okay, so this is kind of like the strong word that I'm getting. It's a phrase, and it's hard to kind of to get it down to nothing, but it feels like they're saying he's far away, right? So it's indisputable because, right, location keeps coming up, right? Right, the location matters. So it is indisputable that he's far away from the center, right? Like that's kind of what I'm getting here. Okay. So this is what I'm definitely going to think of as a twisted relationships passage, meaning that the words, look, aren't so bad, right? Controversial, imitated, inconsequential, maybe antagonistic is a little bit harder of a word, but these are not hard words compared to the other questions we saw. However, there's definitely, a lot going on here in terms of the passage. So I want to say something like, it's indisputable, it's true that he's far, right? And this while is telling me that there's some sort of contrast. The blank maybe is contrasting with that, right? We've undermined claims that his works were something. So this is also kind of, he's not, actually, let's put that on this line. He's not something. He's not something, but it's true that he's far. So what do I really want to say here? I want to say something like, it's not, right? It's true that he's far. So he's blank, but he's far. He's close, right? I almost want to say the opposite. He's close. So if he's not, I don't know. He's not almost like far wants to fit in there again, right? Because I'm kind of going with the opposite of close, because the not in front, he undermined that he's far. So we were saying he's close, but then it's true that he's far. Something weird is happening here. Let's just see what we got. All right. Okay. Honestly, none of these really make sense with that, but controversial. Okay. So while recent scholarship has undermined claims that this guy, that his works were controversial among other Muslim philosophers, it's true that he's far away. Right? Recent scholarship has undermined claims that his works were controversial. So he's not controversial, but he's far. I got nothing, right? He's not antagonistic, meaning he's fighting with them, right? He's fighting with the other philosophers. So he's not antagonistic, but he's far. It's true that he's far. What does far have to do with fighting with them? I don't know. Right? So he's not imitated by them, right? But it's true that he's far. Well, that actually makes sense, right? I mean, there's no contrast there, I guess is what I'm saying, right? If he's far away, how would they imitate him, right? It doesn't seem like that would be surprising. And that's what the but is trying to get across, is that there's some sort of disagreement here between these two pieces of the sentence. So if he were far away, then it wouldn't be surprising. Then I would expect him to not be imitated because they don't know who he is. He's all the way on the other side of the world, right? Inconsequential, right? So if he's not inconsequential, that is saying that he's consequential, right? Right? Because notice that undermined, this is why this is a twisted relationships thing. This undermined and the while together, or the while is giving me this but, right? The undermine is telling me that whatever word is in this blank, I'm kind of trying to say the opposite of it, right? We've undermined the claims that he's inconsequential, meaning he is consequential, right? He's important, but he's far, right? Now I see a tension. Now I see a contrast, right? If he's far away, why is he important? Why is he consequential? It doesn't make a lot of sense that someone who's thousands of miles away would be important. So this is a really hard one, but I get it. This is definitely a case where I would be using my scratch paper on the real test. I cannot understand this sentence without kind of diagramming it a bit, but I'm still using the same skill that I used on some easier ones. I noticed the contrast words. I just noticed there's a lot more of them, which makes it hard to follow. And I've got to try to pull out some sort of adjective that kind of gives me some meaning. And so it wasn't one word. It was just kind of this idea of like him being far away, his location. So my dumb summary of that helped me kind of condense this whole thing. I really don't have more to say to this other than it's a hard question. But I'm absolutely getting it because I can use this particular strategy and notice the right stuff. But it's even with the strategy, it's very hard. So let's just move on. I'm worried about time here. We haven't even touched the passages. Thank God, here's one. Okay. Function of the underlined portion, right? Read the instructions. We want to continue to do that. So what does it say? Stick to the underline, but we got to read everything. Okay, so we're looking for strong words anywhere in here. Israel's a young man wandering through New England during the late 18th century. He hired himself out for 3 months at the end of that time to receive for his wages 200 acres of land lying in New Hampshire. His employer proving false to the contract, so lying, right? In the matter of the land, and there being no law in the country to force him to fulfill it, Israel, who, however brave-hearted and even much of a daredevil upon a pinch, seems nevertheless to have evinced through many parts of his career a singular patience and mildness. So there's some sort of contrast here, right? He's sometimes brave, but other times not. So let's see what's going on there. He was obliged to look around for other means of livelihood than clearing out a farm for himself in the wilderness. Okay, so he's not getting the farm. So what's the point of this? Is to say maybe that he's sometimes brave, sometimes not. Let's just leave it at that, right? I don't even need to write a dumb summary. These two words and the however seem to cover it for me. So it implies that Israel treasures a particular characteristic of his personality. So what is that particular characteristic? Well, you would think he would treasure the fact that he's brave, but it doesn't say that. Okay, so I don't love that. So when that characteristic should usually be regarded as a flaw. Regarded by whom, right? So this gets to this. Do we actually know what a character believes, wants, desires, hopes, intends, and thinks? So there's two characters in choice A that I don't know anything about. I don't know what Israel thinks of his particular characteristics, and I don't know what everyone else thinks of what should be regarded as a flaw. So no. It suggests that if not for a certain aspect of his character, Israel might not have been as easily thwarted in his ambition to establish a farm. So what is the aspect of his character that makes it so he can't get this farm? Well, the fact that he's patient and mild, maybe he's just like letting this guy get away with screwing him over. Okay, maybe, right? And he's thwarted, meaning stopped. So he's not able to get the farm because he's obliged to look around for other means of livelihood than clearing out a farm. He's not getting the farm. Maybe. It shows why Israel would not have been able to undertake the enormous amount of labor. Okay, so why wouldn't he have been able to do it? Because he's patient and mild? That's not the same as being like lazy. No. Necessary to run a farm, even if he'd owned the property. No, it's not saying he's lazy, right? It's not saying, oh, good thing he didn't get that farm because he wouldn't have been able to tend it. No. It explains why, when the situation requires it, Israel is able to undertake courageous acts. So why is he courageous? Right? Notice how the why and the how and all these kind of words are giving me questions to ask based on these choices. So why is he courageous? Well, it says he can be, but in what specific situations is he courageous? It does not say. Right? And again, here, others is in our list as well, right? Do we care about other people? Do I know what other people would do? I don't. So no, it's definitely B here. I'll verify that because this is a hard question, but yeah, B. This is a great example of something that I think feels very intimidating, but if you know how to turn these choices into questions in the same way that we kind of turned this question into better questions that these choices needed to answer. The more we can do that, the more we can kind of check, oh, wait a minute, it actually doesn't say this. You know, that's what we want. So let's move on. So yeah, B is the answer. All right, so overall structure of the text just means main idea. All right, so just look for strong words. Changes to vegetation cover and other human activities influence carbon and nitrogen levels in soil, though, that's a but, how deep these effects extend is unclear. Just strong word. Hypothesizing that differences in land use lead to differences in carbon and nitrogen levels that are not restricted to the topsoil layer, these people sampled soils across multiple land use types, for example, grazing land, cropland, and forest, within each of several Ethiopian locations. So multiple, several, okay. They found, though, that across the land use types, carbon and nitrogen decreased to comparably low levels beyond depths of 30 centimeters. So, right? They hypothesized that the differences mattered, right? But they're comparable. They don't matter, right? Across land use types, meaning doesn't matter what the land is, right? It's decreasing. It's doing the same thing. So what is my overall structure? This is one that I'm basically saying, right? Hypothesis was wrong, right? That's basically the whole thing. That's my dumb summary. They had a hypothesis, it was wrong, right? So I don't necessarily care what the hypothesis was. I mean, maybe they'll get into it, but I'm sure every choice will get into it, right? So let's just worry about, does it say the hypothesis was wrong? It describes a phenomenon that scientists do not fully understand. Oh, and let's treat this as separate little questions, right? So it describes a phenomenon that scientists do not fully understand. Well, it said something is unclear. So that seems good. Okay. It explains a research team's hypothesis about that phenomenon. Yeah, okay, we got a hypothesis. And then describes a finding that led the team to refine the hypothesis. Well, they didn't refine it. They just found it was wrong. Refine means to fix, right? To improve. So I don't know. I mean, this part's true, right? Both this part and this part are true. Now, does that mean the whole thing is true? No, because if it doesn't matter if the choice is 90% correct. If it's 10% wrong, it's 100% wrong. So that one word, refine, that's definitely a strong word. I don't know that they refined the hypothesis, but let's check the other choices. It introduces an unresolved scientific question. Yeah, I'd agree with that, right? I mean, if something's unclear, unresolved, I'm okay with that. It presents a research team's hypothesis pertaining to that question. Yeah, right, hypothesis, right? So there you go. There's that. And then describes an observation made by the team that conflicts with that hypothesis. Okay, right? Because the conflicts, right? It conflicts. They found that it's comparable, right? So I should maybe start changing these colors here, right? So all this yellow seems right. Now, this word refine, this word conflicts, they don't fix the hypothesis. They definitely say it's wrong, though, right? So if it conflicts, is that kind of the same as saying it's wrong? I like that. Let's look at C. It discusses a process that scientists are somewhat clear about. Well, is this a process or a phenomenon? Is it a question? Notice how they keep using different words in these little pieces of the choices, but am I really going to nitpick over a word like process? Okay. Changing vegetation cover feels like a process. So fine, and they're definitely unclear about it, right? They literally use that word. So this part checks out. I'd say that gets a pass. It introduces competing hypotheses about that process. No, it does not. There's one hypothesis. Wrong. It explains a hypothesis that has been the subject of scientific debate. Has it been the subject of scientific debate? I mean, unclear. Maybe. Discusses how a research team tested that hypothesis. It definitely does that, right? That's kind of the stuff in the middle here. And then presents data the team collected that validate the hypothesis. That means prove it true. So no, that's saying it's right, and we're saying it's wrong. So it's definitely not D. And yeah, I like B over A. This is me getting to this wedge idea, right? So if my filter is kind of just like the hypothesis is wrong, right? In a way, A is saying that. Right? Because if they had to refine the hypothesis, if they had to change it, that in some way is saying the original hypothesis is wrong. But notice that's a little stronger. It's a little bit more work than B, right? I think yellow and blue and B and A are both good. They're both fine, right? I mean, there's no problem with either of those to me. They're both vague enough that they work. But that one word, refine, takes it a step further. It's one thing in B to say that the hypothesis is wrong. That's what we said. But it's another thing to say, and then what do we do about it being wrong? We refine it, we fix it, we improve it. No, we don't. The thing just ends with saying they found the opposite of what they thought, right? They thought there'd be a difference, but they actually can see a similarity, something comparable. So it's definitely B. Yes, it is. And that's a great example of what you're trying to do. I love this question because it really gets to the heart of what we want for these kinds of questions. Is one word can make all the difference. So you got to make sure you are not ignoring these little words. They make a difference. And also just don't pick the first thing that works, because you might miss this word the first time. But if you look at B with an open mind and an unbiased eye, then you will be able to kind of say, oh, wait a minute, this also kind of works. And then hopefully drive that wedge between them and pick the right answer. Great question. Great question. All right. How would the author of text 2 most likely respond to the claim in text 1? So my way of dealing with this is I like to read text 2 first because I want to know what they think, so that when I read this underlying claim in text 1, I have a sense of what's going on. So let's just do that. Let's add a little one of these. Okay, so what is text 2 saying? Baroque painting utilized a very similar color palette as Renaissance painting did to depict largely the same subjects that Renaissance painting depicted. So similar, same, cool. They're comparing two things. Automated artistic style classifiers often struggle, it sounds bad, to draw distinctions, differences between these two styles, but these people were able to achieve a high degree of accuracy, so that seems good. A high degree of accuracy in this comparison by running one classification model atop another, an approach that demonstrates how much innovation is possible in this realm. So what is text 2 saying? They're saying that we can tell, so, something like computer knows Ren versus Baroque, right? That they're different things. That's kind of my dumb summary. A little longer than I like to have, but okay, fine. Let's say what text 1 says. Efforts to automate classification of paintings into different artistic styles have had little success. Okay, so that's clearly the opposite of what they were saying. And we have probably reached the technological limit of this work. Furthermore, it's not obvious that this is even a useful endeavor, as several critics have argued. Differences between artistic styles are inherently subjective and often not the best way to understand relationships between works. So the saying is, basically the computer sucks at that exact same thing. Right, so they disagree, which is not, surprising. They tend to have these double passages disagree, right? So text 2 is saying we've figured it out. We've found a way to get a high degree of accuracy when using the computer, the automated classifier, right? I'm just calling it computer because it's easier to say. And they're saying, no, it's failed and there's a limit. So what would text 2 say? Something like, you're wrong, right? That's kind of my dumb summary. You're wrong. That's kind of my dumb summary there. So text 2 would emphasize that there are still advances being made in automated artistic style classification. Yeah, we haven't reached a limit because we can do it. Okay. By criticizing previous research into automated artistic style classification systems for focusing on a narrow group of styles, no. It's not about the styles. Oof, the highlighting was terrible. So they're not saying, okay, the problem with your study was that you looked at the wrong styles. They're not getting into that kind of specifics, right? They're just using the Baroque and Renaissance thing as an example. The point is the computer, right, is what matters. So I don't know if this is a little bit of a comparison or maybe a big small issue. Hard to say, but B is wrong. By arguing that most people, don't love that word, are not able to correctly identify the style of paintings that they are shown. Who cares? I don't care what people can do, right? I don't care what most people can do. That's definitely a quantifier. But I don't care about the people. What is the computer doing? By suggesting that people may eventually develop more uniform and accepted ideas about artistic styles and their boundaries. Again, I don't care about the people. What is the computer doing? Right? The problem is the computer. So no. So yeah, emphasizing there are still advances being made in the computer, the automated artistic style classification, right? So yeah, that seems right. And we've made those advances and they've been able to tell the Baroque versus the Renaissance stuff apart. So yeah, seems good. That's the answer there. Notice though, it helps to recognize like they're probably going to be a contrast. So, keep that in mind. Not always, but it is helpful. But yeah, this is pretty standard, pretty textbook solution here. All right, this seems like a specific question. It can most reasonably be inferred from the text that the finding about the microorganism community composition was important for which reason. So this is a case where I might just be like, you know what? You're doing something really annoying, SAT, right? You're asking a simple question in a weird way. Why was the microorganism community composition important, right? That's literally what they're asking, right? So my answer choice better answer that question. It's the same question, but it's just they worded it in a stupid way. So sometimes, feel free to redo the question a little bit. But now let's go to, passage, look for strong words. But I'm specifically looking when they say something about the microorganism community composition, I'm paying attention. To understand how temperature change affects microorganism-mediated cycling of soil nutrients in alpine ecosystems, these people collected plant soil cores in the Tatra Mountains at elevations around 2,100 meters and transplanted them to elevations of 1,700 to 1,800 meters, where the mean air temperature was warmer by 2 degrees Celsius. They have not answered my question. Microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling was accelerated in the transplanted cores. Crucially, microorganism community composition, so the fact you said crucially, and now you're saying the thing I want you to say, seems like, hey, pay attention, was unchanged. Okay. Allowing them to attribute the acceleration to temperature-induced increases in microorganism activity. Okay, so this is unchanged, allowing them to attribute it, allowing attribution to something else, right? So my dumb summary, why was it important? It was unchanged. And yeah, let's just leave it at that. It's unchanged, right? So let's see what that is. But notice how they if we paid attention to the question, they're just screaming at you like, hey, here's the answer. So obviously they're not going to word it this exact way, but I'm going to keep coming back to this part. I don't care about I don't understand any of this, guys, by the way. I don't understand any of it. I don't care. A, it provided preliminary evidence that microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling was accelerated in the transplanted cores. I don't think so. Now that sounds like a lot of the same words. I mean, this, is it the same exact words? Microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling was accelerated in the transplant cores. Okay, guys, if you see something like this happening, where the choice is basically just a copy paste, it's almost certainly the case that this choice is wrong because they know you don't understand what the heck you just read. And they're just like, hey, if we give them that same thing, they'll be like, oh my God, it's there and it's there. Oh, it must be right. No, this is obviously a hard question, guys. It's going to be harder than that. So that's probably wrong. Plus, I want it to say something about it being unchanged. So it doesn't seem like it's saying that. Let's keep going though. It suggested that temperature-induced changes in microorganism activity may be occurring at increasingly high elevations. Is it about the elevation? I don't see elevation coming up here at all. So no. C, it ruled out a potential alternative explanation for the acceleration in microorganism-mediated nutrient cycling. So what was the alternative explanation? Right? Well, the alternative explanation was that maybe the microorganism was changing, right? So the fact that it's not changing allowed them to look at this other thing. Maybe. D, it clarified that microorganism activity levels in the plant soil cores varied depending on which microorganisms. No. Depending on which microorganisms comprised the community, the microorganism community composition was unchanged. No, it didn't matter. It didn't change. Though this is saying the opposite. So honestly, if this were me and my timer is ticking and I got to get an answer, I'm definitely picking C here because A just feels too much of a trap. This is like dead on. Like, what are we doing here? So the reason it is C is kind of what I said is what happened is this is essentially about the idea of a control in an experiment, right? Is in order to understand why something matters in an experiment, we need to have some sort of control. We need to have things that don't change so that we can see why the thing that does change, how it affects whatever we're measuring, right? So when the microorganism community is the same for all these cores, I don't even know what the cores are, right? But if it's unchanged, then we can say, okay, that's a control. We don't have to worry about the microorganisms affecting the temperature, I guess, right? So we're able to rule out the fact that maybe the temperature is changing because of the microorganisms that are in each community. If the community is the same, then that we don't have to worry about that. And now we can say, oh, we're able to conclude that the real reason this temperature is changing is they allow them to attribute the acceleration to temperature-induced increases in the activity, right? So essentially what's happening is, I only understand this after the fact, right? So I don't understand this as I'm reading it. It's only now that I'm like talking it through that I'm able to understand what's happening, right? Is they're saying, here's a core, right? One is a higher temperature than the other. Why? Right? Well, let's look. And we look at all the little microorganisms inside and we're like, they have the exact same microorganisms. Everything's the same, right? So this one's, I forget which one I already said was hotter, right? This one's hotter. So this one is hotter because it has different microorganisms. That's one thing that could have happened. But they're saying, no, it has the same kinds of microorganisms. So it's not like these microorganisms are just naturally hotter, right? That's not what we have to worry about. So when we transplanted them to a different elevation, what happened is the microorganisms are the same in the two, but at a different elevation, this one started going into overdrive. For whatever reason, it just started like producing more heat. I don't know. I don't understand the science. But now we can say that it has to do with how these microorganisms work. They're working harder. They're doing more. So it's not that they're different. It's that they're the same microorganisms now working at a different level. Like, grind mode. Here we go, right? These organisms are in grind mode. That's a really tricky question. I would certainly be unsure of it. But this is a good example of how I'm using my knowledge of the process to help me. Right? I mean, B and D, I'm able to eliminate very confidently based on things they're saying, and the strong words in those choices give me clear things to look at in this part of the passage, and it's not there. And then really with A, I don't necessarily have a piece of this in the trainer, but gosh, be really nervous when you see stuff like this. I mean, if it's one or two words, fine, they're going to repeat the same nouns. But this is why when I say look for strong words, focus on adjectives and verbs, not nouns. Because this is just one long noun, right? I mean, accelerated is a verb technically, but this is just them saying they're not, these kids are not going to have any clue what's going on. So let's just give them that phrase. They'll like the fact that it's in both the choice and in the passage, but no, the fact that it's unchanged is not providing evidence that it's accelerated. They know that the microorganism nutrient cycling is accelerated. They already know that. They're trying to find out why. What can we attribute the acceleration to? That's what they're trying to find out. They knew it was accelerated because they're able to see the temperature go up, I guess, right? So there you go. They're trying to find why. So this is just out of order, essentially. But it's also just a bad trap that you have to see coming. And notice it's choice A, right? They know you're going to look at that and be like, oh, yeah, it's the same, and get it wrong without even really considering the other choices. You'll make up your mind right away, but you got to be careful. Always be unbiased. All right, we got a lot of questions here, and 40 minutes might not be enough time to do them. So let's see if we can kick this up a notch. Right. Which choice most effectively uses data from the table to complete the statement? Let's go to the statement. To test whether a medication is effective, scientists compare outcomes for patients taking it and patients taking a placebo, a medically inactive substance. Patients normally aren't told they're receiving a placebo, but... let's make that pink. But a research team conducted a study to see if there might be a medical benefit to telling them. The team used various measures to evaluate participants with higher ratings indicating greater well-being in each measure compared to the mean ratings after 21 days for participants in the control group. So we're comparing the control group. The mean ratings for participants who are aware of taking a placebo, what? Okay, so mean rating for participants taking a placebo, so they're aware, and this is the control. So after 21 days, it seems like that's the whole thing. Okay. So the mean ratings. Okay. Well, the people who were taking placebo were higher. 5 is higher than 3.9. 92 is bigger than 46. 11.4 is 11.4 is bigger than 5.4. So I don't know. My dumb summary here, I guess, if I really even need one, is something like, because they got to pay attention to the wording here, right? The mean ratings for participants who are aware of taking placebo. So aware is greater than control, or would be unaware, I assume. Yeah, okay. All right, I don't know. Let's see what's up. They ranged from 5 to 92, indicating that well-being varied widely from participant to participant. No, we want to compare the two columns. This is just comparing within a column. No, we're lower for 2 measures with the rating for only 1 measure indicating greater well-being for these participants. What? We're lower for 2. Aware is higher for all three. Am I missing something here? No. Range from 3.9 to 46. No, they do not, right? The aware people are ranging from 5 to 92 with no rating indicating greater well-being in any measure. No. We're higher for all three measures, indicating greater overall well-being. Yeah. I don't even know what these numbers mean. I just know a number is bigger than another number, right? I mean, that's about as simple as it gets. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely it. Yeah, D is the answer. So good. That one was fast. I don't really even know what would be hard about that other than maybe missing the fact that the end here is giving you, is hand feeding you a dumb summary. All right. Okay. Support the researcher's conclusion. Sometimes they say weaken, so you got to be careful. But also now I know that they're going to say the word conclusion somewhere in this passage, and that's going to give me something I need. So to investigate potential cognitive benefits of taking leave from work, psychologist Jan Packer and colleagues conducted a 6-month study of Australian university staff members who took no leave from work during the study, took 2 to 4 days of leave, or took 1 to 5 weeks of leave. Yeah, duh. I can see that all right here. Tests of attentiveness were administered to participants 3 times during the study, at random for the no-leave staff and for the rest, 1 week before their leave and 1 week following their return to work. So, okay, that all seems here. So, at random, okay. At random for the no-leave staff. I don't even understand what that means. And for the rest, 1 week before their leave and 1 week following the return. And 1 week after the second test administration. So, okay, so those are the 3, I guess. After analyzing the results, the researchers concluded that longer leave times might not confer a greater cognitive benefit than shorter leave times do. Okay, so how about if we kind of try to dumb summarize this, we might say something like longer is not better, or longer doesn't matter, something like that. Okay, I hate how this is kind of jumping around. All right, so longer is the black bar. And mean test score, so obviously higher bars are better. So longer doesn't matter. Okay, so I guess we're comparing basically the black and light gray. Black versus light gray is basically what I want. Okay, I don't really get this. Let's see what they say. In the second test administration, participants who took 2 to 4 days of leave, so that's the gray bar, had higher average attentiveness scores than did those who took no leave. Okay, I don't care about that. I want to care about the black bar. But in the third test administration, those who took no leave had higher average scores than those who took 1 to 5. So I don't even want to check if this is true because I want to compare the longer leave, right? The black bar versus the light gray bar. This is telling me to compare it to the dark gray bar. I don't care about that, right? So this is about long versus short. This choice is about long versus no leave. I don't care about this comparison. B, in the first test administration, participants who took 2 to 4 days of leave had lower average attendance scores than did those who took 1 to 5 weeks of leave. Okay. That is true. But isn't that then saying that longer is better? Right? But I want to say that longer isn't better, right? Longer leaves might not confer a greater cognitive benefit. So I want to say that longer is not better. That's saying longer is better. No. In both the second and third test administrations, participants who took 2 to 4 days of leave, so the gray, had higher attentiveness scores than did the participants who took 1 to 5 weeks. Yes, right? The gray is higher than the black, gray is higher than the black. So that seems to be saying that the black bar is not necessarily higher, is not necessarily better. Okay, I like that. In the second and third test administrations, participants who took 2 to 4 days of leave had higher average attentiveness scores than did those who took no leave. Again, I don't care if this is even factually true, I'm not comparing it to people who took no leave. Notice this conclusion is basically telling me kind of like one of these dumb summaries, right? Something is better than something else, or in this case, they're saying it's not better. So, basically, there's a couple ways to interpret that, but essentially we want to make sure, like I think it was choice B, we don't end up with that where we're saying the black bar is better than the gray, but some of these other choices aren't even comparing those two bars, right? They're just comparing random things. So if you have trouble with these particular graph questions, one of your problems might be you're not getting a clear sense of which pieces of the graph are going to matter. So here they really just tell us, like, it's a comparison. We want to compare the right things. I didn't really think of it more deeply than that. And so that made this really easy to sort through. Let's just make sure I'm right before we move on. Choice C is the answer. Choice C is what I got. Nice. All right. How much more of these? Ugh, okay, let's do it. We got it. Complete the text. All right, so what is the text is nice and short. It may seem that the optimal strategy for an animal pursuing prey or escaping predators is to move at maximal speed, but the energy expense of exploiting, we saw that word before, full speed capacity can disfavor such a strategy even in escape contexts, as evidenced by the fact that. So, okay. So, full speed. Oh no, I hear a vacuum cleaner coming. Let's see if that picks up on the mic. Okay, so my dumb summary here. What do I got? They're saying the energy expense of exploiting full speed. So full speed escape is bad. Right? That's basically what they're saying. Right? Full speed, disfavor, and escape contexts. So escape is the gray. Okay. And the number of lizard species by average percent of maximal speed used when pursuing prey or escaping predators. So full speed is here. Right? So I don't know. I guess we're saying a lot of them do seem to be running at close to full speed when they're escaping, but some of them don't. So I don't know. Let's see. Most lizard species use about the same percentage of their maximal speed when escaping predation as they do when pursuing. Well, first of all, I don't like that this is bring pursuing in at all, but this is a big claim. I got to prove that. Is that true? Well, I don't know, right? Because these are just numbers of lizards and during two different situations, escaping or pursuing. How do I know that like this 60 to 69 here, how do I know that that's the same species, right? Those could just be two different lizards, right? And so I don't know which bars correspond to which lizards. They're just counting them. So I don't know. I don't know if they're the same ever for any of these. Multiple lizard species move at an average of less than 90% of their maximal speed while escaping predation. Well, that's true, right? These ones, they're all at less than 90 and they're escaping. So that seems just true, right? And that would suggest that full speed is bad because some of them don't do it. You know, I don't know why they don't do it. I'm not a lizard, but sure. More lizard species use, on average, 90 to 100% of their maximal speed while escaping predation than use any other percentage of their maximal speed. That is true, but that does not support this idea, right? That would be suggesting that full escape speed is good because most lizards do it. But that wasn't what we were told to do. Follow instructions, right? We were not told to do that. So I don't know. I don't care about that. At least 4 lizard species use on average less than 100% of their maximal speed while pursuing prey. I don't care about pursuing. I care about escaping. So no. So it should be B. I feel pretty good about that. Let's just double check. B is the answer. Yep. Just follow instructions. Give them what they want. That's all it is. All you want to do is make sure you get out of these passages with a good sense of what they want. And then hopefully you can start to recognize that most of these choices, true or not with the data, they're just not relevant. All right. Oh, thank God. These are easy. Okay. Illustrate the claim. Maybe let's just go right here and we're going to have some strong words that are very obvious. The poem highlights an ambivalence toward poetry as the speaker acknowledges its merits while also expressing a sense of displeasure. So if you don't know what ambivalence is, you get bailed out. Ambivalence means two different feelings, right? And often conflicting feelings. So the good feeling of something being merited or worthwhile, it's good. And the bad feeling of creating displeasure. So if you didn't know ambivalence, you get bailed out. But basically, we want some sort of positive feeling about poetry and sort of negative feeling about poetry. So let's see. Nor is it valid to discriminate against business documents and school books. All these phenomena are important. That is not about poetry. Don't care. One must take a distinction, however. When dragged into prominence by half poets, the result is not poetry. Okay, well, the result is not poetry. Sounds pretty negative. So that part's there, but where's the positive? If you're dragged into something, that doesn't sound good, right? So that sounds bad too. Distinction is just a difference. I don't know. I don't see anything positive here. So I'll leave it, but I feel like I'm missing something. When poems become so derivative, that's bad. As to become unintelligible, that's bad. The same thing may be said for all of us, that we do not admire what we cannot understand. Well, if you do not admire something, that's also bad. So admire is a positive word, but guys, come on. Do not. If you don't admire it, then that's bad. So this, again, feels like I got a lot of negative, but no positive. Reading poetry, however, with a perfect contempt for it, again, contempt is a bad word. perfect is a good word, but contempt means hatred. So if you hate something perfectly, you still hate it. So that seems bad. But reading poetry, however, with a perfect contempt for it, one discovers that there is in it, after all, a place for the genuine. Okay, well, that seems good, right? So you hate it, but it's genuine, right? It has some merit. It's good, even if you hate it. Yeah, that's obviously the answer. Now, I don't understand really what the heck is going on here, but I had a very clear task based on this question, this passage, right? It's so clear, right? It's just connotations. So the strong words are just handed to you in a question like this, but notice how I'm not really trying to interpret what any of these choices say beyond the simple task of, is it saying something good? Is it saying something bad? And yeah, there's some traps along the way, right? Do not admire, perfect contempt, but read it. Do not admire is not a hard word. Contempt is maybe, but you should know contempt. That is a classic SAT word. It is maybe just one level above basic conversational English. If you hate something, you have contempt for it. So classic way of just kind of taking a word like hate, that's very simple, and making it a little bit harder by using a slightly harder word. Moving on. All right, 2 more. Good. We're in good shape. Completes the text, right? So let's just kind of dumb summary this thing. Let's look for relationships as we go through. Main ideas, repeated ideas, blah, blah, blah. The Cretaceous pterosaur, whatever, is known for having an anomalously oversized head crest. Until an almost complete fossil skeleton was found in Brazil, paleontologists have been able to study only skull specimens from T. navigans. Though it was presumed that, like other pterosaurs, the species' primary form of locomotion was powered flight. Examining the fuller skeleton in 2016, Victor Beccari and his team determined that T. navigans had long hind legs, short wings, and an unusually long neck, characteristics that would combine with the creature's large crested head would have made sustained flight difficult and walking upright relatively comfortable. Based on these findings, the team suggested T. navigans likely, this is a good example, just like do the dumbest thing, follow this story, right? It didn't fly, it walked. Flight is difficult, walking is comfortable. So it didn't fly, it walked. Okay. It flew for longer distances than did other pterosaur species that had oversized head crests. Is that saying it didn't fly? No, that's saying it flew more. No. It had longer wings than other pterosaur species considered to have been comfortable walking. Well, that doesn't say anything either way, right? I mean, does that mean it's walking more? Flying more? I don't know what that's saying. It had a smaller head than researchers expected. I don't know what they expected. I don't know. Did they talk about that? But does this have anything to do with them flying or walking? I don't think so. It flew for shorter distances and spent more time walking than researchers previously thought. I mean, come on. You got to get that, right? So notice how much garbage about these animals I just kind of glossed over. I don't care. I don't want to learn about dinosaurs, as crazy as that sounds, because I love dinosaurs, but I don't want to learn about them right now when I'm on a timed SAT. So I just kind of ignore that stuff. And it's building towards a conclusion. And it's very clear in what that conclusion is. Keep it simple. If you need more, right? If there are multiple answers that seem to hit these 2 points, or even just one of these points, then maybe I go back. But don't worry about details that might not matter. If the details end up mattering, the passage does not run or fly away like a pterosaur would. It's there. We can go back to it and we can look for the specific thing that matters. But a lot of you waste a lot of time summarizing details that will not help you at all. So just get the dumbest thing possible, clear connotations, right? Here, just to kind of bring it back to strong words in the passage, specifically this one, focus on adjectives and verbs, not nouns, right? So notice each of the things I highlighted has both a noun and an adjective, right? Flight is difficult. Walking is comfortable. So there are nouns in there, but what I see is more that it's the thing that once you said something is difficult, that's when I care about the thing, right? Once you say something is comfortable, that's when I care about the thing, because the word comfortable and the word difficult are adjectives describing something. So now if I am interested in a noun, it's because there's a clear, strong adjective or verb that is related to it. So maybe that's a modification of this piece of advice, but I still think it stands. I mean, they just handed you this conclusion here. It's so obvious. And a lot of it is patience, right? I knew as I was reading a lot of this that it might be important, but I'm being patient. I'm like, okay, they're gonna give me more, right? It's gonna be clear, right? They're gonna say that they found something. I can tell they're talking about examining this thing. They're gonna tell me what they found. Let's just wait. Let's just be patient. And there you go. All right, so D, yes, is the answer. One more question. Cool. Long choices. This might be a good one to leave for last, but there you go. Some ethicists hold that the moral goodness of an individual's actions depends solely on whether the actions themselves are good, irrespective of the context in which they are carried out. All right. So already I'm thinking that might be important, but I have a feeling we're going to say other ethicists and flip it around. So that's just my guess. Philosopher L. Sebastian Purcell has shown that surviving works of Aztec philosophy express a very different view. There's my contrast word. There's my but. Purcell reveals that these works posit an ethical system in which an individual's actions are judged in light of how well they accord with the individual's role in society. So role in society and how well they contribute to the community. Main ideas are repeated ideas. That's the same thing. To the extent that these works are representative of Aztec thought, Purcell's analysis suggests that. Dumb summary, I got an easy one here. Community or role matters, right? This is my most basic dumb summary. Right now, yes, they said other things up here, right? But notice this, we've built towards something else, right? So maybe I need to understand what other ethicists thought, but I can tell that if we're talking about the Aztecs, right? We want to go with their point of view, not other people's point of view, right? Let's stick to what they said, right? So I want to say the Aztecs are saying that your community and your role in society matter, right? So, okay, let's see if the choice just says that, right? Just filter it out. The Aztecs would have disputed the idea that the morality of an individual's actions can be assessed by appealing to standards of behavior that are independent of the individual's social circumstances. Okay, so this reminds me of a lot of those twisted relationships vocab questions where I can tell that, like that one about that philosopher or whatever it was, I can tell there's a lot of negative words kind of flipping things around. So I got to be careful here. Disputed, right? Independent, right? So let's try to understand this choice better, right? So the Aztecs dispute that morality of an individual's actions can be assessed by appealing to standards of behavior that are independent, so not related to the social circumstances. Aztecs dispute it's not. How about your social circumstances, your community, right? Okay, so what is that really saying? If they dispute that it's not the community, then they're saying Aztecs argue that it is the community, right? We got a little bit of a double negative here. Dispute, independent of, right? If I flip both those negative words into positive words, because right, two negatives make a positive in math and in sentence logic, then we seem to be saying, right, what the dumb summary is saying, that community matters, that community is important. All right, I'm not convinced, but I understand that choice a lot better now, and it seems pretty good. Let's keep going. B, the Aztecs would not have accepted, again, we get these negatives, the notion that the morality of an individual's actions can be fairly evaluated by people who do not live in the same society as that individual. So, are they arguing about who's criticizing them or who's judging them? No. The Aztecs are not. They're saying that community matters. This is saying that, like, you can't comment on what the Aztecs believed unless you yourself are an Aztec, right? That's kind of what this is saying, right? The Aztecs would not have accepted that morality can be evaluated by people who are not also Aztecs. They're not criticizing that. I mean, the Aztecs are long gone. This guy Purcell is like around now. So no, this is just a wrong idea. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. C. Actions by members of Aztec society who contributed a great deal to their community, so that sounds pretty good, could be judged as morally good. Okay, I agree. Even if those actions were inconsistent with behaviors the Aztecs regarded as good in all contexts. Well, there is no good in all contexts, right? Because, right, so if actions themselves are good, irrespective, meaning without respect to the context, meaning regardless of the context, right? This is what other people believe. But the Aztec are different, right? So the Aztec don't think there is a good in all contexts. So this choice sounded so good, right? This whole first half is excellent. Actions by members of Aztec society who contribute a great deal to their community. Yep. Could be judged as morally good. Yep. Even if those actions were inconsistent with behaviors the Aztecs regarded as good in all contexts. The Aztecs do not regard things as good in all contexts. It's not about that. It only matters what your community, what you're doing in your community, and what your role is in society, right? So this piece at the end is wrong. This is tricky because the first half is really good, and it's using that copy-paste trap we talked about somewhere else to kind of lure you in, especially since the other choice I like, is kind of going out of its way to say the right thing in a kind of like the wrong way, right? It's trying to approach the answer in a way that's very backward sounding and doesn't seem like what the passage is saying. It's kind of the opposite because it's like the opposite of the opposite. It's two opposites. And that's why we can kind of get back to it saying what we needed to say. But C is definitely a trap. The first half is good. And then you got to be careful. The end part is not. Yeah. Similar actions performed by people in different social roles in Aztec society would have been regarded as morally equivalent unless those actions led to different outcomes for the community. Okay, so this is saying, right? Isn't this saying that your role doesn't matter? Let's try this one. So different role would have been regarded as equivalent. So different roles are equivalent unless those actions led to different outcomes. So, different role equals different role is kind of what they're saying. But isn't that the opposite, right? Isn't this the kind of like saying the role doesn't matter? If two different roles are equivalent, right? Then it's saying the role that you have doesn't matter. But we want to say that it does matter, right? That's my reading of that. This is a hard question. I've taught this before, so I know that A is right. I'm just going to verify it. But yeah. But getting to A would be very difficult. There's no way I can understand this unless I boil this whole passage down to this one idea, that community and role matters. And then when I sense that choice A is starting to kind of twist it up and make it harder for me to understand even what they're saying, that's when I'm like, okay, take a step, right? Let me write down on my scratch paper. This is a case where I probably would use my actual scratch paper, and let's try to really untangle this choice. Because again, I know it's the hard module. I know that they do this kind of stuff, right? The way that a lot of these hard questions are going to go is that they're going to go out of their way. The SAT is going to go out of its way to present to you a correct summary, a correct answer, in a way that doesn't feel obvious, right? If it were obvious, it wouldn't be a hard question. So they're going out of their way to twist these things up and to try to take you off the scent, to make it harder for you to connect the idea and the choice back to the passage. So if you know that that's what they're doing, then you have to recognize, okay, what are my moves to get back to what I need? How do I extract the right information, the right meaning out of these choices? And so some of it is just honestly noticing the right strong words. Right? As soon as I saw disputed and independent of, I sensed danger. I'm like, okay, they're messing with me here. They don't want me to understand this. So I gotta take a breath and really try to make sure I understand it. This question does require some confidence in vocab. It also requires time. This is a time-consuming question. So that's just a reminder that, yes, our main reading strategy is to start with the grammar. But one of the reasons we do that is that when we get to the passages, we can start to jump around and find the easiest questions. This would be one that I would be glad it's the last passage, but also it's one I would probably have left for close to last because of how long these answer choices are. And that just means that, yes, you might need to make choices about which passages you cover and which ones you skip. For the purposes of this video, I didn't really get into that. You can watch my video of me taking this test for the first time and see how I make choices. But generally, I wanted to just kind of keep things, linear here. But you have to be able to accept that certain questions might be ones you throw overboard and sacrifice for the sake of spending time on something else. So if you found some of the other questions that came earlier harder, all the more reason maybe to come and make sure you do this logic one. It's difficult, but it's also fairly predictable. And if we take the time with our scratch paper, we can solve it. And so guaranteeing yourself these points might be better than trying to rush through everything, get to every question, but then get a ton wrong because you're not really doing the work in any of those questions, right? Because if we rushed and we ignored the strong words and really any of these hard passages, we'd end up just with like 5, 6, 7 wrong answers. So you have to think, okay, if I do a crappy job, if I half-ass a bunch of passages and get them all wrong, which is very likely, that's not better than if you had really buckled down and done 2 or 3 of them and guaranteed that you got them right and then just guessed randomly on the others, right? At least with with putting the time into 2 or 3, you'd have hopefully gotten yourself to the right answer because you would have taken the time to notice and notice the right words that matter. But some people just can't let that go. And they really are fixated on, I need to get to every question. I need to have an answer for every question. I don't think that way. And I don't think you can think that way and expect a good score. So hopefully in the process of really breaking this down, you might have learned which kinds of passages you understand best. Which ones did you see the words I saw first, fastest, right? Those are the ones that you want to make sure you're kind of targeting those types on the real test and skipping around. If there are ones that were slower for you, or confusing, where you don't think you would have seen the thing that I saw, skip it, right? Try to get a sense of which ones you're going to do and which ones you're going to skip before you take the test, so you have a plan going into that hard module and you're not caught off guard with the timing. So you can see, going at this very slow pace, I spent almost 2 hours on this section, right? Almost 2 hours is a long time. Obviously, real tests, I'm much, much faster, but I don't think I'm really doing anything different. It's just I've gotten really good at noticing these particular words. So let's pause it there. Let's do the math, take a break. Don't watch 6 hours of me in a row, take a break, and then we'll do a similar thing on the math where we go through the strategy trainer. I have a thing for math, and we will just investigate it and try to really break down the process of solving those questions. All right, another day, another module. Now we're going to do the math, okay? And this is the first math module, so it will be pretty easy. And you might be thinking as I go through these questions, Mike, why are you taking so long to explain something that is so obvious? Well, remember, my main thesis here is that we need to have good habits across the board for the SAT. So in order to handle those really hard math questions, we need to set up good habits and good routines on the easier ones. The ones that, yes, from school and whatever math you do on your own, you have learned how to solve in very efficient ways. I just want to start to get those new thought processes in place, those new routines in place, so that way when you really need them for the hard ones, it's not like you have to start from scratch. It's not like that's a new question you've never seen before. It's just a harder version of all the easy stuff you've seen. And so we're going to try as much as we can to use our strategy trainer and come back to the main math strategy, which is plug points into equations. So we're going to think about everything as much as we can in terms of points and equations. And right away, I see some equations here. So let's see if maybe there's some points I can plug in or even just think about this in some kind of useful way. So a veterinarian recommends that each day a certain rabbit should eat 25 calories per pound of the rabbit's weight, plus an additional 11 calories. Which equation represents the situation where C is the total number of calories the veterinarian recommends the rabbit should eat each day if the rabbit's weight is X pounds. So this is one that most of you are just going to recognize is kind of a common situation. And this is kind of where thinking about equations first helps. They obviously gave us equations in the choices. So a lot of times it's best for you to treat equations on the SAT as part of a limited menu. And so lines, quadratics, percents and exponentials, those are kind of the 3 main types of equations we'll see. And so we'll see them again and again and again. And obviously here we can see that maybe we're dealing with a line because there's no x squared or exponent at all. So when we have a line, our favorite line equation is y equals mx plus b, because we can understand the line in those terms. So I'm thinking about these equations and I'm seeing C and D both have that general format where m would be the slope and b would be the y-intercept. Now when we have a story, a y-intercept is kind of like a starting point, right? Something that you get no matter what. And the m, the slope, would be something like a rate. Well, the way they're talking about this, it says that this rabbit should eat 25 calories per pound. That sounds very rate-like, plus an additional 11 calories. So that 11 calories is just kind of there. So that feels like this, choice D. We have a slope and a y-intercept. And that is the answer, but it's one of those things where if you were unsure, you could kind of use a plug points into equations here. One reason you might not want to doubt yourself too much on something like this is it's the first question in the first module. We know it's pretty easy, so your intuition and your common understanding of things is probably right. But if we were to kind of start to plug points in, notice they don't give us any, but they do give us this story. So maybe we can kind of use the story to arithmetize some points, to come up with some values, right? So I'll use my scratch paper here. Let's just say that we said, all right, this rabbit has a weight of 10 pounds, right? So for number one, the rabbit has a weight of 10 pounds. So the X is 10. Okay. Now, if we follow the story, we should be able to kind of think about what's going to happen, right? The rabbit should eat 25 calories per pound. So, okay, that's 25 times this 10. So that's 250 calories plus an additional 11 calories, right? So we would expect that there would be 261 calories for a 10-pound rabbit, and that's what the C represents. So now I would just be like, all right, what if I plug 10 in for X in all these answer choices? In theory, if I followed the story and I understood it correctly, I should get 261, right? So 25 times 10 is 250, so that's wrong. 36 times 10 is 360, so that's wrong. 110 plus 25, what, is 135, right? So that's wrong. And then 250 plus 11 is 261. So that makes sense. That's exactly what we thought. Now, again, this is the first question of the first module. It's supposed to be easy. We don't really need to do this arithmetize here. However, there are definitely harder stories that come later in this module, later in the hard module, where being able to recognize that I could arithmetize on something like this is going to really help me out. So that's really my point is, are you even recognizing that that's an option? Would you know how that would work? Sometimes a good way to improve on the hard questions is to force yourself to try different methods of solving some of the easy ones. Again, it gets those routines down, those habits down, so that way we have a better way of thinking about the hard stuff. Let's move on. A special camera is used for underwater ocean research. The camera is at a depth of 39 fathoms. What is the camera's depth in feet? So this would be a case where I don't really see my traditional things, right? There's no equations here. Maybe there's points though, right? I mean, they're kind of giving me these numbers. What are points really except just numbers? So we maybe could think of it that way, but then I'd really want to get an equation. And this is where just experience with the SAT really helps because I can tell what kind of question this is. This is a unit conversion question. And we can maybe stretch the meaning of the word equation, but I think of this as having a set kind of equation. And the way I do these, no matter how easy they are or not, I don't know if it's easy. I don't want to make a false assumption and get something wrong, is I use the chart method, right? And I have a video on this, so you can go into it in more detail if you would like. But essentially what we do is we turn each of these rates into rows in a chart. So it's kind of like an equation. You'll see why. But essentially just start with whatever, right? So 1 fathom is 6 feet. Okay, so 1 fathom, I don't know if that's the abbreviation for fathoms, but that's what we're going with, is 6 feet, right? So I'm going to just write that as a rate with 1 unit on one side, 1 on the other. And I'm writing the units because that's part of how I sort through all this. Then my goal is to cross out each unit. And I can cross out a unit when I have it on both sides. So I can clearly see that 39 fathoms is part of this thing. So if I have fathoms on the right and fathoms on the left, they're going to cancel. But I need another unit to go with this, right? I need these to kind of act like rates, like pairs. So this is a short question. There's not much to go with, right? A special camera is used for underwater ocean research. The camera is at a depth of 39 fathoms. What is the camera's depth in feet? So essentially, a different way of asking this question is, how many feet is 39 fathoms? And when we have like something like what in a question, that's basically an X, right? So I can write this as X feet is 39 fathoms. And now feet cancel. And that allows me to end the chart because once all the units are gone, I'm done. And now you just multiply down the center. So we're going to multiply down the columns. So 1 times X is X, and then 6 times 39. I don't usually use Desmos for this kind of thing, but we'll do it anyway. So 6 times 39 is 234. So 234. And there's just an equals between those. And sometimes there's more to do, right? Sometimes we get like a new equation where we have to divide. There's something attached to the X and then we divide and whatever, but this is an easy question. So you, again, might be thinking, Mike, couldn't I just set up a ratio? Couldn't I just multiply 39 times 6? Isn't that kind of obvious? Yes, but the hard version of this question will also feel obvious as you get it wrong, as you fall for the trap. So our goal is to set up this kind of chart, even when it's easy, so that way when it gets harder, we have that process already kind of in motion. We already are very comfortable with it. So I don't think this takes longer than setting up a ratio, but I think even if it does, those extra seconds are worth it because of the points it will save you when you get the harder version of this question. You'll have the right mentality, the right way to think about it. So is this plug points into equations? Maybe if we stretch the idea of an equation, but in a way, that's kind of what this is. This chart is acting like an equation. We have a set rule about how things get plugged into it. We have a set pattern. We like that stuff on the SAT. Anything where we feel very robotic is good. I should check that that's the answer because it's always possible that as I talk, I'm making a careless mistake. Yes, that is the answer. Let's move on. All right, we got some geometry here. In the figure, line M is parallel to line N, and line K intersects both lines, which of the following statements is true? So, okay, I know this shape, right? This is just a straight up memorization issue. In a way, you could kind of think of it as an equation where we're memorizing a little bit of a angle rule here, angle rules. And so in this case, I know that 145 and X are the same because these are vertical angles, right? So that's just a fact you should know. You have to memorize that. So is the value of X less than 45? No, the value of X is 45. Is it greater? No. Is it equal to? Yes. And definitely it can be determined because if we know that these are parallel, then we're forming a lot of congruent angles, right? So X and 145, this angle up here, this angle over here, also 145, and then all the others, the small ones, are acute angles that would be supplementary to the 145. So they would be whatever 145, actually, let's do it this way, 180 minus 145, 35. So all these small ones are 35, but they didn't ask about that. So there you go. All right, this is easy. Moving on. I have an equation. Looks like I might have a point. Let's see. The function f represents the total cost in dollars of attending an arcade when X games are played. How many games can be played for a total cost of $58? This is basic plug points into equations, right? We have an equation. They gave it to us, and they gave us a point. Now we just got to make sure it's only half a point, right? So is it the y half or the x half, right? Is it the half over here or is it the half over here? And so we just need to make sure we follow the story. They tell us that f represents the total cost, so that's this side, and x is the number of games. They're asking for the number of games, so that means we don't know X, but we must have a dollar amount, the 58. So here's how we can easily do this in Desmos you could do this algebraically, right? You could do, basically you would write this, 58 equals 14 plus 4X. You would write that on your scratch paper. You'd subtract 14, you divide by 4. It's not that hard algebra, you should know how to do that. But in the spirit of being lazy here, right, how can we kind of use plug points into equations and solve without doing as much algebra? Remember that Desmos is an algebra solver. If you give it an equation with only x's, it will solve that equation for you. The difference is it's not going to just say x equals. It's going to graph it as a line, as a vertical line. And here we can see, because it's nice and easy, it goes right through the point 11, we can see that x is 11, right? So there's my answer. And we're going to double check because, again, possible I'm misthinking about something. But yeah, it's 11. And genuinely, I don't know. I'd probably just do this on the actual test, throw it into Desmos. I've gotten much more comfortable using Desmos to solve algebra, even stuff that's very obvious to me. I don't know, why take the chance? Double check that you typed it in right and that you typed things in the right places, but I don't know, take the win. It's an easy win. It's less brain power, especially since, right? Yes, you'd have a break after the hard reading module, but it's a 10-minute break. It's not long. So what does that mean? That means that you've just been doing this reading section for a very long time. You've been using so much brain power. Your brain is just fried. You need to recharge your brain before you get to the hard math module where we're really going to use it. I definitely use the first math module as a way to kind of rest my brain. Obviously, I have to do the problems and solve them, but the less thinking I can do here, the better. I'm recharging that battery so that I'm ready to go when I really need it. So Desmos essentially lets me do that. All right, moving on. Okay, looks like I have a point, or it looks like I have an equation, and they're asking for what is the value of x minus 7. So here, right, I know what they want me to do. They want me to think about algebra and be like, oh, hey, wait a minute, there's a pattern here. I don't care. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. 4x minus 28 equals negative 24, right? We're going to solve for x. This is kind of one of the things that here is in our alternatives here. solve for x using the Desmos vertical line method. I can do that. And look, there's my vertical line, and it's 1. So x is 1. All right, well, but I don't want 1. I want 1 minus 7. 1 minus 7 is negative 6. Right, so make sure you give them what they want, right? Your habit, speaking of habits, your habit from years of school, the thousands of times you've solved algebra equations, most of them have been requiring you to solve for x. So your habit is to solve for x and be done. So if positive 1 were an answer choice here, many of you would have put that and not thought twice about it, right? But luckily it's not, so we can't fall for that trap. But still, nevertheless, we know the SAT is setting this particular trap of asking us to do something with the x. Yeah, so look, could we have solved this a different way? Absolutely. It's not that hard, right? What they want us to do is factor and recognize that if we pull 4 out of that equation, right, then we would have x, and then what is 28 divided by 4? It's 7. So negative 24, right? So what did we find? We found essentially the thing we want. So we just divide the whole thing by 4, divide by 4, and then without solving for x itself, we get the same result, that x minus 7 is negative 6. That's great. If you saw that, hooray for you. But again, I'm not thinking about this number 5. That's pretty easy. I'm thinking about number 15, where there also might be one of these little shortcuts. But if you don't see it and you spend a minute looking for the shortcut, well, then it's not a shortcut anymore. So it's nothing wrong with just solving for x as long as you follow the instruction of getting them x minus 7. Moving on. All right, this looks like percents. So I do have some equations I can use for percents, right? So we have the open formulas, but let's see first. The amount of Hannah's bill for a food order was $50. Hannah gave a tip of 20% of the amount of the bill. What is the amount in dollars of the tip Hannah gave? So this is, you got to just make sure you follow the instructions here. This is a very common thing for percents questions, is that the wording of the question is extremely important. So we have to be very careful that we're doing that right. So what are they saying here, right? We're doing 20% of something, 20% of. So that means that we need to use the traditional open formula. So this is number 6. And on the SAT, I recommend when you have your scratch paper, label the questions, keep them in order. Normally I would do like one of these like lines so that I'm always separating out my questions, because I'm going to be using, paper over here and over here. And so it's going to be a bunch of boxes. But here I'm just going to go straight down. So it's going to be pretty easy there. But open formula. Okay. Right. So my open formula, why do I call it the open formula? It looks like the word open, right? So the P represents the percentage, but we have to write that as a decimal. So 20% as a decimal is 0.20. And we're taking 20% of the amount of the bill, right? So the amount for the bill, first sentence, is $50. So the original price, that's what the O stands for, is 50. And we're solving for the new, which is the tip. So this is actually pretty easy, 50 times 0.2. Right, so 50 times 0.2 is 10. And so that's our answer. But one thing I want to point out here is a lot of you are going to misread this question. I'm actually going to do it the wrong way, right? So I think what some of you are going to do is you're going to think that they already added the tip. So you're going to think that we need 1.2 and that equals 50, and that we're solving for this amount. So you're going to do something like 50 divided by 1.2, which is 41.67, right? And you're going to be like, okay, that was the amount of the bill. So 50 minus 41.67 is $8.33. So you're going to think of it that way. And there might be other ways to get this number, but I think some people are going to do that, because they're like, oh yeah, I've been asked this question before. I know what they want me to do. They want me to reverse the tip. They want me to figure out what the starting amount was. Yes, the SAT often asks that question. They did not ask that question here. And this is why percents are so important to pay attention to the instructions, is there's like 9 different things they could ask you for percents. They all sound very, very similar, but plugging the points into this equation is going to be very, very different for each of those. So you've got to make sure you understand what that particular situation is. This is still an easy question, so it doesn't surprise me that we're doing this kind of very easy percentage in red, whereas this green is more of a difficult thing. We might see that later on, but this is a very common thing that people do, and they get very frustrated with the SAT math section. What they don't realize they're doing is that they are not answering the questions they're asked. They're answering questions that they remember being asked in the past, right? You remember a similar question and you remember the steps to solve that question. And so you kind of just automatically just assume they're asking the same thing and start going through that same process. But you got to be careful. The SAT is deliberately making similar requests, but that have different properties, that have different instructions. So that's why the safest way to approach any SAT question, reading or math, is you're just following instructions. You're just doing as you're told. Yes, there are things you need to memorize, but just do as you are told and do not try to assume anything. That's where you get in trouble. Moving on. All right, what's this? This feels, all right, statistics. So we have some statistics equations, right? Mean, median is kind of a little bit of an equation. Not quite, but a little bit. Range. So let's see what they say. 5 of the sea turtle each have a nest, okay? This table shows an original data set of the number of eggs that each turtle laid in the nest, okay? A 6th nest with 121 eggs is added to create a new data set. Which of the following correctly compares the means of the 2 data sets? So if we're just starting off and thinking plug points into equations, right? We have an equation for mean that we're supposed to know, right? And we can, if we want, just write that down. This is number 7, right? So the mean is the sum of the numbers over the number of numbers, right? So, okay. Now, literally, if you want to compare these two means, you can just plug the points in, right? So we have the sum is 149 plus 144 plus 148 plus 136 plus 139. Divide that by 5, right? And we can get the mean. But what this question wants us to do is think about it more conceptually, right? They want us to recognize that 121 is way lower than any of the current egg numbers, right? So it's much lower. So we just need to understand how means work, is that if we add this 121 in, the mean is going to drop, right? So if you understand that, there's no reason to actually go through the plug points into equations motions. Again, this is number 7 in the first module. We know it's kind of easy. It's gonna conform to our expectations. So, let's just go with that. So the mean of the original set is greater than the mean of the new, right? Because when the new adds in this 121, it's going to be lower, right? So notice though, if we misread, the mean of the original is less than the mean of the new. Well, okay, that's the opposite, but it's similar enough that someone could maybe just misread it. They're definitely not equal because we're adding in a completely different number. And there's plenty of information. In fact, we can even do it using Desmos if we really want, right? So remember, Desmos has all these functions here, and mean is the first statistics one. So in order to use this function, you would just type the numbers. So 149, 144, 148, 136, 139. So if you have a list, you can type the list and it will give you the mean. So we can do the same thing. Can I copy this or no? Copy. I think they just turned off the copy paste feature in Bluebook. Like they just do not let you use it. 144, 148, 136, 139. Make sure you type it right. Looks good. And then add in 121. And you can see literally the mean of the original is greater than the mean of the new. So we can literally calculate this. It doesn't take very long, especially using Desmos since we have such a short list. But bigger lists, Desmos stops being efficient. So keep that in mind as well. But in a sense, this is still plug points into equations. We have an equation and we can plug the points in or let Desmos do it for us and then just literally see the answer. But it's good to know the conceptual reason as well. But generally you can see here in the trainer, if you can't plug points into equations, avoid pure logic and abstract reasoning. We're kind of dipping into that to pick A here. So, keep that in mind, especially if you have time at the end of this section to go back and check, just go back and check by doing it for real. Just make sure. It doesn't really take very long and it's worth at least a second pass. All right. Right away, I'm thinking plug points into equations. Before I even read the question, why? Well, I see equations in the choices. Yeah, they're inequalities, but they're equations, right? And okay, this is a bunch of points. So some of you are going to go right to Desmos here. That's not the end of the world. But I want you to start to get in the habit of accepting and trusting that Desmos can be very time-consuming typing things in and very risky because you might mistype something, right? So what you want to trust, I should have phrased this differently, but what you want to trust is the fact that plug points into equations can be actually really, really fast, especially if you're even like halfway decent at mental math. So here we clearly, like I said, have equations. Where am I going to get the points? Let's get them off the graph. We want something in the shaded region because that is the solution to the inequality. I see very conveniently that the point 0, 0 is in the shaded region. Barely, but it's in there, right? I don't want something on the line. I want something in the region, 0, 0. So I'm going to plug 0, 0 into all these choices, right? So I'll write it down, but I could do this in my head normally. We're on question 8. Right, so if I go with 0, 0, a very lazy point, right? I'm not expecting it to solve everything, but I'm hoping it just simplifies things, right? So now I would have 0 is less than -1 for choice A, right? Because if I put 0 in for x, this whole thing cancels. So all these 3x terms are going to go away, regardless of whether they're positive or negative. So 0 is not less than -1. So A is wrong. So I'm basically doing that, right? I'm just kind of in my head being like, all right, this is very easy. 0 is less than -1. No, B is wrong. How about C? 0 is greater than -1. Yeah, cool. D, 0 is greater than -1. Yeah, cool. Right? So, yeah, I didn't solve it, but it took literally 3 seconds to get down to 2 answers. Now there's a bunch of ways you can do it. One is just recognizing this is essentially another equation. This is y equals mx plus b. It's jumbled up a bit, right? The m part is down here. So we can look at the slope since that's what's different, and we can say, okay, is the slope positive or negative? Well, it's clearly negative. This slope is going down, so it's D. But again, if this is the real test, it takes me all of 5 seconds to just type this in, including the inequality symbol, and just being like, yeah, that kind of looks like what I got, right? I mean, if I messed it up, it's clearly different, right? Even if I messed up the inequality symbol, it's completely different. So build into your process these little 5-second checks, especially in the first module where you'll have the time. I just don't see what the harm is. And another thing that's important to have in your mind as you take an SAT math section is to remember that no matter how good at math you are not as good as you think you are, right? So everyone can make the mistake of flipping a negative or flipping an inequality symbol. It happens. And so accepting the fact that you are flawed and prone to mistakes, just like anyone else, allows you to build these little steps in your process that catch those mistakes. So, if you want that 800, the only way to get an 800, in my opinion, is to admit and acknowledge that you are not as good at math as you think you are. That's my thought. All right, moving on. All right, I've got an equation, technically an expression, but it's an equation. And so I see that in the choices, I also have equations. And this is where my brain instantly, because of habit, goes to arithmetizing. Because I know that x doesn't matter, right? There's an x in the question, and that same x is in the choices. So it doesn't matter. Why don't I pick a number for x? Now, I know this is very basic algebra, but again, we're talking about getting your brain to see questions that you've answered hundreds of times, thousands of times in school. I want you to see them in a new way so that when it gets really wacky, we have new ways of doing it. So yes, I could just do some algebra here, and I might to check it, but it also doesn't take very long to just go, what if x is 0? Then my equation becomes 0 plus 8, so 8, minus 0 minus 2, minus 2. Now, I'm still writing this down because if I lose that negative, it doesn't matter whether I arithmetize or not. That's the whole thing here, right? So 8 plus 2 is 10. And if I put 0 into all these x's as well, right, because once I make x 0, all the x's are 0, I quickly see that choices A and D are wrong because they have 6. I need a 10. So now the only question is just, is it 8x to the third or 7x to the third? And here's where my algebra brain is like, okay, well, it's 8x to the third minus x to the third. So 8 minus 1 is 7. Done. And it makes sense that 8 minus -2, distributing that negative, is still going to give me a positive. So that's really easy. You can do these hybrid approaches. The point is getting comfortable with in order to really use arithmetize, you need to be very comfortable working with zeros, working with ones, plugging those things into equations and knowing how they're going to interact with that equation. So practice that skill on the easy stuff so that it's stronger for the hard stuff. It's that simple. Let's move on to 10. Well, this is an obvious plug points into equations question. I have equations in the choices. I see that I'm given points. It says that these things pass through these points, so they all fit together, right? So what do I have, right? Equations, points. What's step 3? Plug points into equations. Use this strategy as much as possible, right? So one of these points is obviously lazier, so we're going to use that first, 0, 9, right? So if I plug 0 in for all these x's, what happens? Well, then I get 9 because this goes away. So that could work, but I don't know if it's right. This is 0 plus 1/8, so no, I don't get 9. This is 0 plus 8, so no, that's not 9. But 0 plus 9 is 9. So unsurprisingly, I have 2 answers that work, right? So that's okay. I have a second point. And if I plug 1 in for x here, I'm supposed to get 17. But I know that I'm not gonna because 1/8 of 1 is 1/8. So this is just going to be a messy number. It's not going to be nice, so we can get rid of it. But 8 plus 9, 8 times 1 is 8, plus 9 is 17. Done. Now notice what I didn't do. I didn't use another equation that we do need to memorize, but I think is always second best, which is the slope formula, right? We have slopes here that are different except for b and c. So we could, in theory, plug these points into the slope formula. That's probably what your math teacher would want you to do, and we could find the slope. But I don't need to find the slope. The slope is only one of 3 things: 1/8, 1, or 8. That's it. So I'm kind of almost more like guessing and checking the slope by using the equations they gave me. In school, you don't have multiple choices. So you have to come up with this equation from scratch. In those cases, things like the slope formula might be necessary. And they still might be necessary on the SAT for certain questions. But if you can skip that formula, by all means, please do it, because the slope formula involves 4 points going in the exact right spots, 4 numbers. And there's negatives, there's double negatives, there's fractions, there's things that can really cause some problems here. So, you can see if someone messed up the slope formula, then choice A is going to look really good. Because look, it's the opposite slope. It's 8 over 1 down here, but 1 over 8. So if you mess up the slope formula, you'd never know it. You'd get it wrong by just seeing a slope that you thought you wanted and picking A and moving on. But by plugging in the points, I don't think I can really mess this up unless I just can't do basic math. All right, moving on. Let's look at number 11. Yep, just making sure everything's right as I go. Okay, what do I have? Well, I have an equation. Do I have points, right? Well, they're asking for the points, right? They're asking for the solution. So I don't really have points. Can I arithmetize those points? Not really here, because it's not like the points don't matter, right? The value of D really, really matters. They're basically telling me to find D. So if for me to arithmetize, which means making up my own numbers, I would have to just by luck make up the correct answer. So that basically becomes a guess and check, which if I had answer choices might be fine. But what I really see here is, okay, I can't do my normal plug points into equations, but I have an alternative, right? Solve for x using Desmos. Well, it's not an x, it's a d, but it's good enough, right? I mean, Desmos will solve this. Anytime I have an equation with one letter, it's solvable using Desmos. But now watch, if I type it the way they give it, d minus 30, d plus 30, minus 7 equals minus 7. It's going to tell me, hey, I don't know what to do with this, right? This doesn't make any sense. We only support implicit equations of x and y. That just means I don't speak this language. I don't speak the D language, right? I speak the X language. So just switch it. Make it an X and make it an X. And now it's going to graph it, you can see. And now we're just going to find the spot. And there it is. And it's at 30. Okay, cool. Done. And we could double check that that's right? 30 minus 30 is 0. So this whole thing becomes 0. And then 0 minus 7 is negative 7. So that makes sense, right? But I would certainly solve this by actually doing this. If you got 30 here because you just saw d minus 30 and were like, oh yeah, you're supposed to reverse the sign, that's not right. That's just a coincidence that worked. So that's just luck. It's not a quadratic in the same way because we have this minus 7 over here. So you have to add the 7 over here first, and then lucky for you, you get a 0. So it works out if you do start to do some algebra. But many of you, because you have the wrong kinds of habits, your school math habits, you're going to start foiling this, right? Just you're like, oh, I got d squared plus 30d minus 30d. No, that just why? You're just doing that because someone showed you to do that before. You're not really thinking through what you're doing. But if you think about it in this particular way, you'll realize that that's not worth it. You've got what you need to just let Desmos solve it for you, an equation with just one variable. Awesome. Plus, negative 30 would also have worked, just to be clear. Negative 30 also works because a negative 30 here would also be 0, which would knock this whole thing out. But again, the fact that those both work is more of a coincidence than anything, because they could have easily just made this minus 8, and then suddenly this whole, that would not have worked. So you got to be careful. All right, moving on. All right, I see an equation. Let's see what we got to do with this. A store sells 2 different size containers of blueberries. The store's sales of these blueberries totaled $896.86 or $896.86 last month. That's such a weird way of writing that. The equation 451x plus 607y equals 896.86 represents the situation where x is the number of smaller containers sold and y is the number of larger containers sold. According to the equation, what is the price in dollars of each smaller container? No reason to plug points in here. They're just asking you to interpret this equation. So follow instructions. Smaller container. What did they say about the smaller containers? That's the x. What's attached to the x? The 451. All right. Now we know, hopefully, that when you put a number in front of a variable, it's essentially a rate, right? That's how a lot of that works. So if we wanted to know the price of each small container, and x is the number of small containers, the 451 is that price. So there's no work to be done here other than reading carefully. But that's it. There's no plugging points in. There's nothing here. We don't need to do that. Just understand that when you have a number in front of a variable, it's essentially behaving like a rate. They're asking for the rate in front of the x. So give them the rate in front of the x. Nice. And now I have an equation. So hopefully I can plug something in. I see some numbers here. The function f models the intensity of an X-ray beam in number of particles in the X-ray beam T millimeters below the surface of a sample of iron. According to the model, what is the estimated number of particles in the X-ray beam when it is at the surface? I love this kind of question. This is so easy, but a lot of people are going to freak out. So do we have an equation? Yes. It's a exponential equation. It roughly follows the open formula. It's a little different because this t, but that doesn't matter, right? Are they telling me any points? Yes. Points from stories, especially listed right here, starting points. You've got to recognize when they've given you a starting point, right? So the t millimeters below the surface, that's what the x or the t represents. They're asking, what is it when it's at the surface? So how many millimeters are we below the surface when we're at the surface? 0, right? And that should be obvious, if only because, like, gosh, they ask this question so many different ways, so many times in the SAT. Essentially what we're doing is plugging in an intercept, right? So here the t is 0. So just plug it in, right? So a couple ways to do that, just to show off a little bit of a Desmos feature, right? What we could do is type the equation to start. So f of t equals 500, 0.5 to the, and I think this is going to mess up. I'm going to try this actually. T divided by, oh no, it didn't do. I thought the divided by 12 would come out somewhere else, but it knew to do that. So that's good. If you ever need to lock some stuff in an exponent and Desmos isn't cooperating, just put the parentheses there. So you could have also just done something like this, do a parentheses, and then t divided by 12, and then it knows, like, hey, this is a unit. So that's always there. Now, once I've got the equation, if they want me to put in 0 for t, I can do f of 0, and it's 500, which doesn't surprise me, because if we think of this in terms of the open formula, the original value is the 500, right? So we saw the open formula before. The t, the one for this kind of situation, is a little different. I'll just write it down so we have it. For an exponential, we modify it slightly. We add the 1 plus or minus p that we would normally use for like an increase or decrease in percent. And then I just put a t as an exponent. This one, again, has a more complicated t, but it ends up not mattering because the O still stands for the original amount, right? The amount that we would expect when we start, right? At a y-intercept, essentially. So 500 makes sense. However, you know, again, a harder question might kind of look like this situation, but behave slightly differently. Maybe they just, you know, they mess up that exponent in some way that we're not foreseeing, or maybe they add some other number at the end, right? So rather than worry about like, oh, how do I read this equation? In this case, just treat it as a plug points into equations where they're saying t is 0, right? There's no getting it wrong if you do that, especially because we can just do it in the calculator. So just make sure you typed it right. But otherwise, that's it. That's the whole thing. All right. And I'm checking to make sure I got that right. Of course I did, because it's an easy question. All right, moving on. Okay. So here we have some graph. Let's see what they want. The graph of the rational function f is shown where y equals f of x and x is greater than or equal to 0. Which of the following is the graph of y equals f of x plus 5 where x is greater than or equal to 0? So you might know that doing this translation, this plus 5, is going to move this thing up. But even still, I would say let's do plug points and equations, right? So this graph is the graph of f, right? So let's stick to a point. Let's get a point here that kind of makes sense, right? So I like here. Out here is the one I see. So this is 9, 1, roughly. 9, 1. Now, if I plug that into this equation, right, which is the answer choices, so y equals f of x plus 5, be very literal about that, right? X is 9, and 1 is, or we don't know the 1, right? We're just trying to see what happens when we plug this in. So we don't actually know the y for this particular case. So actually, maybe it's good that I brought this up because this is a weird situation because this 1 is part of this graph, not part of the shifted graph. But if I did that, then f of x, so f of 9 plus 5 should give me some y value. Now we can think, oh yeah, I have f of 9. F of 9 is 1. So it ends up being the case that we kind of plug that in here because the f graph is this one. These are not f. So we now know that we want 6 as our value, meaning the point 9, 6 should be on this thing. That's kind of weird. I get that that's weirder than I thought when I first started talking, but it is what it is. So the x coordinate is 9 for this new equation, the choices, and the y coordinate is 6. So let's just see, right? So this is 9 below 6, so no. This is 9, I don't know, close to 0, so no. This is 9, I don't know, 1.5, no. And this is 9, 6, so yes. And we can see it makes sense, right? If we understood conceptually what's happening, this whole thing is going to shift up. So you can see this kind of looks like a bigger version, right? And this is kind of actually why I hate these questions that have graphs in the choices, is it's like a lot of scrolling and you can't like literally just like put them side by side and see it. But yeah, it looks like it moved up. That is the answer. That's one where probably just understanding it as a, as a conceptual upward shift is really, really useful. But again, harder questions, things might not behave the way we expect. So just be careful of that. Moving on. All right, love this kind of question. This is the kind of thing that everyone gets wrong when they can easily prevent it, right? So the given equation relates the positive numbers p, n, and c, which correctly expresses c in terms of p and n. Okay, just pick numbers, right? We have equations, right? They're not any of these equations. They gave me these weird ones, plus the one we started with. And we don't have points because they're just telling us positive numbers p, n, and c, but we can make up numbers. I would know that instantly because I know that if there's a c, a p, and an n in the choices and a c, a p, and an n in the question, the c, the p, and the n, the values of those things don't matter. They tell me they have to be positive, but that's about it, right? So why don't we just say that n is 1 and p is 2? And let's smush this, right? Sorry, not p is 2, c is 2. Now, why does it matter which ones I pick? Well, when you're picking numbers, work with the more complicated side first, right? Because this side is going to have all sorts of stuff going on. Let's let p just be whatever comes out of that. So in this case, I can just type it as 19 minus c, and it will tell me that p is 17 based on the numbers I picked. And if I were to change the value of c, and this is why sliders are pretty cool, is it's going to change the value of p. So we can leave it 3. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But now I'm going to try the answer choices. And the way I do that is I take each of the complicated sides and I just type them, and I'm trying to get C. So I'm trying to get back to 3, right? So let's try choice A. That would be, I'm going to put parentheses so I don't have to use my mouse, 19 plus P divided by N. And it's 35. But again, I need it to be C. I need it to be 3. So this is wrong, right? And I'll leave it just in case, but 19 minus P divided by N is 3. So hey, that could be right? Again, we want 3. So that could be right, but I got to try everything because it's possible that multiple answers give me the same thing. So let's try C, 19 plus P over N. That's 35, so cool, that's gone. And then choice D is 19 minus P over N, and that's 3. And I'm glad that happened because this happens sometimes. So this is why when you do arithmetize and you plug points into equations, you usually have to check every single choice because sometimes the point that you picked works in multiple equations. That's not a big deal. It's not a failure. It just means we got to choose new points. And this is why Desmos is so awesome, is I can just do that, right? So if I move, let's get rid of the ones that don't work. So let's get rid of this, which was A, and let's get rid of this, which was C. So now we're left with B and D. And if I choose to make C something else, let's make it 4. Notice that doesn't help, right? And this, again, is the benefit of Desmos here in the sliders is if I change it in one place, since I've just used those letters in all my choices, I don't have to retype the new number somewhere else, right? It's just going to auto update. So I recommend this. But it also shows me very quickly with minimal effort that like, okay, changing C here is not the issue. Let's try to change N, right? Let's make this maybe 2. Now, C is still 4. P is a new number. It knows that. It's going to redo it. But look, choice, this was B, right? Gives me a weird number. It doesn't give me the 4 that I want, right? Because that's the value of C. But choice D does, right? And at this point, now I would know that D is the answer. And again, this isn't hard algebraically. You should know how to do this. But I've taught this test, given this to my students pretty regularly. And the number of people who get this wrong, they're getting 680, 690 in math. And yet this is the thing they get wrong because they think they're too good for these kind of strategies, right? So I don't know what happens, but in order to solve for C, you got to first divide by N, right? So that's where the P over N is coming from, but then rewrite it. Maybe I think they're doing too much work in their heads, right? Now, how do you get C, right? So you would minus 19. And I think what most people are going to do is they're going to write it like this because it feels natural. But they're missing the fact that this isn't quite right. I mean, this is negative C, not positive C. So you got to multiply everything by -1, which is a pain in the neck because in order to do that, you get C, sure, but now you get negative P over N plus 19, which isn't a big deal, but like I could see this negative getting lost here and getting C or something, but you got to flip it now, 19 minus P over N, right? So by working with the letters, especially since there's 3 of them, you have to put all the letters in the exact right place at the exact right time based on what the SAT is setting you up for. Whereas if I arithmetize, the letters disappear. We don't have letters anymore. We have numbers, and numbers add, numbers multiply, numbers divide, right? Things condense. And the calculator can handle numbers, right? So it can do all that stuff. So I think that that's definitely the way to go. Again, this isn't particularly difficult algebra. However, I know this question. I've taught this dozens, if not hundreds of times, and you would be surprised. People who are really skilled at math get this wrong because they're moving too fast. They're not careful. They see what they want to see, right? They see what they want to see. And so an answer choice maybe connects with them early on, and they end up kind of like doing algebra that proves the answer choice rather than doing the correct algebra. So again, we're all susceptible to these kinds of mistakes. I think it's foolish to think that you are somehow above it or better than it. That is not the case. Not the case. Cool. All right. I would definitely arithmetize here on the real test. So I'm being honest about what I would solve, how I would solve. Let's move on. All right. I've got a little bit of a geometry thing. The length of each edge of a box is 29 inches. Each side of the box is in the shape of a square. The box does not have a lid. What is the exterior surface area in square inches of this box without a lid? So geometry has points and equations as well. With geometry, surface area is one of the harder pieces because it's not in the reference sheet. And the reason I think it's not in the reference sheet is for exact situations like this, where if we followed the formula, we'd get it wrong. We need to do what we're told, right? We have to follow instructions. And here the instruction is, let me find my pen. The instruction is that we have a box, right? So it kind of looks something like this, right? But there's no lid, right? So it's actually more like this, where it's open. I don't know if that is represented correctly there. Again, I'm not an artist, but there you go. It's open on the top. So if we use the formula, which is that the surface area of a cube is 6 times the side squared, we'd get it wrong. We have the side, the edge, but there's not 6 sides because there's no lid. There's 5. So just think of it that way, right? As I have one of these, and one of these surfaces is 29 by 29, right? So, okay, I can use the calculator for that. So let's get rid of all this garbage. 29 times 29 is 841, right? So one of these surfaces is 841, and there's 5 of them, right? There's the front and the back, the left and the right, and the bottom, right? So 841 times 5 is our answer. 841 times 5, 4205. That's it. It's plug points into equations. We are kind of making the equation up ourselves, but I also just think of this as like, you just follow instructions, right? I mean, surface area is itself, the reason we don't really think about a formula, it's because it's basically an instruction. Like whatever the shape is, just get all the outside surfaces and add them up. Same as perimeter. We don't really have a formula for perimeter. We just know add up all the outside lines and distances. So treat it like an instruction. And I hope then you wouldn't miss the very important fact that it doesn't have a lid. I mean, it's not hidden. It says it. It's very clear. It doesn't have a lid. Now, maybe if you don't speak English very well and you don't know what a lid is, maybe that's a problem. I don't know. I don't know how common of a word that is. If that's the issue, then okay, that sucks for you, I guess. But I don't know. It's for those of us who speak English, it's a very clear instruction. So if English is your first language and you know what a lid is and you got this wrong, your problem is you're assuming you know what the question is asking instead of just letting yourself follow the instructions in the question. You're assuming they want the full surface area because that's what you've had to solve for before. What did the SAT do? They just removed a side. That was it. Nice and easy way to get a bunch of people to get something wrong. 17. What do I have? I have an equation. What is the sum of the solutions? Well, I'm not going to plug points into equations because I'm trying to find the points that work, the solutions. But remember, solve for x using Desmos. It doesn't matter that it's absolute value. Let's go for it. So absolute value bars, just so you know, are right here. So x minus 9 and plus 45 is equal to 63. And let's make a little more space, right? So I can see. Now look, oh no, I can't click it, right? Why? Well, something about the way that Desmos handles absolute value, it doesn't let me click it like it normally does. But clearly one of the solutions is 27. So let's top that, put that down, because we need to add something to it, right? So there's another one somewhere. Let's find it. Let's zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Oh, there it is. Let's zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Looks like -9. -9. So 27 plus -9 is 18. Done. Oh, so great. We know that solving absolute value equations is kind of a pain in the neck, right? Because you have to make two equations. You got a whole bunch of processes there. I'm not going to go into it because genuinely on the SAT, I wouldn't do it, right? Why bother, right? Desmos doesn't care that it's absolute value. It's still going to do it. So might as well just let Desmos do it, and then you don't have to worry about it. And it's easier on your brain because, like I said, we want to use the first math module to recharge our brain. So yeah, just letting Desmos solve it takes a lot of brain power out of this process. And yeah, why not? Take the win. All right, moving on. Okay, cool. So here's a case where I don't even know, is this plug points in equations, right? We could come up with an equation, right? We know that the tangent is equal to the opposite over the adjacent, but they're not asking for anything related to a triangle, right? They just want the value of tan of 92 pi over 3. Well, the calculator does that. This is kind of asking like, what is the value of like 3 plus 2, right? This is a number, right? Tan is telling us to do something to the number in the same way that squaring something tells us to do something to the number, or in the same way that square rooting something tells us to do something to the number. So here's how you should handle this. It's very rare on the SAT that you are going to use the tangent or cosine or sine buttons on your calculator. This is the rare exception. So we are going to do it, and we're just going to type what we see. So 92 pi, and I don't know if you saw how I got that, but you just type pi, and it turns it to pi. And then divided by 3, and we get some messy number. Now, one thing I want to make sure is this the correct mode? Right, so I'll show you a couple things here, right? So if we go to settings, this little wrench, you can see that like most calculators, it allows us to switch between radians and degrees. And for whatever reason, like most calculators, it defaults to radians. That's what we want. If we see pi in an angle measure, it's very, 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 very likely that it's a radian measure. So this is a radian. It doesn't say, but if it were degrees, we would have a little degree symbol. So it would say it. If it doesn't have a symbol, it's a radian. If it does, then it's degrees. So that's the way you're supposed to know. So most of you, that's not going to matter because the calculator defaults to radians anyway. So we just have this answer. My warning, though, is if you do switch it, right, then we are going to get a different number, right? Look, now it's different. And so that's going to mess us up and we're not going to get the right answer. So we have to keep that in mind. Now, also notice here, I switch it to degrees. But your calculator on Desmos, or your calculator in Bluebook, has two features, a graphing calculator and a scientific. So if you go to the scientific, look what happened. we're back to radians, right? So these two things are independent. So if you switch it here, it's going to be one thing. This is like a different world. It's a different thing. So just keep that in mind, right? So here we could do the same thing, right? 92 pi divided by 3. I don't know why you would want to use this scientific over a graphing calculator. It doesn't interest me, but fine, it's there. Now we see negative 1.7320, whatever. So let's actually go back here. This is annoying. Basically, now I'm just looking. I don't know which one of these is that same number, but I'm going to find it, right? I know it's negative, so it's not C or D. So let's just see what negative square root of 3 is. And you can, the symbol's down here, but just as a little shortcut, SQRT gives you square root and 3. And there it is, right? So that seems like A is the answer. If I wanted to be really sure, let's just divide this by 3. So you can just take it out and we get a different number. And so no, not the right thing. So A is the answer here. This is exactly how I would do this on the test. Many of you in school had to memorize things like the unit circle and think about how many rotations around the circle this is going. Just, no, don't memorize it here. The calculator does it for you. So no reason to take the risk of, maybe you memorize it wrong. Calculator does it. All right, moving on. All right, perfect. I see basically an equation, right? I mean, it's got A and K, and I see those same letters showing up in the answer choices. This is no different from, I hate how you have to wait. This question. I see this question and the one we're about to do is exactly the same, right? I've got some wacky looking thing in the question. I've got more wacky looking things in the choices. They look different, but they also involve the same letters, and those letters don't ever seem to matter, right? So might as well just kind of think of it in terms of an arithmetize. I have equations, let's plug points into equations, right? My only restriction is that K has to be greater than 0. So, okay, fine. How about K is 1? Cool. Does A matter? I don't know, let's make it 2. I could probably make it 1, but if I'm gonna use the calculator, I might as well make it different. And then what do we get? So what does this mean? So if I do 42A divided by K plus 42AK, right? Notice this time it gives me a number, right? So this one isn't set equal to P or C or N like the other one was. It's just gonna give me a number because I've made up a value for A and K, right? So it's just a straight up number. But if these other equations are supposed to be equivalent, then when I plug in 1 and 2, it should give me the same equivalent number. It should give me 168, right? So that's a basic fundamental feature of math, is that if you have some sort of letter, it's a constant. It's the same letter. It's the same number no matter what. So might as well pick a number for it and understand it as a number. It's certainly going to be easier. So let's just try all these choices. So 84A divided by K is 168. So that might be the answer. Let's just keep going though. 84AK squared divided by K. Ooh, also 168. Doesn't surprise me. We'll worry about it later. Let's just see if we can get rid of anything. 42A K plus 1 divided by K. Also 168. No big deal. So 42A K squared plus 1 divided by K. Now, if you're smart, you realize why this keeps happening is if we divide by K, we're divided by 1 every time, right? So this is kind of causing some sort of problem where the 1 might be the problem, right? So, okay, well, let's just make it a different number, right? So all of them worked, but it's not that big of a deal. Just be like, all right, what if K were 2? What happens? Now the original thing is 210, right? And now choice A isn't giving me 210. So that goes. And choice B isn't giving me 210. So that goes. And choice C isn't giving me 210. So that goes. And now choice D is, right? So that looks pretty good. And I could change other things, right? Maybe if I made A 3. And it doesn't need to be an integer, by the way. But right now, 315 is what I'm looking for. 315 is what I get. What if I make K 12? Now, 42, whatever, it gives me 1522.5. Okay, weird number, but if I scroll down, I get the same weird number here. So nice. I don't need to think about why this happened. Some of you are going to see that it's not that hard to kind of recognize you would need to get a set of common denominators here. That would involve multiplying by a K. You'd get a K squared. You'd have to factor things out. It's not that bad. It's basic algebra, like, algebra 2 level algebra. But again, I don't want to think about it. Why take the chance? why take the chance of messing it up? If the numbers just prove it for me, right? This is getting to this last piece here, is no matter what method we're using, and we are plugging points into equations here, but no matter what method we're using, avoid pure logic and abstract reasoning, right? Follow instructions and show your work in some way. Putting numbers in and letting the numbers pop out, that's doing work. That's not logic. That's not reasoning. That's concrete math. That's the most basic math you've ever learned, is just 1 + 1 is 2, right? Like that's that kind of math. So algebra is still math, but it's a little bit more logical. It's a little bit more abstract because we're working with letters that represent numbers. By putting in numbers, we're just getting back to the basic math that we learned when we were like 6 years old. So it's obviously more complicated, but it's not really that different from just thinking about like 1 + 1 is 2. So please, please, please recognize that this is a great opportunity to arithmetize. It's going to make your life so much easier. And we're doing it with the sliders, right? So these are the same strategy right here. But oh my God, this is a win. All right, moving on. We got a couple more questions left in this module. Let's see what we get here. Oop, I skipped one. Nope, 20. Okay, so circle equation. So maybe plug points into equations. The graph that you've given an equation is a circle in the xy plane. The point AB lies on the circle, which defines a possible value of A. So plug points into equations. Right, so there's a couple ways to do this. How do I want to do this? Okay. All right, well, if I were being very literal, essentially what I would do is I would just do it on my scratch paper, right? So plug points in equations. I have an equation, right? So write it on your scratch. Don't start plugging in until you've got it off the screen and you've made sure that you've written it correctly so that you're not looking up and down, back and forth. Okay. So essentially, this is a complicated way of telling me to plug in one of these values for A, right? For X, right? So X is A because it's in the X spot. So we'll just go down the list, right? So if I did choice A, I would have -16 + 4 squared plus y - 19 squared equals 121. So then -16 + 4 is -12. -12 squared is 144 plus y - 19 squared equals 121. And the reason this is going to be a problem is, watch, if I minus 144, I get y - 19 squared is equal to negative, oh God. What is it? 121 minus 144? -23. Okay, so you can't do that, right? You can't have something squared giving you a negative number. So it's going to be a problem. And you can verify that by going to Desmos. And it's not pretty. You could just type it in as written. Y - 19 squared equals -23. And it's going to say, hey, we graphed it. And we would want actually, in this case, to get a horizontal line, right? Something going this way, back and forth. But obviously there's nothing there, right? We can zoom out. I'm not getting anything, right? So why is that? Because there's no answer to this. But essentially it's behaving like the Desmos vertical line method, except because it's a Y, it's going to be horizontal. And if we get rid of the negative, we can see that we do get answers, right? And so we get two of them. They're messy numbers because of square roots and whatnot, but they're there. They exist. So that's what we would basically want, is we would just do this a bunch of times and we would try to get values. We would try to see if we're getting horizontal lines. So honestly, we could do that without going to Desmos, and we have to go to the scratch paper. So what I could do is I could do x plus 4 squared plus y minus 19 squared equals 121. And unfortunately, you can't do x equals negative 16 like we did before with like the p and the n and the c and the k and all that. It doesn't, it's going to try to graph that. So we'll do that in a second. But if you wanted to substitute the negative 16 in, you just got to replace it. And if we do that, we see, oh, there's nothing, right? So this doesn't work, right? Because it's telling me there is no value for y or b that works with that value for a. So this would be wrong. I'll cross it out. Negative 14, we could do the same thing, right? So do this. Negative 14, hey, we got some numbers, right? We got something. They're messy numbers, but at least they exist, right? So that could work. Let's try 11. And look, again, nothing's there, gone. Maybe it's really far away. Maybe it's zoomed out. So that's what I don't like about this particular method, is maybe I just didn't zoom out enough. But at least with negative 14, we saw the values. And 19, if we do the same thing, Same thing, nothing there. So that's wrong, and this would be the answer, and just that is the answer. But that's not how I would probably solve this. I would just graph it as a circle, which we kind of did originally, and I would type in x equals negative 16. And it gives me a vertical line, because that's what we've been working with the whole time, right? And how do I know that this is wrong? Well, in order for a to be negative 16, right, at some point it's going to need to intersect the circle, right? So I can see that this line does not intersect the circle, right? Whereas if I turn it to 14, I see it intersects the circle twice, which is why we had two horizontal lines when we graphed it before. Either way, I'm using Desmos here. I just wanted to make it really clear what I'm doing in Desmos. I would not do this on the test. This maybe in the past I would have, but now that I'm much more comfortable with Desmos, I would definitely just do what I did and substitute those things. But honestly, I'd probably just do what I just showed you here is I'd graph it and I would just get different vertical lines and see, do those lines intersect the circle? So if I try 11, you can see, no, it's too far to the right. And obviously 19 will be even further to the right. So that doesn't work. So what we're looking for here is we have to understand that this is a complicated way of asking for solutions, intersections. They've gone out of their way to not really phrase it like that, but that's what it is. And that's kind of, again, why the only math thing here is plug points into equations. Is essentially what we're doing on a vast majority of questions is plugging points into equations and seeing how the two interact. It's the same thing here. And there's lots of ways that we can get points and get equations and see how they interact. But it's kind of a lot of the same thing over and over again. So if you don't know what points are, if you don't know what equations are, if you don't know how they represent themselves on graphs, you're going to have a lot of trouble with the SAT. But if you can master those things and feel comfortable being flexible with those things, then a lot of the SAT is going to be a lot of Desmos, because what is Desmos good for? It's good for plugging points into equations. So, it works out. Let's continue. We're almost done. And notice these are getting harder. So here we go. And I love this question. This is one that everyone gets wrong as well. So let's see why. A right rectangular prism has a height of 9 inches. The length of the prism's base is x inches, which is 7 inches more than the width of the prism's base, which function v gives the volume of the prism in cubic inches in terms of the length of the prism's base. So this is a classic plug points into equations. Do we have equations? Yes, right? They're all right here. Plus, you're talking about the volume of a prism. I have that here. Here, volume of a prism, length times width times height. So let's just get that out of here, right? So plug points into equations. We have our equation for number 21. The volume is the length times the width times the height. So get rid of this. What do we know? A right rectangular prism has a height of 9 inches. Cool, that's a point, right? 9. Height. The length of the prism's base is x inches, which is 7 inches more than the width of the prism's base. Okay, well, there's most people's problem, is you're obeying the rules the SAT is giving you when we know it's number 21 out of 22. It's a hard question, even in the first module. We know that they are giving us instructions that they know we're going to screw up, right? That's how you need to approach this question is, yes, we're still going to follow instructions, but they know on a number 21 how to give you instructions that they know you're going to mess up, or that they know you're going to try to do a shortcut that doesn't work. So what you got to know is, all right, this x is going to be a problem. Right? Because they told me the height of 9, there's no disputing that. That's easy. Why don't we make a height of, I don't know, whatever, right? The length of something, right? The length of the prism's base is x inches. Let's just say it's 10, right? That way, I understand this thing in an easy way, right? 10 is a nice number when we're multiplying. So this is my x. All right, and what does that say? The length is 10, which is 7 inches more than the width of the prism's base. So if the length is 10, 7 inches, that's 7 inches more than what? That's 7 inches more than 3, right? Let's really think about that. And sometimes we plug points into equations. We can also plug points into sentences, right? So what does this sentence say? This sentence now says 10 is 7 inches more than 3, right? The length, which is 10, so you can even read it like this. The length of the prism's base is 10 inches. Which is 7 inches more than 3, right? Because we don't have a variable here, but it's an unknown that we've now given a value to, right? We're saying it's 3, right? Now, the mistake is saying that the width is 17, which many people are going to do because they can't help themselves. They see 7 inches more and they're like plus 7, plus 7, plus 7, which is why I know without even doing the work that A and C are going to be wrong. There is no chance that number 21 on even the first module is going to be that easy, where they say plus 7 and it's a plus 7. I know that that's not right. So I'm purposely doing a little bit more work. Yes, it's more time consuming, but I'd rather make sure I don't fall in that trap. So what this gets me is a volume, right? So now we have the length is 10. That's 7 inches more than 3, which is the width, and the height they just gave us. So this is 3 times 9 is 27, times 10 is 270. Use a calculator if you need. But essentially now just plug points into equations, right? We're going to plug in x, which we said was 10, to all of these equations and see what happens. So I'm just going to do this one by hand. I'll do A, even though I know it's wrong, because what does that say? That says, I'll undo it. A says 10, right? The volume is going to be 10 times 10 plus 9 is 19 times 10 plus 7 is 17. Now, I don't need to do that math to know these numbers are way bigger than these numbers, right? This is going to be a huge value, right? So clearly this is wrong. B, the volume is 10 times 19 times 10 minus 7, which is 3. So we got the 3, but this 19, where's that coming from, right? So this is going to be 57, right? 57 times 10, so 570. I could be wrong about that, but who cares? It's way too big. C is 9 times 10 times 10 plus 7 is 17. Again, we can just tell this is going to be wrong. So this is a big number. 9 times 17 is what? 90 plus 63, 153 times another 10. This is a huge number. So no. V equals, so gone, 9 times 10 times 10 minus 3, 10 minus 7, which is 3. 9 times 10 is 90, times 3 is 270, right? I mean, it's exactly what we want, right? And again, I'm doing a lot of math in my head and making some assumptions, but just go to the calculator if you're unsure. But this is 100% a gettable question. If you get this wrong, you are not thinking about the SAT right. You are too arrogant. You think you're smarter than you are. And I'm a pretty smart guy, but I'm still approaching a question like this knowing that I have flaws in my reasoning, flaws in the way I read things, and that the SAT knows about those flaws and is writing questions to take advantage of them. So you got to play the game that they're playing. You know, I think that that's so important. If you picked, A or C here, either one, C being the worst one, right? Because it's so close and yet you just didn't understand at all that they were tricking you. And so that's so bad. You know, but by forcing yourself to get in these plug points into equations habits, as soon as I see this question, before I've even read it, I'm like, oh, I got equations. I'm probably plugging something in. I'm probably coming up with a number for X here, right? I know the plan before I even read the question. And I sense the trap as I'm reading it, but I'm still committed to the plan because even on those easy ones where you thought I was wasting your time doing this little strategy, I was setting up my brain to think in terms of points and equations so that when I really need it in a place like this, I'm ready to go. I'm primed. I'm ready. This is awesome. This is a great question. And again, if you're getting 680, 690 on your SAT math, even like 720, and you're getting stuff like this wrong, it's not a math issue. It's not that you don't know math. It's that you don't know the SAT. You're not aware of what they're doing to you. Cool. Last question. What do I see already? I see equations and I see some points. So that's a good sign. So we're probably going to use our strategy. The function f is defined by f of x equals a radical x plus b, where a and b are constants, meaning they're numbers. In the xy plane, the graph of y equals f of x passes through the point negative 24, 0, and f of 24 is less than 0, which the following must be true. All right, well, we could graph it. The problem is it's not going to look like anything, right? F of x equals a times the square root of x plus b. It's going to make me do sliders, and sure, I can play with them, right? But how do I know what's going on, right? I could also add that point, negative 24, 0, which is all the way out there, right? So I got to get that point, right? So if I play with A, it seems to just be going up and down. If I play with B, it's moving, right? So I got to move it out there. I can see I can get there, but now I got to start guessing the number. All right, so maybe it's 20, maybe it's negative 24 or 24. All right, that's something. But now how do I deal with this? F of 24 is less than 0. So what's going on here, right? I mean, you can play with it. What does that even mean? F of 24, right? So, actually, we could do this. F of 24, right? It knows to plug 24 into this equation, using the A and B that we made up, or that the sliders are making up. And we can be like, oh, f of 24, now it's positive, right? But we need it to be negative. We need it to be less than 0. What if I play with the A? Ooh, that changes it. If I make A negative, now it's negative. Am I learning anything here? Well, this seems to work, right? Does this satisfy all of our conditions, right? F of is negative 24, 0, a point on this thing, right? It looks like it is. Looks like it touches it. That seems pretty good. So that part, check. And is f of 24 less than 0? Check. So these numbers seem to work. What do we learn? Well, A is in fact not greater than B, so that doesn't work. A is less than B. Negative 4.6 is less than 24, so that might work. What about these two? Well, let's just try it. F of 0. It's not 24, it's not negative 24. So here we have found, using the sliders, conditions that, we have found numbers that satisfy all of the conditions in the question, right? Even though this one's messy, it still satisfies the conditions. It still creates a negative number when we have f of 24, and it still fits this point, negative 24, 0. At least it looks like it does, right? We could do f of negative 24 to be sure, and it's 0, so that's good. So all that seems good, and only one choice makes any sense with that. So yeah, there you go, process elimination, right? So here's a case where, what am I doing? I have an equation. I am kind of plugging points in, right? In this sense, the points that I'm plugging in are A and B. I'm using the Desmos sliders to make up those values. And you got to kind of be pretty smart to understand what you're looking at and to understand how changing those sliders is going to move it, right? So I don't love that approach, because it means that then you might have, you might not see it the way I did. You might not see it as quickly, and it might take you longer to kind of like play with these sliders and be like, what the heck is going on? Another approach is to just be very literal about the plug points into equations, right? We have this point and this equation. So if we plugged it in, this is number 22, we'd have 0, right? That's our y, is equal to A times negative 24 is our x, negative 24 plus b. Now we gotta realize that 0 is a special number whenever it shows up, right? Because essentially what we have here is we have two things multiplied together. And if one of them is 0, they're both 0, right? So how would that be, right? If A were 0, then it doesn't matter what this is, right? Because then 0 times it would be 0. So that could work. We could also see that B could be positive 24, right? Because if B is 24, then negative 24 plus 24 is 0. And the square root of 0 is 0. So again, this would be 0, and regardless of what A is. So there's two possibilities here that would allow us to get this 0. I don't know which one is true, but I have another point-like thing that I could plug in, right? I have the 24 is my x, so let's switch over to blue, and A, radical 24 plus b. And I'm going to purposely write the y on the right side because I want to make it look like this inequality, right? So it's still the same. It's just I could have written, less than and 0 here, but it's easier to kind of match it up, right? So essentially what we're saying is if I plug 24 in for x in the equation, I need to get something less than 0. And again, we can think, why might that happen? Let's put these parentheses around these two terms again. Essentially, this question is testing your knowledge of multiplication and the properties of multiplication, right? So this is a negative number over here, right? So this is negative. So how would we get a negative number? Well, if we're multiplying two things together and one of them is negative, then the whole thing is negative, right? So that means either two things can happen. Either A is negative and this term is positive, right? Because that would give me a number that is less than 0, right? Or it could be that this is positive and this is negative, because this is going to mean that that would be less than 0 as well. What can't happen is A can't be 0 anymore, right? That's what we thought before. But if A is 0, then again, this whole thing is 0 and we're not less than 0, we're at 0, right? So this turns out to just be false. We thought that could be true, but now we know it can't. Meaning this has to be true because now we're out of options for the top part, right? So that means B is positive, meaning now this can't be true, right? Because it can't be negative. We already know that B is 24. So this is going to be a positive number, right? In order for this, well, first of all, I should also say, because there's a square root here, this piece could never be negative, right? You can't take the square root of something and get a negative number. So this was impossible from the start, right? But also we now know that b is 24. So 24 plus 24 is a radical of something, right? So that's a positive number. It's a messy number, but still. So now what do we know? We know that b is 24 and a has to be a negative number. That means that a, always negative, is going to be less than b, 24, right? That's true. So that's, I actually like that method of doing it, but I realize that might be harder for some people, mostly because you do have to do something I kind of warn you against, which is you have to think abstractly about what's going on, right? You have to think about positives and negatives without actually having numbers for those positives and negatives. Whereas if we go to Desmos, we can just put some numbers in and we get a resulting graph, and hopefully we understand what it means to be greater than or less than 0, and we can see what that would look like on a graph, and we can adjust it to match that. So now our abstract reasoning is much more physical. It's much more visual, and so that's better. So I like the Desmos solution. My only worry is, I'm wondering how many of you are going to be able to look at this and kind of understand everything I did here. It requires a deep knowledge of functions and graphs and all that. And this is why if you don't know the underlying math, Desmos won't save you. It can get you a lot of points, but it cannot get you an 800. You need to understand the math that you're doing. Otherwise, Desmos loses a lot of its power. But boy, do I love the fact that 22 and 21 are both really hard questions, hard in different ways, and yet how do we solve them? We plug points into equations. Essentially, if you see equations, if you see points, you need that to be your habit. So even in the first module, we're going to get some hard questions where that's going to save you. But let's take a break, and then we're going to do the hard module, and we're going to have a lot more opportunities to plug points into equations to solve some of these hard questions. And we're back with the hard module, last bit of this thing. So remember, even in the hard module, we are going to get some relatively easy questions first, but we're still going to try to get to plug points into equations. A right triangle has legs with lengths of 11 centimeters and 9 centimeters. What is the length of this triangle's hypotenuse in centimeters? So we do have equations here. They are not given in the question itself, but as soon as we are talking about the sides of right triangles, we should open up the reference chart and remind ourselves we have a couple of equations that could work. The most standard one is Pythagorean theorem, right? Now, we don't know any of the angles of this particular right triangle, so we don't know if we have one of these special ones. So that's not really going to help us here. Plus, we don't need them because we have two sides of the right triangle. We can get the third using Pythagorean theorem. So you can go to your scratch paper, you can go to Desmos, whatever you want to do. But let's do number 1. And we're just going to do a squared. I don't know why they write it this way, right? C squared equals a squared plus b squared. I've never really thought of it that way. It doesn't matter, but whatever. So write it whatever way you want. The point is, right, what are they telling us? They're telling us the lengths of the legs are 11 and 9, right? So make sure that you realize it doesn't matter the A and the B. Those two things are the legs. They are interchangeable essentially, but C is always the hypotenuse. That's what we want, right? So just, all right, go to your calculator. And again, I do this on a handheld calculator, but 11 squared is 121. And if I were doing this on a handheld calculator, I would be doing it one piece at a time, right? So I know 9 squared, that's easy. But it's tempting on a calculator to try to do everything at once. In my experience, that is where errors tend to happen, is if you try to do 3 or 4 steps and let the calculator do them all, you run the risk of making a mistake in the way you type one of those steps and not catching it. But here, we can just do one piece at a time, like I would if it was handheld, right? 121 plus 81 is 202. So 202 is C squared, but don't stop short, right? This is the trap, right? That's not the hypotenuse, right? We have to solve for C. So if you're going to plug points into equations, do the job and solve for the missing piece. So you got to take the square root. That'll get rid of the squared and the square root, and then we end up with radical 202, which is the answer. So we could also have done this in Desmos by letting it solve for us, right? So if we do 11 squared plus 9 squared, we could just do equals x squared. Remember, if we give it an equation with just x's, it will solve that equation for us. So now we can see, all right, what is x squared? Well, what is x rather? It's 14.2 something, right? So maybe that doesn't quite get you one of these right away, but it at least gets rid of these two, right? Because it knows to take that square root. It's doing that for you. So then you just got to do, okay, well, what is the square root of 40? It's way too low, so that's wrong. And then what is the square root of 202? 14.2, 14.2, right? Same number. So even even on something as trivial as this, use Desmos, right? I mean, that's nothing wrong with it, but yeah, this is basic geometry, so you got to know this. Let's move on. I already see equations and I see points. So let's see, can we plug these points into this equation? Because that would be the way to go. Going back to here, right? So for the linear function h, the graph of y equals h of x in the xy plane passes to the points 721 and 925, which equation defines h? So yeah, right? I mean, I could find the slope, sure, and that'll get me the answer, but I could also just plug in these numbers, right? So in a way, let's be lazy, right? Let's kind of skip A, because I don't really want to deal with those fractions if I can avoid it, but I can do the other choices, right? So 2 times 7 is 14, 14 plus 7 is 21. So that works. 7 times 7 is 49, 49 plus 21 is not 21, right? So this doesn't make any sense. And 9 times 7 is 63 plus 25. No way. That's way too big. So now, rather than, again, deal with, in my head, the annoying fractions, let's just try this other point. 9 times 2 is 18. 18 plus 7 is 25, right? I mean, if you're having trouble with that, right? 2 times 9 plus 25 is, plus 7, plus 7 is 25. So I don't need to try this because I tried both of the points in this choice and they both worked. I could have done that originally, but you'll probably notice as I plug points into equations that I prefer to do it more like an assembly line. I prefer to choose one point and then just go down the list and get rid of whatever doesn't work with that first point. The reason I do that is I don't want to have to keep switching between different numbers in my head. I want to stick to one number, right? I'm plugging 7 in everywhere and I'm trying to get 21 out everywhere. And then, yes, I might need to plug the 9 in and see what happens there. But at the very least, it's kind of just like one number at a time that I'm plugging in and one number at a time that I'm looking to get. Just for the sake of, if this is even the hard module, it does not take long to just be like, okay, what's 1/2 of 7 plus 21? Or plus, see, I keep doing that. See, this is the danger, is I'm making a mistake. But there you go, 1/2 of 7. I should have actually been able to do this in my head. 1/2 of 7 minus 7/2 is not 21, it's 0. So there you go. But notice how every time I plug something in Desmos, I'm kind of like doing this double take of like, did I type it right? Am I thinking about it right? It's almost automatic. I don't even say it out loud because it's just part of my process. But those little checks, every time you use Desmos, every time you write something down, did I write it right? Did I type it right? It's just how you prevent errors. So it takes 1 second to just move your eyes from one place to the next. There we go. That's the answer. That's how I would do in the test. Moving on. This can look scary, but remember it's number 3. We're in the hard module, but this is still going to be a relatively easy question. So let's see what it's all about. A company that produces socks wants to estimate the % of the socks produced in a typical week that are defective. A random sample of 310 socks produced in a certain week were inspected. Based on the sample, it is estimated that 12% of all socks produced by the company in this week are defective, with an associated margin of error of 3.62%. Based on the estimate and associated margin of error, which of the following is the most appropriate conclusion about all socks produced by the company during this week? Okay, so this is a good example of like, look at the answer choices before you start solving things. Don't assume you know what they want. Just look at the choices. They're going to help you, right? So we can almost do this from a process of elimination standpoint. There's no equation for margin of error that we really need to use here. We don't really need to find the percentage because it's not asking for a certain number of socks. They could have done that, but they didn't. So this is really just use process elimination and see what they're asking for. So if the margin of error is 3.62%, what that means is that this 12% is not an accurate number of the socks that are defective. I mean, maybe that's not the best way of saying it. What I mean is it doesn't have to be the case that it's actually 12%, right? Rounding this off to 3%, we would say, okay, it could be 12%, but it could also be 9%. Right? Because that's 3% less, or it could be 15%, which is 3% more. So a margin of error is giving us kind of a window, a larger range of possible values. So it's not the case that 3.62% of the socks are defective, right? The percentage of defective socks is 12. This 3.62 is an error on that percent. So it's not the number of defective socks. It's also not the case that 12% of the socks are defective because that's possible, but it's not necessary. And so when they say most appropriate conclusion, they're looking for a more statistical definition. So even though this is what they say, there's this margin of error that we need to take into consideration, which is going to make a range. That's also why D is wrong. It is plausible that more than 15.62% of the socks are defective. That's actually true. Because if we took this 12% and we added 3.62 to it, we would get 15.62. And if we did the opposite and took 12 and subtracted 3.62, we would get 8.38. So no surprise, that's these numbers. So if we went through, 310 socks and we did it again and again and again and kept selecting 310 socks and kept looking for how many were defective, almost all the time that we would pick up 310 socks, somewhere between 8.38 and 15.62% of those socks would be defective pretty much every time. So it is definitely plausible, meaning possible, that between these two numbers, percent of the socks are defective. That is the conclusion they want. That's what a margin of error is. It is giving us a range. However, it's not impossible that more than 15.62% of the socks are defective. That's possible. It's very, very unlikely, which is why it's not the appropriate conclusion. But it is possible. It's just not plausible, means kind of like likely, possible, but also likely to happen. So this is not a good conclusion. This is one of those things where if you just know the concept of margin of error, you're going to start to see that pretty much every question about it is asking for the same basic thing. It's really just a definition. So that is the answer. If you didn't know that, that would be the kind of thing that, is just a pure knowledge issue. It's basically just asking a definition. So hopefully now, if you don't know it, you got it. You understand it. I do have a full lesson on margin of error, so highly recommend finding that in my channel as a statistics lesson. Moving on. I got equations. Maybe I got some points in here. Let's see what we got. A truck can haul a maximum weight of 5,630 pounds during one trip. The truck will be used to haul a 190-pound piece of equipment as well as several crates. Some of the crates weigh 25 each and others weigh 62 pounds each, which inequality represents the possible combinations of the number of 25-pound crates X and the number of 62-pound crates Y. The truck can haul during one trip if only one piece of equipment and the crates are being hauled. Okay, so what do we need to do? Just process elimination this, right? We have a bunch of numbers here. Look what's changing, right? So first thing I notice is 25X or 62X. X is the number of 25-pound crates, okay? Make sure you read the sentence and not just what comes next, right? Because 62 comes next after the X, but it's telling you that that's the Y. So the 25 has to go with the X, meaning it's not either of these. And notice just like that, it's also not this 5630, which we might think it should be because of the weight of the maximum weight it can haul. Now, the reason it's not 5630 is that we have this 190-pound piece of equipment that we have to subtract out. So I'm not even going to bother doing it, but 5630 minus 190, I bet you is 540. So now the only real difference is, do I need a less than or a greater than, right? So what do we want? We want to know the possible combinations of crates that we can use. Okay, and it can haul a maximum weight of 5630, right? Meaning if this is the weight of the stuff that they're hauling, it has to be less than the total weight that it can do. So 5630 minus 190, which is 5440. So this is the combination of crates that has to be less than the total amount that can be hauled. So A is the answer. I'm not plugging any points in because we're not trying to solve anything here. We're just trying to understand how the equation is built. But notice I'm not coming up with this inequality out of nowhere. I'm using the choices and I'm letting them tell me which pieces to care about. So you could have started with the 5630 thing, but I always like to just match up the variable to the rate. I always think that that's the easiest thing if that's actually what's being tested, because it's just so mindless. Just literally read. They're going to tell you what these things mean. So that's the way I would do that. So this is not really a plug points into equations question, but we still need to understand how equations are built. This is definitely just follow instructions. They told you certain things, do as you're told. Let's look at number 5. Love it. So do I have equations? Yeah, but I have a system of equations and I'm looking for the solution to that system. So I could plug all these points in for sure. I could just plug them in and see if they work, right? I would need to take each of these points and plug in, let's say for A, 1 for Y, 5 halves for X, and see if it produces 13 equals 13, right? That's what I would need to do. And then I would need to, if it did, I would need to make sure I also get a similar kind of equals equation down here. But that's a little bit more annoying. So this is a case where I'm actually going to go with an alternative. And this is a pretty consistent alternative. Number 2 here. Solve systems using Desmos to find intersection points, right? We have a system. Both equations have both an x and a y, so I'd rather not have to do any algebra here. So we're just going to graph it. So y minus 9x equals 13, and 5x equals 2y. And like I said before I start looking at the answer in the graph itself, let's make sure I typed it right. Y minus 9x equals 13, 5x equals 2y. Looks good. Let's find that intersection. Looks like it's down here. -2, -5, -2, -5. That's it. That's all I would do here. Even if I were, blessed with some extra time to go back to questions, this is not one where I'd really do the algebra. I might type it again to make sure I didn't mistype it, but doing the algebra here is just a giant pain. It's not worth your time, not worth the brain power. So skip it. For any system of equations, you're better off just finding the intersection graphically. Desmos makes it so easy because we don't need to rearrange these equations into y equals format like we would for a handheld graphing calculator. In most cases, you'd have to rearrange these things, but we don't have to do that here. We can just type it in. Okay. What is the range of these 7 scores? Okay, so this is a good example where we do have an equation, right? The range is the maximum value minus the minimum value. So the first thing I'm checking is, are these in order, right? Because if they're not in order, then the maximum isn't where I'm going to expect it to be, and the minimum isn't where I'm going to expect it to be. But look, 23, 27, 27, 32, 35, 36, 52, right? It's increasing order. Seems good. So the range is the maximum, which is 52, minus the minimum, which is 23. I typed them right. 29 is the range. This is a plug points into equations question, right? The equation is as simple as one can get, right? And range is maximum minus minimum. Now, notice though that as I'm using that equation, I'm also kind of aware of the potential trap, which would be that, yeah, they could rearrange these numbers so that there's a big number on the end, but it is not the biggest number, right? They could easily do that. I've seen them do it, and that would be foolish if you made that kind of mistake. So don't assume that they're in order. In fact, if anything, assume that they're not and double check. That's that kind of trap mentality that we always have to have for the SAT. Moving on. All right, so I see a bunch of numbers. Maybe there's some points here. Do I have to come up with equations or something? Let's see. 2 customers purchased the same kind of bread and eggs at a store. The first customer paid $12.45 for 1 loaf of bread and 2 dozen eggs. The second customer paid $19.42 for 4 loaves of bread and 1 dozen eggs. What is the cost in dollars of 1 dozen eggs? So we could guess and check this, but it's such a mess. We're better off just making the equations. So this is a case where we don't have equations, but we really want them, because then we can go back to what we just did on that other one and solve a system, right? There's 2 variables here. There's a loaf of bread and there's the dozen eggs. My advice, start with just bread and eggs, right? So B and E, right? Just use the letters that would help you understand the equations, right? Don't do 2 things at once. So watch, right? So we know that it's $12.45 for 1 bread and 2 eggs. Okay. The second customer paid $19.42 for 4 loaves of bread, 4 bread, and 1 dozen eggs. Okay. So what is the cost in dollars of 1 dozen eggs? So we got to find the value of E, right? That's it. So now if I try to plug this into Desmos, it's going to be like B, E, what are you talking about here? I don't know what that means. So now we just switch this to X and Y, right? But be on your scratch paper, be really clear about which one is which. So that way you don't mess it up. Because if I bet you one of these answer choices is the value of B, I bet. Let's see if I'm right. So move this over and type it in. 12.45 equals 1x plus 2y, and 19.42 equals 4x, and 1y is E, right? So there you go. And let's just make sure we did it right before we look at that intersection. 12.45 is 1x plus 2y. Okay. 19.42 is 4x plus 1y. Okay. So there's that intersection. 377 and 434, both answers. So, right, what did I say? They were going to have both, but we want eggs. Eggs are y. So what's the y coordinate? 434. Done. Now be careful too, because, again, this isn't that hard. That is the answer. But there's nothing, if they wanted to make this just slightly harder, all they would have had to do is ask, what is the cost in dollars of 2 dozen eggs? And they would be knowing that you would be solving for 1 dozen eggs or the value of y, because that's what you always do, right? You're used to getting x, you're used to getting y. You just do that because that's what you do. But you just got to be careful because that might not be what they want. So this is why another good habit to get into is every time you pick an answer, before you hit that next button, what did they want? Just make sure you are giving them what they asked for, what the instructions say, rather than what you assume they ask for. I said this in the earlier module, right? Is don't answer the question that you remember being asked in the past. Answer the question that you are being asked right now. Make sure that you are answering based on what you have read and not based on what you remember. A lot of times, that's how the SAT gets us to fall for traps, is they know what we know. They know what we've done in the past, and they're writing questions that deliberately defy those expectations. So you have to go into the SAT knowing that your instincts and your expectations will be wrong on a lot of questions. And so you'll have to just be more careful. But there you go. That's the answer. Moving on. All right, well, already I see another system, right? So that probably means I'm going to graph it again. I keep coming across the same thing. And notice it doesn't matter whether they give us the system, what it looks like, or we make it ourselves. If you've got to solve a system of equations with 2 equations and 2 variables, just graph it, right? So yes, we could have solved this algebraically. It's not too hard, but why bother? This does it for free. Anyway, what do they say here? If the equations are graphed in the xy plane, how many points do the graphs of the equations intersect? I don't know. Let's see. Let's literally just look at it, right? I'm sure I could think about it and come to some sort of understanding, but why not just do it, right? So x minus 18 squared plus 15. All right, did I type it right? Y is 18, y is negative 3, x minus 18 squared plus 15. Looks good. So let's find them. All right, doesn't look like they intersect at all, right? I got a parabola and I got a line. So they don't intersect at all, right? They don't cross. That's what they are asking. So they're done, nice and easy. I wouldn't do this on the real test at this point. I would just be trusting my answer. But if for some reason, again, I had extra time left over, I do realize that there are ways to solve this that involve, this is maybe a bad example. In this case, I wouldn't need to use the discriminant. I could do that idea of b squared minus 4ac. The problem with doing that here is I would need to sub the 18 into the y in the second equation, then move it back over, then FOIL this thing out, distribute. It's a huge pain. Instead, what I would want to recognize is that the equation here that they gave me, and this is kind of part of thinking about plug points in equations, is recognizing when you get a quadratic that different versions of quadratic equations will tell you different things. This is the vertex form, right? So I know from experience that this is telling me the vertex of this parabola is at 18, 15. And you can see, that's right, 18, 15. I also know that this parabola opens downward because it's got a negative 3 out front, right? So if this point up here is 15, right, and it's 18 this way, right, 18 on the x, right, and I know that y equals 18 is somewhere up here, I kind of know it's never going to cross, right? The vertex is below and it opens downward, so it's not going to open up, right? If this was a positive 3, then it would open up and we'd have 2 points of intersection. What they're hoping you get confused by, which you might get confused by if you do this all in your head, is they're hoping you see this 18 and this 18, and you go, oh, it's exactly one solution because it's hitting that point. But notice what they did, right? The y is 18 and the y version of the vertex is here. The x coordinate of the vertex is 18, but that couldn't matter less. That has nothing to do with the direction up and down that this thing goes. So they're absolutely messing with you, but why bother thinking about it? Just let the picture show you, right? There's no arguing with the picture. So draw it, graph it, see the picture. Okay, moving on. And where are we? Number 9. Man, they love these systems, right? What is the greatest possible value of x? I don't know. Let's figure it out. Y equals x plus 9. Y equals x squared plus 16x plus 63. Now it suggests that there's going to be multiple intersections, and I can see that there are. So the greatest possible value of x means I've got to go this way, right? So there's 2 intersections, but the x coordinate, -6, is the correct one, right? Because they didn't give me -9. They could have, but -6 is definitely the right one. I would imagine that all of these answer choices make more sense if you do this algebraically. I'm not going to bother, but I bet that they make more sense that, oh, if I get x minus 9 or x plus 9 as a solution, you might be tempted to put C. 7 and 63, I can tell where they're coming from somehow with the 63. So there must be algebraic reasons why you might get this wrong. But graphically, what could you do wrong, right? Y equals x plus 9, check. Y equals x squared plus 16x plus 63, check. Greatest possible value of x, right? A system, a solution means, when we have a system, a solution means intersection points, right? If we didn't have a system, then solution usually refers to the x-intercepts of the parabola, but that's not what's happening here. So yeah, the greatest x is -6. I don't know what else to say. They could have put a lot more traps here, right? They could have put 3 as an answer. Obviously, like I said, they could have put -9. I don't know. There's all sorts of things they could have done, but whatever. Take the win. It's easy. All right. Seems like we still have some Desmos stuff, right? I'm still thinking points and equations. Then the xy plane line P has a slope of -5/3 and an x-intercept of -6, 0. What is the y-coordinate of the y-intercept of line P? So this is a case where I would get my scratch paper, and I would say, they didn't give me an equation, but they gave me a point, and I can build the equation, right? Because y equals mx plus b, I don't need them to give that to me. That always is true, right? That's always my linear equation. So I would just be like, all right, plug points and equations, right? PPIE. I haven't really written it, this test. So y equals mx plus b. Always start by writing the blank version down so you don't have to hold it in your head. You can make sure you're plugging things in the right place. So -5/3 is the slope. And this is a good example of follow instructions. Your expectation is for -6 to be the y-intercept. Now, if you put -6 here, gosh, come on. You have 2 opportunities to realize that that's wrong, right? When they say it's an x-intercept and when they ask you for the y-intercept, right? There's a reason they're asking for it. It's not given. But your instinct is that you're usually given that. So to you, this -6 feels like the b value. It's not. But this is still a random point. We can plug that into the x and the y, right? And we can tell they're asking for b, right? They're asking for that y-coordinate of the y-intercept. So the -6 goes here. And the 0 goes here. And then there's a bunch of ways to do it. I mean, this isn't hard to simplify, but in the spirit of getting comfortable with Desmos, right, what do we have? We have an equation with one missing letter, right? One missing variable. Now, they say b, but let's just call it x. And I know we replaced the x with -6. Yes. But we're going to call it x so that it does this, that it graphs this thing for me. And so there it is, -10, right? Now, if I really wanted, right, I could turn this off even, turn it off, and just do y equals -5/3 x minus 10, which gives me the entire equation of line P, because now that is the y-intercept. And we could double check, does it have the x-intercept that we expect it to have? Yes, -6, 0, right? And there's its y-intercept at -10. So this might feel weird to you. Why am I plugging in a -6 for x and I'm solving for b, but then why am I putting it as b as x again? Well, that's just, again, because we want to speak Desmos's language, right? If we have an equation with one variable, it doesn't matter what that letter is. Desmos will really only understand it if it's an x and a y, and we want to, just be consistent, so make it an x. And so basically what it's doing is it's just going to solve that equation for you, but giving you a vertical line where the answer is. So once you're comfortable with that little switcheroo shouldn't bother you. Okay, number 11. Okay, how many solutions does this equation have? Well, all right, a couple ways to do this. If we're following our normal kind of like Desmos everything instinct, we can just type it in. X minus 3 times 12 equals -3, x plus 12. Okay. Now, this is where things might get messy, right? Because it looks like 0 is the answer. So does that mean 0 is the answer? Or is it 1 because there's one line? Maybe there's another line that I just don't see and it's 2, right? So Desmos can help here, but you have to really know what you're looking at. My advice is not to use Desmos on this. This is one of those cases where we're not really doing plug points into equations, but we are going to think about this in a very routine way. This is one of those topics that as soon as you see it on the SAT, you have to realize you've got a little bit of a process to follow. And I have video lessons on this. These are very good. You are guaranteed at least one of these questions in every SAT. So you want to have this down. So the first thing that you need to recognize is anytime the question talks about the number of solutions, we have basically two paths we can follow, okay? There's a path that involves x's, and there's a path that involves x squareds. And you saw me talk about the x squared path briefly. Up here, we had this other question with this vertex, it was number 8, where they again asked about the number of solutions. So in this case, if I went down the x squared path, I would have probably had to use this b squared minus 4ac that I crossed out. But that is definitely not the most efficient way to do this one. If you can use the Desmos calculator for x squared situations, you're probably better off doing that. But for what we're dealing with here, oh, no, it's this one. The path is different, right? So now we don't have an x squared. We can see there's no x squared anywhere in this thing. So we have this other path. This is a path of lines. And we're talking about the number of solutions for lines. We're really just talking about y equals mx plus b equations again. And we're thinking about how they look. So rather than give in to the College Board's presentation of this, where we have one equation, I actually prefer to split this thing in half and see it as two equations, right? So what are my two equations? One of them is y equals 12 times x minus 3. And the other is y equals negative 3, that's a 3, times x plus 12. Now, those are lines, even though they don't quite look like mx plus b, but I can make them mx plus b, right? Just distribute those outside numbers into the parentheses, right? So this becomes 12x minus 36, and this becomes negative 3x minus 36. So then it's purely a memorization issue. I know that when two lines have different slopes, right? Different slopes, it doesn't matter anything else, they're going to have one solution. So yes, technically, this isn't a line, what they gave us. It's one equation that we could solve for x, right? But I'm not going to bother doing that. We saw that the value is 0, but notice how some people are going to see that 0 and pick D here. That's a mistake. That's what they're hoping you do. So rather than open the door to that mistake, I know that there's a process that I solve, a series of robotic steps that I need to accomplish whenever they talk about the number of solutions. And depending on which path I'm on, there are certain things I do. If I'm on the x squared path, like I said, Desmos is a very good way to handle that. But if we're on the x path, the lines path, Desmos starts to be a little weird. It's just hard for a lot of people to interpret what Desmos is telling them. So instead, I recommend just thinking about mx plus b equations and compare the slopes and the y-intercepts. So in this case, we don't need to worry about the y-intercepts because once the slopes are different, that's it. It's one intersection is essentially what's happening, right? So this is a better way to think about it, is we have two lines, like I said. So 12 x minus 36 and y equals 12 or negative 3 x minus 36. Let's get rid of this one. Essentially, we have two lines, and we can see that there's no way for two lines to cross more than once, really, unless they're the same exact line, in which case they cross infinitely many times. But here they do cross once. It's at 0, negative 36, but the fact that it crosses at 0 has nothing to do with the answer to this question. The fact is it crosses once. There's an intersection. So we've kind of rephrased this question to something that's a little bit easier to understand. It is not about finding the value of x, which might be our instinct. It's actually about just counting the values that these things intersect. And it's easier to see an intersection when it's two equations rather than what we started with, which was one equation. I go into more detail about this in my lesson on the number of solutions. So please watch that. It is very, very good. It is very, very important. But for now, that's all I'll say. Let's see what else we got. Number 12. Okay. This looks like another one where I got to think about how the equation is built, but let's see what they say. Kalani used fabric measuring 5 yards in length to make each suit for a men's choir. The relationship between the number of suits that Kalani made, x, and the total length of fabric that she purchased, y, in yards is represented by the equation y minus 5x equals 6. What is the best interpretation of 6 in this context? Okay, so what do they say, right? I mean, they say that, just as follow instructions, right? The relationship between the number of suits that Kalani made, well, x is the number of suits that she made. So how can 6 represent the fact that she made 6 suits? X is the number of suits she made, right? So they've already told us that the number of suits is something else, right? It's X. So that doesn't make any sense. She purchased a total of 6 yards of fabric. Well, it says the total length of fabric she purchased, Y, in yards. So no, it's not 6, it's Y, right? I don't know what that value is, but it doesn't make any sense. They've already told us that Y represents that. So Kalani used a total of 6 yards of fabric to make the suits? Maybe. Kalani purchased 6 yards more fabric than she used to make the suits? Okay, maybe. How would I know? Essentially, let's think instead, we've got the X. Let's try to think about what's going on here, right? In fact, we can even, this is a good example of like, get it out of your head, write it down, right? So what is this? What is happening here, right? We have Y minus 5X equals 6. So Y, they told us, is the amount purchased. So we're taking the amount she purchased, and we're subtracting 5 times what? Times the number of suits. So 5 times the number of suits. Okay. So there's amount she purchased, and then it seems like this is a rate, right? I mean, we know when we have a number attached to a letter, it acts like a rate. So if she's purchasing a certain number of yards, it seems like maybe there's 5 yards per suit, right? So that's what this would be. So that kind of gets her to C. Kalani used a total of 6 yards of fabric to make the suits. No, that would be whatever this value is together, right? So this might be where plug points into equations and maybe helps us out. If you're having trouble understanding this, just be like, okay, let's just say she purchased 100 yards of fabric, and I don't know, for a second, let's just say this is like 4 suits, right? So if she purchased 100 yards and each suit is now 5, okay, so that means 100 minus 5 times 4 is 20, right? So she's using 20 and she's got 100. So what is she left with? She's left with 80. Now I know that's not 6, but at least I understand the situation. She starts with 100, she used up 20, she's left with 80. So whatever the numbers are for X and Y, this 6 is like the leftovers, right? Is there a choice that sounds like that? Kalani purchased 6 yards more fabric than she used to make the suits. It's the leftovers. So this is really cool because we picked numbers that don't actually work in the equation that we were given when we arithmetized here, when we made up points to understand the story better. But if it at least temporarily helps you work through the logic of the equation and the logic of the story, it's okay. We don't need the numbers to work. We just need them to work in our heads, right? We just need them to make sense of the story. So if you actually had to buy fabric and like go through this process of making these suits, I don't think this would be a very difficult thing to understand, right? You know what it means to have like, okay, I've got a certain number of yards, and each suit I make is going to have a certain amount of yards that it needs, and then there's some leftover amount. It's a very common sense situation, but because it's phrased in terms of algebra, it loses its common sense, right? You don't do algebra on a daily basis. So by picking numbers and putting them back in, we're able to kind of bring it back to something more understandable. So don't be afraid to arithmetize and get numbers. The idea is always the same. We don't want to think about things abstractly or logically. We want to have proof. We want to understand it. We want to see it visually, and numbers allow us to do that. All right, which quadratic equation has no real solutions? Okay, this gets back to what we've been talking about, number solutions. Right now we're on the other path. We're on this path. So again, this path is a little bit more varied. It really depends on what we're given. We can use Desmos if we know what we're doing. We can also use that b squared minus 4ac, the discriminant, which is talked about here in the trainer. You've got to memorize that formula. That's why it's not given. You just need to remember that it exists and remember what it is. I'm not going to do that here, though, because I think this is another one where Desmos is going to be better for me. Here's what I'm going to do, though. X squared plus 14x minus 49. So notice when I leave off the equals 0, I see a parabola, right? Now, if I add the equals 0, I lose the parabola and it becomes 2 vertical lines, because essentially we're back to what we've been using Desmos for a lot, right? Now we have an equation with just one type of variable. So essentially what Desmos is doing is it's solving the equation and it's giving me the solution. So I can see here, this particular equation has 2 solutions. Now that's fine. I could just use that as it is to eliminate it. My hesitancy there is then essentially what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a blank graph, right? I want to type all 4 of these in, and one of them will give me a blank graph. But that's scary, right? Because what if there are lines, but I just didn't zoom out enough to see them, right? That's scary. So what I prefer to do is to drop the equals 0. Remember that what I'm really looking for is the number of x-intercepts. That's another kind of word for solutions in the case of a single parabola. And so now I can see the full parabola, and I see this one does cross twice, so this does have 2 solutions. So now let's just go down the line, right? So this one is x squared minus 14x plus 49, and it looks like it's got a solution, right? I can zoom in. Yeah, it's right there, 7, 0, right? And if I do equals 0, I got the line, right? But I can see it hitting the axis. So no, this does have a solution. Let's do 5x squared minus 14x minus 49. Now it already looks like I've got a solution there. And sure enough, it curves down and goes down there. So that has 2 solutions as well. And this one is plus 49. And where'd it go? Well, now I don't see anything, but I do see something, right? If I zoom out, I see the parabola. And I see that it doesn't cross, right? I can tell it's not going to come down to that x-axis. So it's not going to have solutions. If I turn it into equals 0, everything disappears. And again, I could just zoom out and be like, all right, clearly it's not there because I'm at 2,000 on either side. But, I don't know. I think it's nicer to see the full parabola. So that's my advice, is if you are going to do this with parabolas and you're going to use Desmos, remember that solutions are x-intercepts in most cases, so that's really what you're looking for. The benefit here is that all of these is equal to 0. If they weren't equal to 0, then that'd be a little different. So then we gotta change things up, and we do need to kind of type the full thing in. But if we have an equation equal to 0 as a quadratic or equal to y, then it's okay to just get it as a parabola. All right, moving on. Let me just make sure that's the answer. Yeah. So far, it's a very easy module, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of things that might slow you down if you're in your old ways of solving things like you would in math class in school, but pretty straightforward if we're using Desmos and thinking about plug points and equations. And once again, I've got an equation. Let's see what we got. The function f is defined by the given equation. The equation can be rewritten as f of x equals 1 plus p over 100 to the x, where p is a constant, which the following is closest to the value of p. So when it says it can be rewritten, this is your job to recognize that that is an instruction that these two things are equal to each other. So there's a few ways to do this, but if these are equal to each other, then notice that both sides have an x, but only one side has a p, right? So essentially what I can do is I can substitute a value for x and solve for p. So just to be really clear, let's draw it out, right? So 1.84 to the x over 4 has to give me the same value when I plug in for something for x as 1 plus p over 100 to the x, right? Now there's just so many ways to solve this, but my dumb plug points and equations way is I have points and equations. I want the p, the x is on both sides. Right, so that x is the same. The point is it's got to be the same in both. So why don't I just make it a number? Why don't I just make it 4 so that even in my head, I don't need to worry about this too much, right? Now this becomes 4 over 4, which is 1. So this is just 1.84 to the first, right? 4 over 4 is 1, is equal to 1 plus p over 100 to the fourth. And now, I mean, a lot of ways to solve it. One of them is we have an equation with one variable. It's a p. So 1.84 equals 1 plus, instead of p, we're going to type x over 100 to the fourth. And we get a number that is somewhere between 15 and 20, so it's got to be 16, right? And it says which is the closest to the value of p, so, it's not actually 16, but it's close, so good enough. But here, I would also say we can do a couple other things, right? We have this particular equation of f of x equals 1.84 to the x over 4. And notice what we get now is a exponential curve, a full curve, right? So this is what happens when we were to plug in numbers like 4, we would get a specific value, right? So we did get 1.84. So we have all the values of x now, right? So the point is, if these are supposed to be equivalent equations, then I should get the same looking graph, right? So if I do 1 plus, I keep doing that, plus p over 100 to the x. It's supposed to give me the same looking graph. Now, of course, it doesn't like that because it's like, what is p? But let's just add a slider. And then let's just try the choices, right? So if I choose 16, notice it's not quite the same, right? So a lot of you are going to cross that choice out. But it's pretty darn close, and it says closest in the question. So you got to be aware when they're giving you a little leeway. But let's try the others. Let's see, right? Let's try 21. Oh my God, that's so much worse, right? That's definitely worse than A. So we'd cross that out. What about 46? Even worse, right? Okay, no way. And then hopefully you wouldn't have crossed out A and just picked D because it's all that's left. And you'd just be like, wait a minute, 96 is the worst one yet. So what's the best one? Yeah, it's 16. It's not perfect, but it's certainly better than the other three. And that's just a little guess and check for you, right? So we are plugging points into equations. We're doing it with guess and check because they gave us only 4 possible values of P. There's other ways to solve it, but take advantage of the test. If they're limiting your options, that allows you to test things out, to just check things. I like this way. This is probably what I would do on the test, is just see if I can get them to line up. That just feels a little bit more intuitive to me. But my first method is still the same as we've been using, right? It's just create an equation with one variable. And since x would have to be the same in both, make up a number. I just made up 4 because it's easy with the fraction. But let's move on. All right, I got another system of equations. We've had a lot of those. But this time I noticed a little bit of a twist, is it doesn't have x's and y's, it has r, p, and w. So let's see what they want. In the given system of equations, p is a constant. If the system has no solution, what is the value of p? So we've done this. It's a great example, even within one test, of how they can take something very straightforward. And if we have a good process down, it doesn't matter that they've made it harder. We're still using the same process, right? They're talking about the number of solutions. They've told us it's no solution, right? So is this a line or a quadratic? Well, I don't see any squareds. I don't see any exponents. So yeah, there's no x's, but there's no exponents, right? So these x's, these r's and p's and w's might be x's and y's, but they're not. There's no squareds, right? So this is this path, right? So what did we do before? We talked about the slopes. Now, before we had one solution because they were different slopes. They're telling us now that there's no solution. So they're actually telling us that's an instruction for us to memorize and follow. When they say no solution for lines, okay, that means that we have the same slope, and technically different y-intercepts. Essentially what they're saying is these lines are parallel, right? And if we graphed them, we'd see parallel lines. But we don't know the value of p, so we can't graph it for that reason. Plus we have r and w, so those are not x and y, so Desmos isn't going to like that. But it honestly doesn't matter. Let's just switch it, right? So why don't we just take, we know p is a number that we're solving for, so let's just take, let's do r as y. So this may be, you can go the other way, it doesn't matter, but let's just do w as x and r as y, right? So we're just kind of matching things up that way, right? And the reason I'm doing that is I'm going to take this first equation, 6 plus 7r is equal to pw, and I'm going to try to get it in terms of r, because I want to get, in order to understand the slope, I need to get back to y equals mx plus b, the place I know for lines, right? I know what the world looks like for lines when it's in that format. So how would I get this to be y equals, right? So I would do minus 6, and if it helps you, you can make the swap right now, right? So w is x and r is y, so let's just do that swap. So it's minus 6 from both sides, okay? So 7y is equal to px minus 6, right? And then divide by 7, divide by 7, divide by 7. So we have a line. Y is equal to p over 7x minus 6, 7. So we have a slope. The problem is we're missing part of it, right? But let's do the same thing on the other equation, right? So let's get it to y equals mx plus b. So let's, I know we don't have a lot of stuff on the screen here, but we get the point, right? So 7, and we said r is y. So let's stick to that. So this is 7y minus 5x equals 5x plus 11. Okay. So add that to both sides. 7y is equal to 10x plus 11. And divide by 7, divide by 7, divide by 7. So y is equal to 10 sevenths x plus 11 sevenths. So again, we have a slope, 10 sevenths. And what did we say at the beginning, right? What was the instruction that we gave ourselves because of our memorization that we have for this stuff, right? We know that same slope means same, right? So p over 7 has to equal 10 over 7. And we could write it that way. I mean, we can kind of already see the answer. 10 over 7 is p over 7. So what is p? P is 10, right? And is that what they want? Yeah, they want p. Now, how can I check this, right? Because I did move a lot of stuff around, right? This would make me nervous. I did a lot of algebra. If I lost a negative somewhere, that could be a problem, right? There's a lot of things I could have done wrong. I'm very good at math. I'm very good at algebra, but, it's a lot of steps, and I'm tired after a long day, and, there's things could go wrong. So why don't we just go ahead and type these equations? And again, we already know, we said that r is equal to, actually, you know what? I'm curious about something. Let's see if this works. This might not work. 6 plus 7r equals pw. If I add a slider for all of these, and I just say here that r is equal to y and p is equal to x. Oh, sorry, p is equal to, what do we say? 10. And w is equal to x. In theory, it should be making the substitution for me. That now y is getting subbed in for r and x is getting subbed in for w. So that seems right. We could do it manually in a second, but I want to see if this works. So now we just do 7r minus 5w equals 5w plus 11. And what does it graph? It graphs another line. And it looks pretty parallel to me, right? It looks like they have no solution. It looks like these two things don't cross ever, right? I mean, it's possible that all the way out here in like 3000, it starts to bend in and starts to, look like it's actually going to cross, but it seems unlikely. So I feel pretty good about this answer, right? So to be really clear, if you didn't like that substitution method, just do it yourself. Do it manually. 6 plus 7y is equal to 10x. That's our first equation, right? We solved for p getting 10. We have r, we said is y. We said w is x. And it really doesn't matter. Again, we could have flipped it and it would still be the same. It's just a matter of being consistent in both equations. So whatever you make x in one equation, it's x in the other. And again, we get our parallel lines and everything looks good. So I'd probably do that before I even move on, just because I'm nervous. But I also know I'm not going to really run out of time on this section. So that check doesn't really take up much time for me. But it's also fine to just mark it for review and be like, okay, I'm pretty sure I trust my algebra, but this is a good one for me to come back to and really visualize it. But notice that if I'm checking the work, I'm not checking the same thing. I'm not doing it again in the same way. That's a big idea, very important for the SAT, is if you're doing math and you need to check your work, don't solve it the same way you solved it the first time. Because if you solved it wrong, you're just going to do it again. So find other ways. And so at the very least, even if you hate plug points in equations and you don't want to do it in all the places I'm doing it, it provides you another way of solving things so that when you do want to check your work, you have an alternative method. So it's really good just to kind of change things up so that if you did make a mistake somewhere, you have a way of catching it. If you just do it the same way twice, you're just going to make the same mistake twice. That's no good. All right, number 16. Great. I love that I already have an equation and points. So let's see what's going on. The graph of y equals 2x squared plus bx plus c is shown, where b and c are constants. What is the value of b times c? So a lot of you are going to go to Desmos here. You can. I'll show you that. But my instinct is just plug points in equations, right? This is number 16. So I have my equation, y equals 2x squared plus bx plus c. Laziness kicks in, and I say, let's plug in the easiest point. Let's plug in the y-intercept, 0, -6. And I don't even need to manually do it because I recognize that this is standard form and the y-intercept of a quadratic is given as the c value in standard form. But even if I did it, right, -6 equals 2 times 0 squared plus b times 0 plus c, right? This is 0, this is 0, so -6 is c, right? So cool, I just found something out, right? So that's pretty good. Now I've already got one piece of this thing gone. So now my equation is y equals 2x squared plus bx minus 6. And I have other points, right? Let's take this one. 1, -8, right? 1, -8. Or -1, -8. Sorry, see? Double check your work before you go. -1, -8. Okay, so -8 is equal to 2 times -1 squared plus b times -1 minus 6. negative 8 is equal to 2 times 1 is 2 minus b minus 6. Right? Simplify before you move. So 2 minus 6 is negative 4. Add 4, add 4. Negative 4 is equal to negative b. So b is 4. Right? So now I have b is 4. And we said before up here, kind of wrote it in a messy way, but here we'll do this. C is negative 6. So what did they want? They wanted b times c, which is 4 times negative 6, which is negative 24. Done. Now, that's really good because, you know, it's very plug points into equations and it works. And laziness really rewards us, right? If we were to choose one of these other points first, we'd get stuck because we'd have two unknowns. We'd have the b and the c. But by being lazy and choosing a 0 point, because I know 0 is a lazy number, it works out really well for me because I eliminated that b at first and I don't have to worry about it while I solve for c. So this is a good example of like, some people don't want to choose 0 because they're like afraid of it. They're like, oh, it might not work. Yeah, but it might work really, really well. So let it work really, really well. And if it fails, it only takes a couple seconds. The other way to do this is to do a regression. We have points and we're trying to find the equation for those points, right? So we just plug them in. So we have negative 2, negative 6. We have negative 1, negative 8. And we have 0, negative 6. We really need 3 points to be really comfortable with a quadratic. So, okay, we got it. Hit this button, turn it into a quadratic. And lucky for us, it defaults to a standard form quadratic, which is what we're being asked about, right? So be careful though, because if they had said something like y equals 2x squared plus bx minus c, then if I did b times c, oh, it doesn't actually work. If I did 4 times negative, oh goodness. If I did 4 times negative 6, which appear to be the values of b and c, then we'd have a problem, right? Because if they said negative c here, then the negative that shows up isn't really part of the c, it's part of the equation, and so then it would be positive 24. So they could do stuff like that, so just be careful. But this is really nice because if we just give it the points, it's basically doing automatically all the stuff that I did here in green and red. It's kind of plugging them in and figuring it out in its own very mathematical way. And you can even see that it's right? We can see the points that we have. We can compare our graph to this one, right? So negative 3, 0 looks like a point. Yeah. 1, 0 looks like a point. Yeah. So it looks pretty good. But this only works because they wanted the quadratic in standard form. If it was in any other form, this would be a little bit more of a process. So just keep that in mind, is quadratic regressions really work best when we have at least 3 points and when we are in standard form. There's ways to do it without, but just something to keep in mind. Here, notice we only used 2 points. And it really didn't matter what form it was in. It was just plug them in. All right, moving on. All right, well, I definitely see equations, so that's something. And then we have a graph which has points, so maybe just plug points into equations. But I very quickly noticed something's a little different. The graph of the linear function y equals f of x plus 19 is shown. If c and d are positive constants, which equation could define f? Okay, so these points are not part of these equations. That can happen. That's, you know, that's something to just think about anytime we have plug points in equations. As we've seen, most of the time, the points that we're given and the equation we're given line up, right? They're meant to be used together. Here, we can still do it, but, you know, it's a little trickier. Let me show you what I would do though, right? As I do have an equation, let's not neglect the fact that this is a weird looking equation, but it's an equation. So we can start with that, and then we have points that are on that equation based on the graph. So we have what we want. And I think getting comfortable with this particular move is really important for the SAT, because basically you have to see like, all right, y equals f of x plus 19, right? Here's my y-intercept. I always start with a lazy point, 0, 3, right? So 0, 3 is giving me both things that I would want to plug in, right? It's giving me a y value and an x value. So be very literal about this, right? 3 is equal to f of 0 plus 19. Now, on an earlier question, I believe in the first module, I then substituted f of 0 for the y coordinate, for a y value. But I'm not going to do that here because I don't know what... this 3 is not f of 0. This is f of 0 plus 19, right? So f of 0, that's what these equations are. So in order to understand f of 0 better, I should just get it into that format, right? So my kind of robot math brain kicks in and I'm like, all right, let's just subtract, right? Let's get rid of these 19s. That way I have f of 0 equals 3 minus 19 is negative 16, which is really the point 0, negative 16, right? Because function notation is a way of presenting points. So you have to be able to read those as points as well. So we had a point off a graph that went into this equation, but now we have the original point that goes into these equations and the choices. So, okay, f of 0 isn't so hard, right? Because if I were to plug 0 in for all these x's, then all these pieces with the c of x would disappear, right? So I'm really only interested in the d. The problem here is we got to really make sure we're reading instructions. And at number 17, you know they're going to pull stuff, right? So here, it looks like d, which is the y-intercept, is negative 16. So it looks like, well, does that matter? Should it be a because it has a negative? Or is the y-intercept still d, right? Well, they tell us that c and d are positive constants. So the problem is we need that spot where the d is to produce a negative number. But d itself cannot be a negative number. It has to be positive. So d is just 16. And then the negative has to be there in order to make it an actual negative 16. So b and d are wrong. We need the negative, even though normally we think of a negative as part of whatever we're plugging into a variable, into a constant, a letter. This is just a weird case. This is a great example of what I keep saying. Follow instructions. Why are they doing this? Just to be weird, just to do something different from what you're used to. So if you just go with what you're used to, well, you'll be wrong. And so you got to think it through. You got to read what they're telling you and just be like, all right, this is what you want. All right, it seems stupid what you want, but if that's what you want, that's what you're going to get. So that's how I think about it. I have no skin in the game. I don't care that what they're asking for is weird and stupid. I'm just a robot. This is what you told me to do. This is what I'm going to do. So we're down to A and C. And now we can see that the only difference between them is whether the C is positive or negative, right? Now C, we know because of y equals mx plus b, which we keep coming back to. This is clearly a line. It's rearranged a little bit, right? This is b plus mx essentially, but it's the same idea. We know that the C represents the slope, and the slope of this line is clearly negative. So hopefully you just recognize, well, adding this 19 is not going to change the slope. It's still going to be a negative slope. That doesn't affect the slope. So we still need a negative number. And again, just like with D, in order to get a negative number, we need to bring the negative along, right? That C has to be positive. So we need the negative to come along for the ride. We could also do this by plugging points into equations again. We could choose a new point, and we can do, now that we know actually that D is positive 16, we could do another point. Right here, I'm seeing the point, looks like 1, negative 1 down here, right? So 1, negative 1. So negative 1 is equal to f of 1 plus 19 minus 19 minus 19. And we get negative 20 is f of 1, which is the point 1, negative 20. And if we look at choice A, right, then that would be negative 20 is equal to negative 16 minus some unknown c times the 1 of x, right? So this ends up not mattering. Add 16 to both sides, we get negative 4. And then we get negative 4 is negative c, so c is 4, which makes sense because it has to be a positive number. If I did the exact same thing on choice C, I would not have this negative, right? So this would end up with a positive 4, meaning that C would be negative 4. And that doesn't make sense with the instructions. I think that's kind of weird. I don't think that that's a great step. As long as you understand that these negatives are not part of the letter in the way we normally have them, you shouldn't need to do this, but you could. There might even be ways to use regressions here. I don't know. But hopefully you can just accommodate the fact that the C and the D are not quite behaving the way we normally want them to. But if we just follow instructions, doesn't really matter. All right, geometry. Normally, this might be something I would skip because I know geometry questions can take a long time and there's a chance I, just waste a lot of time. There might be easier things to come, but for the sake of this video, just being easy to navigate, we're just going to keep going in order. The first thing I would do is draw this picture because I don't want to have to think about it on the screen. I want to work with it on my actual scratch paper. So we're going to do the best we can here. All right, so label everything. Don't take shortcuts. A, B, C, E, and D. We got right angles. All right, now what do they say? AB is radical 34. So that's right here, radical 34. AC is 3. Okay, so that's right here. And CE is 21, right? So the first thing I would do is just be like, all right, wait a minute. Let's just, 3 plus 21 is 24, right? Let's just get that out of there. Okay, what is the area and square units of triangle ADE? So that's the big triangle. So the area of a triangle is 1/2 base times height. You should know that because that's basic algebra and geometry, but it's right here in case you need it, right? So it's important that you recognize that the height and the base of the triangle need to be perpendicular. So luckily for us, because it's a right triangle, we kind of already have that built in. So a good kind of way that plug points into equations helps us is with geometry, we have the equation. We know we're solving for the area, meaning we must have the base, we must have the height. So we do have the base, right? That's 24, that's what I just found. And we do have the height, or at least we understand what the height needs to be, right? So DE. And my advice with geometry, since we know that they love to ask for things that we don't solve for, or make us solve for things that we don't end up using, or we have to do another step, is when you're doing geometry questions, don't use X's unless they use X's. Label things according to what they're labeled as, right? So DE, that's that side. Use DE so that you know when you've actually got DE and not when you've got something else. So we need DE. The only way to get A, the area of this triangle, is to get DE. So now we have a task, right? And so much of the SAT, especially the hard questions, is finding a task. So I'm kind of working backwards a little bit, but it's clarifying what I need to do. I need to find DE. Now, this is also where geometry as a set of limited options really helps, right? Geometry doesn't have a whole lot going on. And the one thing that kind of comes to mind here is similar triangle proportions, mostly because I see two triangles, right? I see that little narrow one, ABC, and then the bigger one we're interested in, ADE. So I'm like, okay, it's probably a similar triangle, right? So can I figure that out, right? So how would I end up with a similar triangle, right? So the similar triangle proportions are really, let's make this a little bigger. The similar triangle proportions are really about just comparing sides, right? So if I wanted to compare the big triangle, and I know I want DE, right? So let's compare DE to the 24, right? I guess that's the only other side I have of the big triangle, right? So what's the corresponding side of the little triangle? Well, the bottom I get, right? The corresponding side on the bottom is 3. And the corresponding side on the side is BC, right? So again, and I got another thing I don't want, right? So I know I want DE, so I use that to anchor my similar triangle. But now I found a new thing that I need, BC. How can I get BC? Well, it's a right triangle with 2 sides. How do you get the third side? We have a formula for that too. We have a plug points into equation situation right there. Pythagorean theorem, right? Anytime I have 2 sides of a right triangle, just a squared plus b squared is c squared. So let's switch colors again. So a squared plus b squared is c squared. Hypotenuse, most important, right? So that's radical 34 squared. Get in the habit of writing those parentheses because it might matter when you type it in the calculator. But 3 squared, and then b squared is the BC. BC squared, right? So, I don't know, what do you want to do? Let's go to Desmos. 3 squared plus x squared. So now I'm going against what I just told you. I'm putting an x in, but that's because I want to speak the language of Desmos, right? So it equals radical 34 squared. And they give me values. Now, I know it's not a negative value because it can't be a negative distance, so it's going to be positive, right? So x is 5. So BC is 5, right? And again, could have solved that by hand. It's not so big, not such a big deal. 34 minus 9 is 25. 25 square root is 5. So there you go. But okay, that was easier on my brain. Now I have that value, and this BC is no longer missing, right? Now it's 5. And now I have 3 pieces of an unknown, of a thing with 1 missing piece, right? So this is the same situation. I can just solve for x essentially, with x now being DE. So we can do it a bunch of different ways. I'm going to go back to Desmos, right? So now x divided by 24 is equal to 5 over 3, right? So where do I get a thing? Right there, 40, right? That makes sense, right? Because 3 times 8 would be 24, and 5 times 8 would be 40, so that makes sense. So now we have our value here, which is 40, right? So that's DE. So now we can substitute that into this equation, and now it's not even solving for x really, it's just solving. So the area is 1/2 base 24 times height 40, 4,800, right? So that seems right. No, that seems big, I was gonna say. That seems big. So there you go. Follow my own rule, right? Before you start looking at answers, check that you've got the right entries, right? Because that was wrong, and all I did was mistype it. So 1/2 of 24 times 40. Yep, that's all I've got there. 480, and that's the answer. Now I can confirm. Yes. So there you go. Hard question. Again, I think it's still a good skip. Not because it's really something that you can't get right, but because it just has a lot of steps, and using the calculator, it does work here, but really just because we're solving algebra stuff that we could have solved by hand. So really, you gotta just know a lot of geometry. But notice how did I get through this? How did I figure out what to do? I didn't start with a big plan. I didn't start with going like, okay, first I'm gonna find BC, then I'm gonna do a proportion, then I'm gonna get the area, right? I just started with the one thing I knew. I knew plug points into equations was part of this because they asked for the area of a triangle, and I have a formula for the area of a triangle. Let me write the equation down. Let me plug what I know into it. Yes, there was a piece that was missing, but now I have a task. All right, Mike, find DE. If you can find DE, you can finish this job. And there are a couple ways we could have done it, but that to me was the most logical way. And I also just know, again, that geometry is a little bit of a limited menu, right? So I know they're not going to start to ask about all sorts of weird triangle rules, right? I mean, there's Pythagorean theorem, there's those special right triangles, and we don't have any angles, so I don't know if those apply. And then there's, just simple, similar triangles, right? As I know these are similar because there's 2 of them and they kind of look the same, but also they share angles, right? They share a 90-degree angle, they share angle A. So there's proof. They are similar. So using that kind of just like, all right, there's only so many things I can choose from here, only so many tools in the toolbox, that kind of allows you to navigate that question in a way that is very robotic still. Even though I was being clever, I was still really just using plug points into equations to anchor me. That's why I'm such a big proponent of that strategy, is even when things get really hard, if you have an equation, you have points, it really gives you something to do. It gives you a nice task to work through. Love this question. All right, percents, hard module, number 19, you gotta know there's a trap. I don't know what it is yet, but I know it's there, right? So what do? Ooh, trying to move this over and make it a little smaller. Okay, I'm gonna use plug points in equations. They don't give me one because I need to know it. The open formulas are super important. So how do we use them? First, we need to know which open formula to use, right? So there are 2. I'll write them both. There's the open formula, it looks like the word open. And then there's one that has this plus or minus P. How do I know which one to use? Well, it has to do with the wording. Treat it like an instruction. The result of increasing the quantity X by 400%. So if we talk about a change in percent, an increase by a percent, a decrease, that's going to be this one. So now plug points into equations, right? I have some points, right? So first of all, we're increasing. So just do 1 plus, right? Don't overthink that. Increase is plus. And we're increasing by 400%. So we have to write P as a decimal, right? So 400% as a decimal is just 4. If we want to really visualize it, right? We're moving the decimal place 2 spaces to the left. Okay, the result of increasing the quantity X, right? So X is our original value, okay? And the result is 60. That's our new value. That's our N. And the clue there is the word is, right? Is equals in math, right? So that goes there. And X is the original. What is the value of X? Now you could guess and check here, but also the math is not that hard, right? X, 1 plus 4 is 5 and equals 60. And if you divide by 5, you get X is 12. Hey, done. Now, most people are going to get that wrong because they're going to get 15. And part of it is that they're not really plugging points into equations because they're thinking about percentages in an intuitive way. They're like, oh, 400%, right, is 4, and 4 times 15 is 60. right? But that's not what they said. Don't answer the question that you've invented in your head. Don't answer the question you remember answering last time. Answer the question you've got this time. Answer this one, right? And we know, or you should know by the time you take the SAT, that percentages, one word, can make the complete difference. That's it. If we have one word different, we're using a different formula, right? So you got to be careful. And so knowing that, even though it's only a 15-word or whatever question, people still mess it up because they don't read the instructions. They don't treat it like instructions. They treat it like, oh, I know percentages. I'm smart. I get it. And they just enter things in the calculator. 100% on this question, I am going to write this exact stuff on my scratch paper. I'm going to do it because I know that if I don't, the odds of me messing up dramatically rise. The SAT is better at setting a trap than I will ever be at avoiding a trap. That's fundamental to how you think about the SAT. And if you're arrogant enough to think you're too good to fall for those traps, you will fall for them all the time. And that 800 will be completely elusive to you. Won't happen. So this is a bad mistake. If you got this wrong, really, really bad. You need to see this kind of thing coming. All right, more geometry that I'd probably skip in a normal situation because it looks confusing, but we're going to do it here. So first things first, let's look at it a couple different ways, right? So a lot of hard geometry questions require you to basically draw the picture. So that's its own skill. And I don't know how you get better at that other than remembering that it's following instructions, right? So in the XY plane, a circle has center C with coordinates HK. So there's a circle. This is a bad circle, but you get the point, right? And so HK is the center. So we could maybe graph this. Let's draw it here first. Let's really just understand what's happening here first. Points A and B lie on the circle. Point A is coordinates h plus 1, k plus radical 102. So just kind of thinking about that, right? H plus 1 is going to be a little bit to the right. K plus 102, radical 102 is going to be somewhere up here. So I'm not really doing much with it other than just kind of like following instructions, but it's going to be somewhere up here, right? That's kind of what I get. So h plus 1 and k plus radical 102. Okay, that's my point. And B is also on the circle, but angle ACB, and this is C, is a right angle. So this to this, right? So B is down here, and that's a right angle. What is the length of AB? So AB is here. Let's draw it in, right? So I already, just by following their instructions, have followed a very important instruction that I've memorized for geometry questions, right? If I have a circle, draw radiuses and make triangles. Two very useful moves. I don't necessarily know how they're going to help, but draw radiuses, make triangles. So they made me draw radiuses because they made me draw angle ACB. So those were radiuses. And they made me draw a triangle because they made me think about AB. So that I've got a triangle. So what I notice about this triangle too, and the reason radiuses are so important, is this is a 45-45 triangle. It is an isosceles triangle, meaning these two sides, since they're both radiuses, are the same, meaning these two angles, since they're opposite congruent sides, have to be the same. And the only way to have an isosceles right triangle is to have a 45-45, right? SS, right? Those are the same. So that means AB is going to be something root 2, right? So if I find this radius, let's do red. If I find this radius, then this green line is going to be R root 2. That's true no matter what, right? So I see some root 2s or some root something or others in these choices, so I feel like I'm already on the right track. The problem is this HK is just a huge pain in the neck, right? Do I need it? Right, I got HK and this weird thing here, right? I mean, do I need to think about HK? Not really, right? I'm not being asked to solve for H. I'm not being asked to solve for K. So here's where I take a chance. Plug points into equations, right? I mean, I have some kinds of equations maybe if you think about these points a little bit. I also have an equation that I should write down, which is x minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. That is the equation of a circle. Okay, that's this. You often won't need that on the SAT. It's not an every SAT kind of thing, but probably one question per exam is going to involve circles in some complicated way, and that one is kind of in the same ballpark as y equals mx plus b. It's not as common, but it's fundamental, right? It's something that you just kind of want to say, all right, they're talking about circles in the XY plane. Let me write that down. Now, can I plug points into this equation? Yes. I could plug the point h plus 1 k plus radical 102 in, but before I do that, I'm just going to make my life easier. Let's just make hk 0, 0. Let's arithmetize, right? Why? Because gosh, I don't want to deal with h and k if they don't matter, right? So suddenly this point becomes 1 radical 102. That's much easier to think about than h plus 1 k plus radical 102, right? So where'd the h and k go? Well, if I make them 0, 0 plus 1 is 1. 0 plus radical 102 is 1 radical 102. There's nothing to do, right? So I could have picked any numbers I wanted to for h and k, but of course I'm going to pick the laziest numbers and hope for the best. Now, when I plug into this equation, look at what happens, right? First of all, again, h and k are 0. So it's like these aren't even here. They're gone. I know I'm solving for r because that seems to be where I need to end up here. So the y and the x, I have those because I have a point, right? So 1 squared plus radical 102 squared is equal to r squared, right? So the x is 1, the y is radical 102, 1 squared is 1, radical 102 squared, hey, that kind of works out nice, is 102, and that's equal to r squared, so 103 is r squared, so radical, so radical 103 is r. And what did I say before? I said if I know r, then just multiply it by radical 2. So radical 103 times radical 2 is radical 206. And if you don't know that, the calculator does. But there you go. There's your answer. Done. Now, there are ways to do this. Again, like I said, with the calculator and plugging in kind of your own, h or x minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. The problem is I think you've got too many missing pieces to really be okay with this, right? And also for whatever reason, you're solving for r, but it's going to start giving you numbers. So it's hard to see like, okay, so now what? I do a point like h plus 1 comma k plus square root of 102. And now I gotta play with h and k until I get this circle to hit this point. Is that what I'm trying to do here? Right, so if I do that, they just both move up. That doesn't really work. Right, so let's put it at 0 where I want it. Let's put this at 0 since they both just move over. So it's really about the r. So now I'm going to just guess values of r until it matches. How do I know? Plus, again, we saw the radical 103 was the radius. That's not a nice number. So I don't really love Desmos here. If you've got a better idea, feel free to share it. But I think it's a good example where just plug points in equations. Follow the instructions, draw the picture, recognize that you've got a really annoying thing, especially this point right here, h plus 1, k plus radical 102, really annoying. Be lazy. Be like, you know what? This would be so much easier if h and k were 0. Let's just do it. Let's just see what happens. You got to take a chance on these things. And the more you arithmetize on the easy stuff that I've been nagging you about, the more comfortable you'll be on this hard thing, just going like, screw it. Let's make h and k 0 and see what happens. Then, yes, we had to create our own circle equation and plug in there. But again, it's just plug points in equations. It's just a more complicated equation than we're used to. We've been dealing with a lot of lines, but here we have a circle, but it still behaves the same way. I like this question. It looks like it's gonna be hard, but it ends up being very traditional, very traditional. Let's do this nightmare, which again, we've been talking about skipping things, right? And you should definitely skip this because look at how long it is. And look at how easy 22 is, right? It's a line with some equations. So we'll get to it, but this would be one that you want to skip. But especially when we have these long things, we know that really they're just testing us on, again, following instructions. So much of what we're supposed to do is that. So let's try our best to keep a level head and think about this in those terms. Plug points in equations and follow instructions. So if we find an instruction, we're gonna think about it. For an electric field passing through a flat surface perpendicular to it, the electric flux of the electric field through the surface is the product of the electric field's strength and the area of the surface. That is an instruction, and it's an equation, right? The flux is equal to, is the product of the strength and the area of the surface. So strength times surface or area, right? So strength times area. So that's an equation. And I love plug points in equations, so the fact that my first little bit here is an instruction to write out a very simple equation, that's a good sign. So let's see what they say. A certain flat surface consists of two adjacent squares where the side length in meters of the larger square is 3 times the side length in meters of the smaller squares. Okay, 2 adjacent squares. So here's 1, here's 2. All right, 1 is 3 times larger than the other. So let's just do x, and this would be 3x and 3x, right? Now, I don't know if this one is in the center, over on this side. It doesn't matter, just is adjacent. So maybe the next two. And I don't know what x is yet, but I understand what it means for them to be 3 times larger than something else. So this makes sense. Okay. An electric field with strength 29 volts per meter passes uniformly through this surface, which is perpendicular to the electric field. Okay, so it sounds like I'm getting a point. 29, maybe. Let's see. If the total electric flux of the electric field through this surface is 4,640 volts meters, what is the electric flux in volts meters of the electric field through the larger square? Okay, so they're giving me 2 points. They're giving me the 29 as the strength, and the flux is 4640. So 4640 equals 29 times the area. Let's solve for the area. Why? Why not? We can, might as well, right? So let's just divide by 29. Divide by 29. Do I have the right numbers? 4640 divided by 29. 4640 divided by 29 is 160. Okay. So the area is 160. What the heck do I do with that? Well, I have these squares, so maybe that's something. So let's see, right? An electric field with strength 29 volts per meter passes uniformly through this surface, the things I've got, right? What is the electric flux in meters of the field through the larger square? So I have to separate these squares somehow, but, right, the area of this whole thing is 160. Well, area is length times width, because these are squares. And since length and width are the same, right, length times width is just, in this case, x times x, which is x squared, and 3x times 3x, which, please do this right, is 9x squared. So now I have a new equation. The area of this surface is 9x squared plus x squared. And again, at any point we can go to Desmos, but 160 is equal to 10x squared divided by 10, divided by 10. Let's scroll a little bit. We get 16 is equal to x squared. So x is 4. Now, it's not the answer, but hey, that seems really important, right? Because what is the electric flux? So what is the F? We're trying to find an F through the electric field through the larger square. So if we want this F and we're still thinking plug points into equations, that means I must have a strength and I must have an area. Well, if it's the larger square, the area is basically 12 by 12, right? Because if x is 4, 3 times 4 is 12. 12 times 12 is 144. Right, so let's come down here in blue. Let's really make it clear what we're doing, right? We're solving for F, and we have an S and an A. We know the A is 144 because that is the area of this larger square. I'm following instructions. I don't know why they want this. I don't care. This is just what I'm being told to do. So I must have a surface or a strength. I keep forgetting that this S stands for strength. Right? Did they give me a strength? Well, they said it's 29. Does it change if it's only going through one square? It doesn't say. So what should I do in this case? Should I invent an instruction or should I just keep it as 29, right? Which one involves me thinking less? Keeping it as 29, right? Don't make instructions up. Don't assume things. So there you go. The F is going to be 29 times 144, 4176. Right? 4176. 4176. That's the answer. Hard question. No doubt. No doubt it's hard. You'll never, ever practice anything else like this. And the odds of you seeing anything like this on the test in a very literal sense is basically 0. You will never see a question like this ever again. However, the skill we used, you will use again and again in infinite ways, right? Is how do I just take this massive amount of text on a topic I know nothing about and make sense of it? Well, plug points into equations, right? If we had equations, we had points, we're kind of back to the same thing we did on question number 1, on question number 2, the really easy stuff, right? It's all kind of the same thing. So those habits we formed earlier on have implanted themselves deep into my brain, right? In the same place where I tie my shoes, right? I don't think about how to tie my shoes every time I tie my shoes. I just tie my shoes. I just do the thing and it happens, right? The same part of my brain that stores that process is storing this process as well. So it doesn't matter if this is a more complicated knot. I'm still just following the same process, right? That's essentially how this feels to me, is if I have points and I have equations, I'm trying to mix the two. And anytime I get an equation, I'm happy. Anytime I plug a point into it, I'm happy. And I'm just thinking in those terms again and again. And so this question becomes more navigable because I'm not complicating it. I'm simplifying it. It's my dumb summary, but for math, is points and equations. There are some difficult things here, but I don't know. Area of a square? That's not so hard, right? What's the hard part of this? It's making sense of it all. But we're trying to get habits in place that help you make sense of things. All right, let's move on. Last question. And like I said, this is one that you would want to skip to because, gosh, it's points and equations. But you got to recognize, even though you're skipping to it and it is easier, it is still number 22. So it's the hardest question in the hardest module, in theory, right? So what does that mean? It means even if it's not the hardest one for you, there is still going to be some sort of twist, some sort of trap that we have to be careful of. So what do we see? We see equations and points, but let's read the instructions. The scatter plot shows the relationship between two variables x and y. For dataset E, a line of best fit is shown. Dataset F, different letter, looks similar, different letter though, is created by multiplying the y coordinate of each data point from dataset E, so that's this, by 3.9. Which of the following could be an equation of a line of best fit for dataset F? Okay, so we're still going to plug points into equations, right? But we're also going to follow instructions as we do it, right? So laziness kicks in, right? I have my first point from dataset E is always going to be my y-intercept. Do I care that there's no dot at the y-intercept? No, because we're interested in line of best fit. So whenever they give you a scatter plot, it is very rare for you to actually need the dots. Don't worry about the dots. Worry about the line. So the line of best fit looks like something like 0, 12, right? So that's dataset E. That's here. Follow instructions. Dataset F is created by multiplying the y coordinate of each data point from dataset E by 3.9. So we're going to multiply it by 3.9. Now, I'm going to multiply it by 4, mostly because I can tell it doesn't really matter, right? 3.9, I could get out my calculator, but I also can see that if I just multiply by 4, what do I get? I get 48. And come on, it's clearly A or B, right? Because that's the y-intercept. So notice these are written in y equals mx plus b form. They're reversed. The mx and the b are flipped. So that's a little bit of a twist, but it's a one we've seen many times. So there we go. We know that it's not going to be C or D. But many of you will pick C or D because you aren't reading the question. You are not answering the question that is asked. You are answering a question you remember being asked in the past, on a previous test, on a previous SAT question, in a math class in school, by your math teacher. It doesn't matter where you remember it from, but you're answering the question of what is the line, what is the equation of the line for these points? That is not what you were being asked here. And that's too easy of a question to get asked on the last question in this section. So shame on you if that's what you picked. If you picked C or D because you just got the equation of this line, again, you don't get what kind of test you're taking. And there's problems in the way that you think about this stuff. You're not thinking about it, to be quite honest. You are not reading the question. You're not following instructions. You are making assumptions about what the instruction is going to be, and you are following your own instructions. No, do what you are told. Now, I'm already cheating a little bit by doing 4 instead of 3.9, but it doesn't matter. I'm just this would be a case where I want to save time as well. But I still have two choices that could work, right? I can tell I rounded and they rounded, but whatever. But I need to find the slope. So what should I do? Should I think about the slope? Should I be like, what's going to happen to the slope? Is it going to increase? Is it going to decrease? What if I find the slope to this? No. Plug points into equations. How about all the way out here? I have this point 20, and there happens to be a dot there. Again, that doesn't interest me, but 20, comma what? 42? Something like that? 42? Right? And follow your instructions. Dataset F is created by multiplying the y coordinate of each data point from dataset E by 3.9. So again, I'm a little bit of laziness. I'm going to multiply by 4. So 20, and that's going to be 168. Let's just make sure. 42 times 4, 168. All right. Now that point needs to be in one of these two equations. So if it's A, then 168 is equal to 46.8 or 48, depending on how you want to think about it, plus 5.9 times 20. Let's see. We don't need that one anymore. We don't need that. We don't need that. So 46.8 plus 5.9 times 20. It's not 168, but remember, we rounded, so it seems pretty darn good. Let's do the same thing for choice B. 46.8 plus 1.5 times 20, 76.8. Nope, I need it to be at least close to 168. So A is the answer, and this is the kind of question you cannot get wrong. Cannot get wrong. It's just so easy. All you gotta do is do what you're told. All we did is multiply, right? We just multiplied something by 3.9 or 4, depending on how exact you want it to be. That was it. And then it's plug points into equations. This is so easy. The only reason to get it wrong is you didn't follow instructions. You did your own thing. Don't do your own thing. Do what you're told. That's so much of the SAT. And that's kind of, now that we're done, that is my kind of parting idea, is whether we were doing the reading section, the grammar, the passages, the vocab, the outline questions, the math questions, literally anything in this particular training tool, right? Anything here, the entire goal was to follow instructions, to do as we were told. That was it. That was all I was ever thinking about as I took this test. And yes, the instructions that I'm supposed to memorize and kind of have on the back burner, those are going to change depending on the type of question. And that is stuff that you need to memorize and practice with, because they're not going to tell you exactly every little step you need to do on the test. But for the most part, we have a little bit of a framework that we're using for all these different question types. And then we're adapting that framework to the specifics of the situation. So some of the instructions are things we're providing because of stuff we've memorized in school. Other things are instructions we're providing because you've watched my videos and know the strategies that I'm telling you to follow, and we're using the trainer to do that. And other instructions are directly provided in the question themselves. And those three places coming together allow us to solve pretty much everything. And the more you can think of it as that, as just following instructions and staying on the task that you are being ordered to do, the easier time you will have on the SAT. I promise you, when I take SATs, even on hard questions, I don't think very hard. I'm mostly just going like, okay, this works. This is what you want. This is what I'm doing. This is what I was told to do. I'm very robotic. I'm rarely being clever. I am just doing the same things I've trained myself to do every single time. Hopefully, if you made it through this very, very long video, you have some of this stuff starting to implant itself deep, deep in your brain. Again, in the same place where you think about tying your shoes. That's how you'll know when you're really ready for the SAT, when all these strategies that we saw in the strategy trainer become things that you do without really thinking about them. They become second nature. Most questions will start to also feel very routine, and that's a really good place to be. Be aware of the changes, be aware of the twists. That's why following instructions is so important. But for the most part, a lot of the SAT should feel very, very routine by the time you're ready to take it. It's the only way you can get a good score, is making it feel second nature. If you have any other questions, please let me know in the comments. I hope this helped. Good for you for getting all the way through. If you did, please drop me a comment and brag about getting all the way through. I'm always curious if people actually watch this long thing, but hopefully if you did, or even you watched a part of it, you got something out of it. As always, I'm Mike Settele, and when it comes to your scores, don't settle for less, Settele for more. Thanks so much for watching.